Coming up on the LCS Preview Show, we break down the midseason moves, help you live your league fantasy, and reveal the all-pro plays from the All-Star event. Don't touch that browser. The LCS Preview Show starts right now.
And Froggen takes the tower down and takes victory for Team Ice here at the All-Star Challenge in Paris.
Cloud9 are going to push through here and go for the win.
Nick has a huge smile on his face because they just took down Fnatic.
Millennium win the game 3-2, put all three LCS teams back into the summer split.
Vasily takes down both carries, and that's the 3-0. LMQ are in the LCS. Danger the only guy to defend. The Nexus is falling. Robert takes it down. Complexity Black make it into the LCS. 1, 2, 3, go!
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the first LCS Preview Show of the 2014 Summer Split. I'm Rivington Bism III, hanging out at the desk with Joshua Jat Leesman. Jat, how you doing today?
I'm doing very well this morning in North America, or evening for the Europeans, and I'm excited to get the Summer Split going and to see how all the roster changes are going to affect this league.
We got a lot to talk about. Before we look forward to the first week of the Summer Split, let's take one last trip down the Champs-Élysées and catch everyone up on the All-Star event that went down over in Paris. SKT T1K went a perfect 9-0 route to winning the 2014 All-Star Invitational that featured the best teams from the 5 Premier Leagues facing off in an incredible mid-season international tournament. Even though SKT T1K had struggled over in Korea since their Season 3 World Championship, Faker and crew proved once again that they're still one of the best teams in the world. Chat, what do you take away from the 2014 All-Star Games?
I mean, I think it was really a good time, especially the challenge games. Those things were far more entertaining than I think anyone really expected. And then also we did learn a lot about kind of the region's strength. Cloud9 really surprised me to see how well they performed on the international stage there without their shot caller. They went 3-1 in the group stages. And then, honestly, a little bit disappointed to see how Fnatic performed, being the top team in Europe, 3 splits running, to struggle so mightily. I think it was a big wake-up call to the European scene in general as they move towards the World Championship.
But while Fnatic struggled at All-Stars, they continued to dominate the European LCS, winning the Spring Split, their 3rd straight LCS title. Now for a look at Fnatic and the off-season moves meant to dethrone the 3-time season champs, I'd like to welcome Trevor Quickshot Henry to the show. How you doing, Quickshot?
I'm doing great, and it's great to have you back as well, Riv. It's good to be back in the LCS. I'm looking forward to seeing how these roster swaps have taken place and how they're going to affect the teams.
Duly noted. Before we get to the roster swaps, I do want to get your thoughts on Fnatic. Despite a turbulent spring split that saw them win 7 games in a row before losing 8 in a row, Expecting and crew still walked away with their 3rd straight European title. But then they struggled again at the All-Star game just a couple weeks ago. So standing on the brink of the 2014 Summer Split, how do you think they look heading into the second half of the season?
You know, even though Fnatic had tough times during the split, they managed to pull the team together and find a level of, performance, teamwork to back up their extremely talented individual play. I think they dig deep around playoffs, and they always find just that extra edge to oust their European opposition. I think it's extremely hard to doubt Fnatic when you consider how they perform in the LCS. They've yet to truly disappoint their fans when it matters in the playoffs, and my concern for the team stems from their inconsistent ability, I think, against non-LCS teams. Consider how weak Fnatic looked during the IEM World Championships or at All-Star just recently, and you compare that to the playoff team that has dominated Europe for the last 18 months, and it's just a stark contrast in level, in performance, and in ability. So I feel that Fnatic can continue their current level of play to perform well here at home, but they need to change something, and drastically, if they ever want to be truly relevant on the international stage.
All right, Quickshot. Fair warning here. I am going to put you on the spot and ask you whether or not they will four-peat, but not yet. Instead, right now, I want to ask the fans whether or not they think Fnatic will win their 4th straight LCS title. Hit us up on Twitter, @LOL Esports, and use the hashtag #FnaticForTheWin if you think they'll take the summer playoffs, or Fnatic Falls if you think they'll come up short for the first time in LCS history. Now let's shift our attention away from the kings of the LCS to the teams that will be looking to dethrone Fnatic and their mid-season roster changes, starting with another legendary European team, Gambit. Earlier this month, star mid laner Alex Ish announced he was leaving Gambit for various reasons that included excessive travel, lack of family time, loss of motivation, and poor results. Starting in his place for at least the first week of the LCS is former Denial mid laner Nick. Now, quick shot, did Alex's move surprise you, and do you think Gambit will be a better team without the former All-Star?
You know, talking about Alex leaving, I don't truthfully think I was surprised, and I don't think many people were. Gambit as a whole, they've been on a downswing since last year Worlds. They never really stood out as a dominant or scary during the spring splits. And, you know, I feel that Alex was a very large part of Gambit when they were winning their games. And without his influence, I don't know what to expect from the team. So let's look at some of the possibilities. Now, the shock of losing their mid laner and their front man may inspire the rest of the team to look inwards, to look to improve their own game and add the element of adding new LCS talents in the form of Nick can also be a positive influence if he's hungry and if he's working hard. But my biggest concern comes from the team's ability to adapt their current play style. Simply put, they weren't keeping up last split, and they need to get up to date with the competitive standards. I also worry about their ability to communicate. Consider that Nick is Polish, and he's the first non-Russian speaking member that Gambit has ever drafted. And again, he's temporary, so if he doesn't perform, Gambit may be looking to replace him.
Right. Now, while Alex Ich's departure might have been the biggest move, the European team that has changed the most since the end of the spring split is the Copenhagen Wolves. Not only have they lost their amazing jungler, but they've replaced their AD carry Forgiven. The Wolves' new lineup will have longtime challenger Airwalks roaming in the jungle and former Denial AD carry Woolite in the bot lane. Quick shot, with 40% of the roster remade, are the Wolves a stronger team than they were at the beginning of the spring split?
Number one, I like the math, and I'm going to dodge the question because I don't know. You know, Woolite, he's got great experience. He's been at the top of the scene for a very long time, but he's not truly tested underneath the LCS lights on this stage. Airwax is another untested player on the big stage, and to my knowledge, he's also relatively new to the top of the scene, the very top. Airwax as a player, he's a selfless player. He doesn't always tax lanes. He doesn't always secure kills. And he's more of a team player than Amazing was. So we need to see if that team-oriented play will benefit the Wolves. Airwax, he's got strong mechanical ability. He plays meta champions. And the Wolves have been working with him to get him from a solo queue jungler to an LCS level jungler. So I'm interested to see how the Wolves will handle themselves without their star players. Remember, Amazing and Forgiven were instrumental in their wins last split. They were largely attributed to those two players doing well. And the Wolves are going to be hoping that their new players are at least equal in carrying power. Regardless of the individual players, though, I do want to mention that the Wolves had the best lane swaps out of all European teams. So assuming that the Wolves can imbue this knowledge and this understanding to upgrade their mid to late game play, they could counterbalance a potential loss in individual skill with an overall increase in team play. So I'm just going to summarize my thoughts and give you a TLDR. The Wolves will need to either step up the strategic play outside of the laning phase, or hope that the replacement players are on par with Amazing and Forgiven. And time will tell.
And the last moves in the European LCS that we need to hit on and talk about are Millennium perma-locking Cotton X into the jungle and former Super Hot Crew support Migza being relegated to the bench after putting together a record-breaking spring split performance. As far as Cotton X, he took over the jungle duties for Millennium in Week 10 after RNA stepped down. After helping Millennium survive the summer promotion tournament and regain their spot in the LCS, Cotton X has been rewarded with a permanent roster spot. Now for Super Hot Crew, after a hot start to the spring split, the Polish rookies cooled off and also found themselves in the summer promotion tournament. Even though they won their way back into the LCS, they'll be playing with a new support, We Will Failure. Quick shot, how do you see these two moves playing out?
Okay, so you mentioned the record-breaking performance by Mixer. As you said, unfortunately, it was for the most deaths in an LCS split with 128 trips back to the fountain. While that is an incredibly high number, I do actually feel that Mixer was a very strong component of the team's initiations, and he also did pretty well during the laning phase, especially at the early levels. The reason I highlight these changes is to discuss what role Super Hot Crew's new support player, We Will Failure, needs to have as an absolute minimum, and he'll obviously be wanting to improve upon the weaknesses that Mixer had. We Will Failure, he's a veteran of the challenger scene. He actually competed alongside the Lemon Dogs when they qualified for the LCS during the summer split last year. He has LCS stage experience. He'll be drawing upon that here today and going forward as much as possible. Moving on to Millennium and Cotnex, they decided that his permanent spot on the team is confirmed after he was an absolute monster during the promotion tournament. And he definitely helped his team defeat the Ninjas in Pajamas. That was a surprise result. Nobody expected that at all. I do want to note that Millennium are looking better and better since Cotnex has been the starting jungler for the team, but the rest of the players now need to step up their game if Millennium want to stand a chance at making it to Worlds.
All right, quick shot. You've dodged it long enough. Earlier I said I'd be asking you to make a prediction about whether Fnatic will be winning their 4th straight title. It's now time to get your thoughts. Who do you think will be the 2014 European LCS Summer Split winner?
I hate that you put me here because I don't know. It's a tough prediction because I haven't seen any games. I don't know who's going to go up, who's going to go down. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the number 1 and 2 teams are going to be Fnatic and Alliance. I'm expecting them to do well. Considering what we've seen from the both of them in the last few months, I think Alliance are hungrier. I think they want it more. I think they'll practice harder. And I'm calling Alliance to be the number 1 team out of Europe for the Summer Split.
All right, quick shot. That is a bold prediction. Now let's see if the fans agree with you that Fnatic's time has come or whether they think Expeke and crew will be heading to Worlds once again as the European champs. Pulling up the Twitter poll, we see that 65% actually think that Fnatic for the win is the one that's going to be taking it. How are you feeling about that, quick shot?
I don't know. It's a lot of faith. Three titles back to back. It's hard to doubt the public. But we got to see what happens. Super Week, 4 games, maybe opinions will change.
It's a good super way to start it off. Thanks for taking the time to walk with us through all the mid-season changes and dropping some knowledge alts. Quick shot, good luck with the games today, and I can't wait to get the Summer Split underway.
Yeah, nor can the rest of us, yeah. So we'll see you on the show later today.
All right, well, we won't have to wait long for the 2014 Summer Split to kick off because in about 15 minutes, Fnatic will start their run for their 4th straight LCS title as they kick off a Super Week's worth of LCS action and hope to take their first step down the road to another World Championship berth. SK Gaming will look for revenge for their spring playoff loss when they take on Reckless and the Spring Split champs. While finishing up our Day 1 coverage, it's the first game for Gambit without Alex each on their roster when they battle Overpow and Roccat. Then coming up on Wednesday, we've got 6 more games coming your way, starting with Gambit playing their 2nd game without Alex on the roster when they take on SK Gaming. With the Spring Split MVP Froggen and his alliance taking on Expeke and Fnatic to finish the 2nd day's coverage. Then coming up on Thursday, we end the first week of the European Summer Split with 5 more matches. And remember, all 3 days of the Super Week kick off at 1700 EST, 8 a.m. Pacific time. Now let's turn our attention to another league that's kicking off today, Fantasy League Championship Series. If you've never played Fantasy before, don't worry. The people over at fantasy.lolesports.com have got you covered. Before you build your own LCS team and check out the articles and stats that will help you dominate your friends in the draft and throughout the season.
Yeah, and now because we want our viewers to finish first in their leagues, we're going to do an LCS preview show, Fantasy Knowledge Buff. So we're going to look at the top performers from the spring, the projected leaders for the summer, and then a couple of sleeper picks.
Everybody's going to want to go back and do them all now.
Yeah.
Let's start with the top performers from the Spring Split. I know we didn't have the LCS Fantasy way back then, but if we had, here's who would have come out on top based on the standard point system. Wild Turtle would have been your fantasy points champion, while Sneaky and Meteos would have actually finished 2nd to Team Solo Mid, for once.
Yeah, the top scoring European LCS pro during the spring was actually Reckless, with his team at Expeke coming in just ahead of the MVP of the European LCS, Froggen. But that is the past, and looking into the future gets a little more tricky. Take last split, for example. Who would have guessed Fnatic would go on an epic losing streak, or that the Season 3 World Championship participants, XGG, would get relegated? Everything's up in the air.
Exactly. That being said, if the teams perform like experts think they will, the top 10 fantasy players at the end of the 2014 Summer Split should look something like this. Odds are Fnatic will play better than they did at All-Stars and perform more like the team that started out the spring with 7 wins and ended the split with another LCS title. And if that happens, you can expect Reckless and Expeke to rack up a ton of fantasy points per game.
But over here in North America, most people expect Cloud9 to continue their championship caliber play, which means Sneaky and High will probably earn their fair share of fantasy love. And according to the experts, the biggest jumper on the list from the spring to the summer split will be Froggen. He had a beastly second half of the spring and carried his team from almost worst to nearly first place. And if he keeps playing that strong, he'll be near the top of the fantasy points table. On the flip side, Wild Turtle stock, it slipped a little with change in support. There will be a learning period, losing X Special, who was an all-league support, to a new guy in Gleep.
All right, now the top 10 projected players all seem like pretty safe bets, but if you're more of a flash over the wall into a 1v5 kind of player, then Chat has a couple sleeper picks for you. And while they're a little lower on the projected points list, they probably should be a lot higher on your draft board.
Yeah, the first sleeper I want to talk about is actually amazing. If you look at the current preseason ranking, he's the 5th rated jungler and 39th overall pick. And you consider that the Odd One accumulated the 4th highest point total in the entire LCS for junglers despite his mechanic slipping. It's reasonable to think that Amazing, with his mechanics and being on TSM, has a shot at cracking the top 10 players overall and could definitely be worth a pick earlier than number 39. Also, another jungler to keep your eyes on is another North American guy who had roster changes around him in Crumbs. He's actually projected to rack up the 9th highest point total for a jungler. But with his lanes getting buffed like that, with Zion, Spartan, and Shifter joining, Crumbs should be able to pick and choose where he wants to attack instead of constantly having to play defense. And that should translate into some huge stats. And another jungler I want to talk about is actually going to be Airwax, because the Copenhagen Wolves haven't lived up to expectations so far in the LCS, but one thing they have done is they found talent, especially in their jungle. Their last 2 junglers were Shook and Amazing. They've put up some big numbers before departing to other squads, so their jungle pool is just good at finding them. And if the jungle pool is thin in your fantasy league, definitely pick up that Copenhagen Wolves jungler with a late pick because he'll have value. And the same could be said about their AD carry in Woolite, because just like the jungle, the Wolves have an eye for picking up good AD carries. Reckless was on Copenhagen Wolves, as well as Forgiven, who was a monster last year, and Woolite looked good in the Challenger Series. So just like Airwalks, Woolite is worth a late round pick. And AD carries, with the last final sleeper pick I have, it's got to be Cop from Curse. He had a major upgraded support with the addition of X Special. And the last time that Cop had an all-star caliber support, he also led the LCS in kills for AD carries. So while Reckless, Doublelift, and Wild Turtle are sure to be first or second round picks, Cop's capable of putting up similar numbers and will be available much later in most drafts. So that would allow you to address other positions where there's a deeper talent drop-off at the start.
And now I know what you're thinking. I've only got about 15 minutes before the start of the summer split. I'll never be able to get a league up and running in time. Don't worry. You'll still be able to put together a league and mastermind your own championship team before the start of week 2.
Still counts.
Still counts. Now, one of the teams that's sure to be a high pick in anyone's fantasy draft is the North American squad that won their 2nd consecutive LCS title. That's Cloud9. Since they first spawned in the LCS stage, Cloud9 has been nearly perfect, winning 88% of their games here in North America. That's 49 wins and only 7 losses. Jat, is Cloud9 the best team that North America has ever seen?
I think it's pretty hard to argue against. One of the reasons for their success is consistency. They're the only team actually in the entire LCS that has started the same roster for every LCS game they've played. And they're one of 2 NALCS teams that will have the same roster they used during the spring split. And for Cloud9 fans, the best part is they're only getting better. Sneaky stepped up his game hugely last split and was statistically the best AD carry in North America during the spring. Plus, Balls has developed into arguably the best top laner in North America. Many are saying it's not even an argument anymore that he is the best. And not only that, but Cloud9 went to All-Stars and then beat Fnatic with a substitute. They also beat TPA, OMG. That 3-in-1 group stage was very impressive. All this put together means that once again this split, they are the team to beat in North America.
And now that you've heard what Jat has to say, we want to hear what you think. Hit us up on Twitter and let us know if you think Cloud9 will add to their incredible record with another summer split title. If you think they'll make it 3 first-place finishes in a row, use the hashtag C9threepeat. But for Reginald and all the others out there that think C9's reign is over, use the hashtag C9theend. We'll be checking in with results later in this show. And speaking of the end, 2 of the original North American LCS squads saw their time in the league come to an end during the summer promotion tournament. Team Coast, formerly known as GGU, and XDG, formerly Vulcan, both failed to meet the challenge of Complexity and LMQ respectively. And now we only have 4 original NALCS teams left in the league, with Team Solo Mid, Counterlogic Gaming, Dignitas, and Curse.
Funny, it's those 4 teams, but it kind of only felt like it was a matter of time for Team Coast, unfortunately, because even though their solo laners have gotten a lot of praise and actually got picked up by Dignitas, the team itself could never really turn those solo lane strengths into team victories. They've been struggling for a long time. Other than their playoff run at the end of the 2013 spring split, which is over a year ago, they haven't been able to win consistently. And then unlike the spring promotion tournament, this time around they were not able to win their way back in the league. And then you look at XDG, on one hand, it's just like the most epic slide in LCS history. Less than a year ago, they were the second best team in North America. They had in Cloud9 2 of their 3 losses of the split on their way to Worlds. But after a lackluster showing during the group stages at Worlds, they made those ill-fated roster changes in their lineup. They moved the most improved player in North America to the jungle, Zuna, the other way. And then they tried to swap him back. And it just did not work out for them. It was disastrous. XGG, they finished last in the LCS before being dispatched by LMQ, 3-0 in the promotion tournament. It was really a tragic end for a team that showed so much promise last year.
Now, the 2 teams that beat Coast and XCG will be making their LCS debuts this Friday. LMQ dominated the Challenger Series, winning the Spring Series 1 and 2 titles before locking down the overall Spring Series championship. Complexity, on the other hand, finished 3rd in the Challenger Series, even though they were the most dominant team in the league, not named LMQ.
And LMQ has received a ton of hype, and rightfully so, because they obliterated their challenger competition. But now the question becomes, can they maintain that level of success against LCS quality teams? Vasily, their AD carry, gets a lot of love from the LCS community. Xpecial and Doublelift have both sung his praises pretty loudly. Their mid laner, Xiaowei Zhao, puts up incredible CS numbers and equally impressive KDA stats. And a lot of people expect LMQ to finish in the top half of the standings, or maybe even higher.
Well, although players on LMQ might be unfamiliar to fans who haven't been keeping up with the Challenger Series, Complexity has several guys that have played on the LCS stage before.
Yeah, and this is the second time the Complexity has actually had a team in the LCS. Both of those teams have actually contained Prawley at some point. Complexity was a part of last season's spring split before being defeated in the summer promotion tournament by Quantic, which is the team that we all know now as Cloud9, so you can't really blame them for losing out on that series. And as far as Prawley goes, he has always had a deep champion pool and had great success in the promotion tournament against Shifters. So Complexity's top laner, Westrice, is also another guy we need to talk about because he had a long journey to the LCS. He competed in the Season 1 World Championship and now makes his return to premier status in North America. It's been a while for him.
Yeah, it really has. Good to see him back on top. Works out. Now, when you add the 10 new players on Complexity and LMQ to the 3 new players on the other NALCS teams, and then factor in the 3 players who are swapping jerseys, that means out of the 40 NALCS starters, 16 of them will be different than they were at the start of the spring split. That's 40% of the league that's changed. Let's start our analysis of the additions and subtractions in the NALCS with the team that was in first place for most of the spring split, Team Solo Mid. Gone are longtime TSM members Odd1 and Xpecial, and replacing them are former Copenhagen Wolves jungler Amazing and challenger support Glebe, the support formerly known as Glebe Glarblu. Do these changes make Team Solo Mid capable of challenging a team like Cloud9 for the summer split title?
It's going to be really hard to see just because it is so much change, and it's more change than TSM has ever had at one time. They've always changed out one player at a time before. However, every single one of those changes has resulted in an improved Team Solo Mid, so you can't really doubt their decision making. But first off, let's look at the jungle change. This one was mutually agreed upon by all parties and makes the most sense. The Odd1 admitted that his mechanics were not world class, so it was the smart move to bring in such a mechanically strong jungler in Amazing. And if things go well for TSM, they're not actually losing the Odd1, they're gaining him as a coach. The change of support, however, is a little bit different. It wasn't mechanical shortcomings that led to the decision, it was actually a chemistry problem that TSM stated. And it's strange because Xpecial is coming off an all-league spring split, voted #1 by everyone. Well, not everyone. It was #1 over Afromu.
Right.
But Glebe is an unknown commodity to the community, and he's from most of the challenger scene. It is the most questioned decision that TSM has ever made. You add that to the fact that TSM hasn't had very much time to practice with their new team, and it could be a couple of rough weeks for TSM to start the summer. But this is what they need, and it's what they think they need to do to compete with Cloud9 and ultimately for the World Championship. So you can't question it until the end of the season.
Right. It's interesting to see Team Solo Mid pick up somebody that's not just in the LCS. It's kind of that, like you said, unknown commodity. And while Team Solo Mid parted ways with their longtime bot laner, he quickly found a new home with Curse. After starting 3 different supports as Cop's backup during the spring split, Curse locked up the all-league player for the summer.
And this looks like another great acquisition for Curse. Xpecial is in a line of many big-name players that Curse has actually signed over the years. They've signed St. Vicious, Voyboy, and Edward to mixed results because Curse is very willing to take a chance on players that other teams sometimes deem not worthy or just sign superstars. And this acquisition in particular has the potential to do great things for both Xpecial and Curse. Xpecial's finally on a team where no one's voice will overpower his, and he's really excited about it. So It's a lot of volatility for a team that went through 3 supports last year, but it's X Special, who is a fantastic support and a name brand.
We'll see how they do. The third team that will be starting a new roster for week 1 of the summer split is Counter Logic Gaming. In response to their top laner Nien stepping down, Monte Cristo and crew searched around the world. And funny enough, they found their new top laner in Monte's backyard of Korea. But unlike the addition of Dexter before the spring split, Seraph is a relatively untested commodity on the pro stage.
Yeah, I mean, Nien stepping down caught everyone by surprise, and it means CLG really had to scramble to find a new top laner, and they really think that they found a great one. Seraph, even though he is a little bit unknown, he only played 1 pro game in Korea. He was on Najin White Shield, who's actually in the finals right now of OGN. And he hasn't seen much playing time, but he has been deeply entrenched in that Korean pro scene. Lived in a gaming house, practiced with the Najin organization, and now that he's here in the NALCS, it looks like he's been able to communicate well with his team, and the addition has been working out very well for him. So just when you think CLG has finally lived up to their potential last split, they had a little bit more.
A little bit more. Now, despite CLG importing a Korean top laner, Team Solo Mid, adding an amazing jungler, and Curse signing an all-league support, the team that may have improved their roster the most during this mid-season hiatus was Dignitas. After finishing the spring split with a 12-16 record, their worst in the LCS so far, Dignitas swapped out their solo lanes, signing the recently relegated Zion, Spartan, and Shifter to replace Cruiser and Skara.
And this was a really smart move for Dignitas. They took the best parts of the 5th place team, added them to the best parts of the 6th place team, and they're hoping they equal a team that's good enough to go to Worlds. Their biggest weakness was in the mid lane. We saw that the temporary benching of Scar and the failed experiment with Golden Glue, they really didn't have a solution there. Now they have Shifter, a top North American mid laner. He put up tremendous numbers on a bad team. It'll be really fun to see how he does with Crumbs backing him up in the jungle. If you look at the top lane as well, Cruiser had better stats than Zion Spartan, but the numbers don't necessarily tell the whole story. Zion's a guy who draws a lot of attention from the other team, and Dignitas will benefit a lot from that top lane pressure.
All right, now that we've taken a look at the new teams and rosters, it's time for you to look into your crystal ball, Jat, and predict who will be the NALCS Summer Split winner.
I think it's pretty simple as far as the prediction here goes. A bunch of teams made a lot of changes to catch one team. That team is Cloud9, and they're still the favorites right now. I got to go with them.
All right, well, you guys have heard what Jat's highly controversial pick for the Summer Split title is. Let's see what the fans at home had to say. The Twitter poll is going to be 57% saying that Cloud9 will still take it, but that is very close.
Yeah, it's
for having 2 dominating splits.
It is a very competitive North American scene right now. All the changes are supposed to be for the better. Everyone around there is saying this is the strongest NA has ever been.
It's interesting. With all the mix-ups going on right now, I think a lot of people are figuring out which wagon to be on for the start of the split, and then there's going to be a big band after that.
There's a lot of wagons right now.
There's no trains right now. There's no trains to be riding. It's pretty great. And Game 1 of the North American LCS Summer Split might go a long way in determining whether Jat and the fans are right. NA's Super Week of games kick off with a rematch of the Spring Split Finals as the defending champs take on the new Team Solo Mid, followed by Xpecial's Curse debut and the first professional game by LMQ.
Then on Saturday, Team Solo Mid takes on their former support as TSM battles Curse, with the new Team Dignitas getting to test their solo lanes against the Spring Split champs in Cloud9.
And then on Sunday, Week 1 of the LCS Summer Split wraps up with a battle between two of the teams most picked to be near the top of the standings when the season is done. Doublelift and Counter Logic Gaming versus Meteos and Cloud9.
All 3 days of the North American Super Week begin at noon Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time.
And now over in Europe, almost 2 weeks ago, the best teams and most popular players from around the world gathered in Paris for the 2014 All-Star Games. And what resulted were a multitude of memorable moments and a ton of big plays. Here are the 5 biggest plays, or as we like to call them in Paris, Le Penta.
At number 5, Bjergsen rapidly picks up a triple kill in Earth.
Will take it down. He flashes in. That's a double kill. Now Mad Life's there. Ultimate comes through. Wild Growth is used. He gets the triple. Bjergsen, absolute beast.
And at number 4, Going gets going with the great teleport escape.
It could be the right time. Let's see how fast it is.
It's going to be Pomelo that tanks this one up, but there's a flash from Impact. He does get first blood, and he's managed to get away. He gets 1 kill back. He's going to TP out. It's going to be quick. He got away. He's got away from it. 15 HP left for Going. He doesn't get any closer than that.
At number 3, Faker takes on 4 people and gets a double.
found himself another bunch of kills. There's
That's a party, though.
Ultimate, look at that. Peke is in all sorts of trouble. Intervention was used. They finally get Faker down, but it took 3 of them.
There was 4 of them, actually. He killed 2.
Coming in at number 2, it's Piglet with the flashy moves as he outplays Medium.
Flash over the wall. Oh, what a flash away from that one. And they just ping-pong Meteors around.
Et là, il y a Piglet. Oh! No way! No way! Ce flash!
And the #1 play of the week is just another thing Faker does. Kill the enemy jungler and steal Bear.
Try and make the play. He's gone in. He's gone for Cyanide. He wants to try and pop him down. Maybe enough. He gets Cyanide down before the Baron drops. The Baron is so low. It's going to get stolen away by Faker. This is tragic for Fnatic. What sublime play by the Season 3 World Champions.
All right, guys, that does it for the LCS preview show. Now let's send it over to Cologne, Germany for day 1 of the 2014 European LCS Summer Split. Thanks for watching.
It's a new season, everyone starts from 0-0. None of the teams change.
People thought that it would be the same, but now they know that it's definitely not.
Eric's leaving Gambit is a huge difference from last season. It's a fresh start for them, they're tryharding more than before.
Copenhagen Wolves, they lost 2 of their main players.
We're working a lot on team bonding and just keeping a very positive atmosphere.
We have big chance to prove everyone that we're not that bad like everyone thinks.
I think our changes is gonna show a very different Super crew.
I think there are gonna be so much surprising teams.
I think there will be many dark horses this split.
Every team has to see if they have synergy with the new players or not.
Last season everyone thought that we would be at the bottom. I'm not gonna judge any of the roster changes yet until we see them.
Hello ladies and gentlemen and welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series Summer Split. I'm Joe Miller along with Martin Deficio Lungen coming to you live from our studios here in Cologne, Germany, and we're ready to kick off the split with a 16-game Super Week as the teams continue down the road towards the Summoners Cup.
And even though 3 of those teams had to battle challengers for the LCS spot, all 8 of the European teams are returning to the league. Over the next 11 weeks they will compete across 112 games to try and make it into the playoff, and of course, possibly to the World Championship.
And with that in mind, here are the teams that are going to be facing off against each other today. We'll kick things off with an El Clasico between Fnatic and SK Gaming, followed by Roccat taking on Millennium.
After that, we have Copenhagen Wolves facing Alliance. The Millennium will take on Super Hot Crew, and we'll close the day with Gambit versus Roccat.
And even though the same teams from the spring split have returned here in Europe, there are some new faces in the crowd, as you've heard already in the preview show. Here are our new and returning players that we'll be keeping an eye on this week. My first choice up is SK Gaming's mid laner, Jesus. There's no doubt that he gained a ton of experience and very quickly during his first split, but he's gonna have to step things up here in the summer split with a view towards Worlds. That starts with expanding his champion pool. He's played a lot of the farm-heavy champions, but definitely needs some more diversity moving forward. The second player to watch is Woolite. Of course, a new man coming in. He played for Denial Esports in the relegation game against the Copenhagen Wolves. Was very, very impressive there. He was also a sub for the Wolves last year, but stepping in to replace a player as strong as Forgiven won't be easy for him. We're going to see today if he can rise to the challenge.
Airwalks is going to be my first player to watch. He's a bit of a wild card, because we need to see what he can bring to the Wolves as he replaces Amazing, who was one of the best junglers in the league. And he played on STO in the 2014 Spring LCS promotion group stages, and then he played on heavy bot lane in the last Coke series, where he lost in the very first round against Cloud9 Eclipse. Next player to watch, Cotnex. He replaced Aranea in the last split and had a very positive impact from the start. Cotnex, he is a carry jungler, and Millennium, they showed in the promotion tournament against NIP that they know how to play around Cotnex, and they can make sure he gets all the farm he needs to carry games. Last player to watch, it is Froggen, of course. After leading Team Ice to victory at All-Star Paris, the Spring Split MVP is considered by many to be the best mid laner in Europe. And this is actually the split where Alliance and also Froggen really need to claim the throne and secure a spot at the World Championship.
And of course, you'll find all the stats for all of these players and much more over at lolesports.com. You'll also be able to find today's schedule of games and let us know who you think is going to win.
Just pick the teams you think will win on the schedule and hit submit. And you can also find out how to join us here in the studio in Cologne to see these games live. Just head to the ticket link at the top of the page for all of the information.
And we'd also like you to join us on Twitter. Today we want to know which EU LCS player do you think will make the biggest impact on their team this split, and why?
Well, it would be easy to go with Froggen or Reckless here, but they already had a big impact last season. So I'm actually going to go to Super Hot Crew and take Mr. Rallis. New support, and I believe he can really step it up together with the rest of the team and show how good of a team they are, and possibly go towards the World Championship. But of course, we want to hear your answers, so send them to us at LoleSports, along with the hashtag LCS, so we can highlight some of your responses later in the show.
And that brings us into our first game of the 2014 LCS Summer Split. What a great one it promises to be. A rematch of the Spring Split Finals and another El Clasico as Fnatic take on SK Gaming. Now, Fnatic are coming into today's game after having a bit of a rough time at All-Stars where they struggled to even make it out of the groups and into playoffs. They did manage to beat the Taipei Assassins, but that game was their lone victory as they were then swept aside by SKT.
And Fnatic really seemed unmotivated going into the All-Star Invitational, and despite the support of their hometown crowd, they never really managed to perform as a team we know from Europe. Their playstyle was very over-aggressive, and they often engaged too early or chased after kills, and this simply opened up for opportunities for the opponents to just take objectives or turn the fight around on them.
But despite that weak All-Star showing, Fnatic starts this Summer Split as favourites, and they're still a very strong team, there's no doubt in that. However, they have to be more consistent and not repeat that Spring Split swing where they went from a 7-0 winning record to a 0-8 losing streak.
I think it's very clear the Fnatic players, they need some help with the mental aspect and to assist them in preparing throughout a tournament, because they need someone who can spot issues in order to sort them before they become a real problem. And this could be the key for more consistent Fnatic and for a team who can really represent Europe at Worlds.
And on the other side, of course, SK are one of the few teams who didn't change anything on their roster or on their staff in the middle of the seasons. They showed very consistent play in the last split, and let's be honest, they impressed everyone with their objective control and their late game team fighting.
100%. SK Gaming, they rely on outplaying the enemy team on the map in the mid-late game. Quick decision making and then focus on objectives. Then while they have Freddy split pushing up in the top lane has been the key for them to win. And the only issue was in the early game in the matches where Svenskeren didn't manage to carry the team. He didn't manage to get any kills on his ganks. The meta, however, the meta really fits SK Gaming perfectly. Because you can win games on fast map movements and playing the right champions. And because we have to be honest, they were never a team to win on individual skill, but they won through tactics and shot calling, and we just need to see if they can keep up this performance and if they can stay as consistent as they were last season.
Well, Fnatic are hoping to bring their experience from the All-Star Paris into this match, while SK Gaming are coming in motivated and looking to top the team that handed them that second place in the spring playoffs.
Overall, I think the Fnatic team that we saw last split is the one that we see this split. More or less relaxed, calm and refreshed from their breaks.
The strength of SK last split was mostly that they play really well as a team and they make very little mistakes.
But at the same time, you have to think twice as well. Like, why are they so successful in the micro-strategy? Oh yeah, because they have an analyst and a coach that's watching their games every day and telling them you have to do this and this to be more effective on the map. So it kind of makes them really look like an Eastern team, and I think that's why they're so successful as well.
I know that Fnatic had more practice than we did in the break, at least, because they went to All-Stars and they played all those top-tier teams, and I think they figure out things that we haven't figured out yet.
Now that we are even more experienced after All-Stars, we should have an easier time against them, I hope. I think we're all motivated and we can use that motivation and we can get an upper hand.
Cyanide has a pretty small champion pool. He usually always have a pretty small champion pool, so it's pretty easy to ban out.
We have to make sure that we do the same map pressure and we apply the same pressure. We can't slack and stay for an extra wave on top lane, bot lane, mid lane, because we will lose a tower instantly or our objective instantly if we do.
And I think a very key point there from Reckless at the end, they have to keep a lot of pressure on the map. Just staying for one extra wave can cost them a game. It's what's won SK a lot of games last year.
And it's what cost Fnatic games during the All-Star tournament. Often we saw Reckless stay to farm a lane a little bit too long, and then SKT or OMG or something would punish them elsewhere, and they just fell behind. So we need to see if Fnatic have fixed it now coming into the LCS.
Well, let's get to it and check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Fnatic with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke in the mid lane, and the duo of Reckless and Yellowstar.
On the red side, we have SK Gaming with Freddy in the top lane, Svenskarn in the jungle, Jesus is the mid laner, Candy Panda is the AD carry, and of course, Enrated is the support.
And as we head into Champion Select, let's check out your predictions. According to the voting over at lolesports.com, it's not really a surprise to me. You've picked Fnatic by 80%. That's a large number, and we have to consider, okay, Fnatic are on paper the favorites coming in here, but 80-20 is a big difference.
I think it's too big. I mean, we don't exactly know what to expect from Fnatic. After All-Star, we don't know how much time they had to practice in between the tournaments and now LCS starting. So we need to see what they're actually going to bring to the table. And SK Gaming, they've had the coach, analyst, everything working with the team in the break here, and of course they want to go for the #1 spot. So they should be very motivated, and I can actually see SK Gaming winning.
And that's what you have to wonder here. What is the advantageous position to be in this position? Is it Fnatic who have had to take on some of the world's best in Paris, had the travel time there in between, and let's be honest, having to prepare for a completely different set of teams, or is that on SK Gaming side here, because they've had the time to sit at home? Have they been on holiday? Have they been just training through? So many questions to be answered, and very interested to see the outcome of that quite short period, to be frank.
Yeah, and I mean, it can go both ways. Yes, it's always great to play against these insanely good teams, some of the best teams in the world. Learn how it is to play under the pressure, see what they're doing in the small things that you can change yourself, learn to do it, and then try and use it on the teams here in the LCS. However, preparing for SK Telecom T1K and preparing for SK Gaming is very different. Like, different champions, different play styles. Yeah, it might be a little bit alike, but still, it's not the same here. So for Fnatic, all their time they used to prepare for All-Star, completely different teams now in the LCS. They need to redo all these things here, need to rethink the picks. Also because it didn't actually work for them during the All-Stars. I mean, Reckless on your screen now, he picked Graves a few times and never really did too much on it here. Is this still a pick he wants to go for in this 4.7 patch now against SK Gaming? We need to see. And for SK, the fact that they've had this long break, they have time to work on the issues from last season, time to watch all the VODs, watch Fnatic's games at All-Star, try and really break down and make just one specific tactic for this one game because it's the first game of the season. They knew, or they know what to expect from Fnatic. Honestly, I think it's in their favor.
And that's the important thing here. If we look at the last 2 splits here in Europe, they've been so very close that just one win, although, you know, we look at a season, we think 28 games, play each other 4 times. That is a lot of games against each team. But we've seen it now 2 splits in a row that head-to-heads really matter. Just one single win can mean a difference between first and even third place. We've seen that happen already. So even at this very early stage, the first game of this split, this is so important.
Yeah, just the mental aspect going into the tournament. If SK Gaming goes in, beats Fnatic, who was the team who won all splits actually here in Europe, all the LCS splits, beat them on day one and just say, oh, we're actually doing something right here, things are working for us. It gives you such a big confidence boost they can use moving on into the Superweek, because it's 4 games they have to play this week. Fnatic, on the other hand, if they lose the first game, they might say, ooh, things are not working for us. It didn't work at All-Star. What should we fix now? We need to see how both teams adapt to it. Obviously, we talked about it. Fnatic will always be favorites when it comes to Europe and LCS. But SK Gaming also a very strong team.
Well, we are going to be moving to Champ Select here, so let's touch on that quickly before the first bans come out here. We saw Fnatic banning a lot of Ziggs at All-Stars. The thing is, how is this going to be working out? They banned, if we look at the playoffs, against SK Gaming. Every single game, Ziggs taken away.
Ziggs and Evelyn. Evelyn already banned away here. Every single game banned away from SK. They don't want Svenskarn to play this early game pressure jungler, which Evelyn is, who also scales well into the late game. So I like the ban, and I really like the fact they banned away Twitch here. Because Twitch was a very big pick at All-Star. It's been a very big pick in Korea, in NA. I like the fact that Europe picking up on it and knowing how strong the pick actually is. So Fnatic banned away, don't want to deal with it.
And especially when Candy Panda was a player playing Twitch, when not many people were actually playing Twitch across the board. So let's have a look at some of the other ones. Cassidy, you already mentioned, still very strong. probably going to be a red side ban throughout most of the day. Jax also, we've seen how popular it's been. They decided to take that out as the second ban here against Fnatic.
Well, so I think Kassadin was actually nerfed here in 4.7, which we are playing on. However, it wasn't enough. I mean, he's still such a strong champion. Worth it, you have to ban him. Wait, that's it. Against Fnatic, you never give them Kassadin. SKT did it. They played with the skin comp. Almost backfired for them. Actually could have lost the game to Fnatic. So, pretty obvious ban from SK. And Jax just been a power pick for quite some time now.
So Yasuo a ban here from Fnatic, quite interesting actually, because Jez is not a player that we really associate with Yasuo, but we also know him as a counter to Nidalee, which has then forced that final ban out there as Nidalee first picked Irelia though. That is a surprise.
So Irelia, nothing actually changed for her, but she's still considered just such a strong pick because of the teleport, because of the fact you can survive the early games in your lane, and then you can teleport around and get into the mid-late game point where Irelia is very, very strong. SK's side, I'm not actually sure how much Freddy plays Irelia. I think he prefers the likes of Trundle, so I don't think SK Gaming minds too much. Yeah,
Trundle is definitely a champion that he's gone to time and time again there. They also pick up Lee Sin here for Svenskeren. You mentioned earlier on that Evelyn was banned away as the first ban for Fnatic. And also, the fact is Svenskeren has to be strong if SK Gaming as a whole aren't performing.
The early game relies on Svenskeren. What he can do with his ganks, how much pressure can he apply. He needs to help out the lanes. He always goes to bot lane first to gank, then he goes to top lane. He ignores the mid lane where Jess just farms. That's why, again, Lee Sin is a perfect pick for him and such a strong pick in the current meta where fail player junglers kind of fell out of favor again after some nerfs. So it makes sense to get the Lee Sin here, very strong. And of course Lucian, I believe actually for pretty much all AD carries in Europe, he was the most played AD carry.
So on the other side, Graves, you talked about it a little bit before. We saw it at All-Stars from Fnatic and from Reckless, weren't too impressed with it. They picked up LeBlanc as well at the same time.
So I like Graves with LeBlanc because you have so much burst potential on a target. If LeBlanc lands the chain, Graves can dash in and just fire all the burst and his target should go down. That's where it can be very, very strong. Wave clear wise though, if you look at the first three picks here from Fnatic, it's going to be a bit risky for them. I mean, yes, you have the ultimate from Irelia. Yes, you can jump in with LeBlanc here, but it's risky. Same goes for Graves. It's very short range wave clear here. So if SK is sieging on a tower, it's going to be hard for them to for Fnatic to actually clear the wave. Could be an issue. However, they're clearly going for a more offensive comp themselves to start something.
On the side for SK Gaming, their third and fourth picks coming in. Trundle, not a surprise to us whatsoever. We already talked about how much Freddy loves that one. And then we see Kayle coming down. At this point, you have to wonder, does he go to Jesus or does he go to Enrater? Because he has been the one that's been picking up this support Kayle.
Could be an option, of course. But we've also seen quite a lot of mid and top Kayle lately where you build a Hurricane as your second item after Nash's Tooth. And it's something starting career. Actually, maybe Kautar did it half a year ago here and his team was like, nah, we don't like it. Korea really picked it up. A lot of people have been playing it, and it's just so strong. We can talk about it more if he builds it in the game here. But it's gonna be Trundle and Kayle together. Very, very beastly team fights, especially late game for SK here. It's gonna be hard for Fnatic to kill any of these targets so far.
So other side then, jungler locked in for Cyanide will be Elise and Thresh for Yellowstar. Now, Thresh is a champion that Yellowstar had played a few times early on in the spring split, but kind of shied away from it when it came towards the later stages.
And I believe actually, during All-Star, he said, I don't actually enjoy playing Thresh. I don't think he's a top 3 pick for me. Seems though he's rethinking and picking it up now. It is still a very strong pick. I mean, we don't really need to say anything. Most supports consider Thresh the #1 support here, so it's a very strong lane for Fnatic. If they land the hook, a lot of bursts coming in from Graves. I might actually expect him to try and lane swap though, because they want to get this Irelia away from the Trundle, as Trundle is very strong against Irelia in the early start, in the early game here. Could see Fnatic lane swapping around. In case it works for them, we need to see what Source can do on Irelia.
So final pick then for SK Gaming confirms the suspicion of where Kayle's going to be going into the mid lane, of course, with Morgana now going over to Enrated. So interesting lineup here. And a couple of the thing is, you look at Irelia for Soaz, and while it's not a champion that he's tended to go for, we've seen him play it in the past, but his champion pool is so ridiculously deep that you almost expect new picks from him on a weekly basis anyway.
Yeah, that's very true. However, on SK Gaming side here with the Morgana pick as a support, they try to counter their pick comp from Fnatic here. You want to have the Black Shield against LeBlanc. You want to have it against the Cocoon, the stun from Aurelia, the hook coming in from Thresh. I mean, if they can avoid this target getting hit by the single target CZ, so the target won't get completely destroyed, they can try and stop the pick comp from Fnatic. And that's going to be the whole idea for them. Of course, Fnatic, they just want to look for picks all around. Land a hook, land a binding, land a Cocoon, instant kill the target.
We'll see if they can find those picks. And now that the players have selected their champions, we want to know who you guys think ended up with a better team composition. Send your pick to @LOL Esports on Twitter using #FNC or #SK. And we'll check out your responses shortly. Deficio is hard to call so early on in the season, but just looking at these two teams from this first match, who do you think's got the edge here?
Well, so again, both teams are very strong in their own role. I mean, the pick comp from Fnatic, very, very strong. If you fall behind to this and they get full vision in your jungle, they're just going to catch you out left and right. It's going to be very hard for you to do anything. But the team fight comp instead for SK Gaming, also scaling into the late game, is going to be very scary here. Lucian, very good late game. Kayle, of course, is insane late game, together with Trundle. So if it goes too late and it starts coming down to big team fights, I give it to SK. But if Fnatic can take control of the map early on, get good vision control and just start picking off targets left and right, they definitely have the stronger comp.
So here we go then, into game, the first matchup of the LCS summer split here for 2014 in Europe. Fnatic versus SK Gaming. The question is, who's going to be coming out on top of this one? We should talk right now about 4.7 and the changes to trinkets.
So 4.7 trinkets, you can see down on your screen, everything is active, no cooldowns here. 30 seconds and you can place down your trinket. It means every single member, I mean, potentially we can have 10 trinket or 10 wards on the map by 30 seconds here. It means their late invades are harder because it's very easy to spot them out. It's very easy to get vision of all the entrance into your jungle. SK for now, though, seems to just be scouting. Didn't actually put down any of the trinkets yet. Fnatic already put down 2 of them to see if SK were trying to move around here. You can still do invades. It's just harder to actually do it without the other team at least knowing you're there. And SK will now spot Fnatic.
Now we see the vote. 67% of you going for Fnatic, which is a bit of a swing. Obviously, 80-20 was the vote from LOLesports.com earlier on. Right now, Fnatic are the ones that have made the most ground in the enemy jungle. We see them already up there. A couple of wards going down, a fairly deep ward as well to spot in case that, that lane switch is coming around from Fnatic.
But as we see, instantly there's wards down from SK, and instantly they can just move into the red side of Fnatic's jungle. They know everything. Both teams got vision of each other here, pinging each other out. Only thing we can say so far is that Reckless will be up in the top lane, so Fnatic, they get the lane swap they wanted here. As we talked about, they really want to get Aurelia away from this Trundle in the early game. And then, of course, the thing we barely talked about, Morgana with the Black Shield, and then, of course, Jesse's with his ultimate here. And whoa, look at this here. Look what Reckless is doing here. He's actually tanking the minions, making sure they will target the first minion from his wave moving up. You see the very first minion from him already dead. And at the same time, he will now push towards Fnatic. And also, he actually could have done it a little bit better, push it a little bit further away. But also what he wants to do is that when the next wave spawns, he wants the wave from SK to hit his wave faster than his own wave coming down from the bottom lane here. So he's simply trying to get it to push in favor of Fnatic, so actually push away from the tower and therefore denying Freddy as much CS as possible.
And we saw Soaz actually inside of the jungle. He knows that he's in that 1 versus 2 anyway. If he'd have gone down onto the bottom side of the map, and well, he's just going to cause Freddy a couple of problems, who was trying to stay in some kind of range there to maybe get some XP, but he's going to be getting literally nothing up on that top side of the map. So nice little start here for Soaz. It also means that SK's bottom lane is pushing out, and we already see that Svenskeren has started to move into that one, and we also have Cyanide coming into the top lane. So despite the changes here in 4.7, we're wondering, how is this all going to work? We've been seeing that the meta had kind of shifted to these 3-man pushes, 4-man pushes onto the turrets. We were questioning whether that was going to happen here. You can see that actually they've kind of backed away from this one, wanting a bit more of the jungle.
Well, the thing is, again, with... Ooh, actually going very aggressive onto Freddy here, no, backing away. But the thing is, with 4.7, all the outer turrets now takes 30% less damage. So the 4-0 fast push is harder to do because it takes more time simply to kill the tower. That's why both teams, don't actually go for just sending multiple members there. They can just take it down slowly. Both of them are happy doing the same thing. And a lot of action in the mid lane.
Jesus going very, very low from this one. Cyanide diving in. Jesus flashes away to the side. But there is the first blood. Cyanide chomping down, and now they're moving in towards Svenskeren as well. He managed to safeguard off to the minion. Very fast move from Fnatic.
And a very, very big mistake by SK and Jesus in the mid lane. They knew Fnatic was in the top side of the jungle. They know you don't send 4 members to split push or fast push anymore. So Jesus, he should have expected people to be around him here in the mid lane. Instead, he was very aggressive and got completely caught out of position.
Especially when he actually saw Soaz and Cyanide by the Wraith camp there just a few moments before that one. This bottom lane, we see half of the health taken away from that turret. Soaz uses his first teleport here to actually get in there and stop Candy Panda from doing as much damage as he possibly can. If we look at the early CS between those two that have had on and will continue to have a bit of a hard time here, 6-9 in favor of Freddy, who's managed to finally get some CS there up in that top lane. Between the AD carries, it's Reckless that currently holds that lead, 31-24 CS.
Again, we need to remember the start he made here where he tried to deny a lot of CS. I think Candy Panda maybe pushed it a little bit harder because Svenskeren actually moved down around the level 2 mark. But then he backed away because they realized we don't actually have to fast push his tower, so he backed away and went into the mid lane instead. I think Candy Panda lost a few CS here, and that's why he is behind. This mid lane though, Jess is falling behind in XP, and Peggy going very aggressive.
Very, very aggressive indeed. The Cyanide comes around, that's an easy cocoon. Jess is only level 4, no flash available. Peggy picks up the kill. Far too easy there for Fnatic.
Simply too easy. Peggy was ahead there. Cyanide could just jump and Soaz out of position.
Soaz caught out. There are 3 men moving in. The binding doesn't quite land. Svenskeren actually going to go aggressive. Finds this a little bit too far and then decides to back away himself. Very, very close to another kill for either side there as well. In the end, no one gets one.
Nobody here, but Fnatic actually with 3 members pushing towards the mid lane. Soaz though decides to not go for the tower, instead moves up here to get the Wraith camp for himself. SK can quickly move around though and actually defend the tower. But a lot of action, mainly around Justice here in the mid lane because he used the flash and because he was out of position. I can't even blame him for the second one. He was just standing in the middle of the lane, but there's nothing you can do when the Blanc can jump you and then the Elise can jump you as well.
You've got no flash.
No flash, you're level 4. I mean,
you're probably going to die at that point. It's Freddy here. Also in somewhat of a dangerous position. He needs to get into this bush to see them quicker, and he actually will just walk straight into it. Cyanide, full HP. Freddy's been stripped down completely, and he's surely going to die from this one. He himself doesn't have flash available either, and Cyanide picks up that one. SK's reply is that bottom out of turret.
But this is simply lack of vision control from SK and map awareness. I mean, again, Fnatic, Soaz, he went through the mid lane, walked up to the top side of the jungle, so they knew he was in there somewhere. There was a chance. No wards, of course, and yet Freddy just slowly just walks by them. Oh, there's 2 people, I'm dead. I mean, SK, they are not warding properly at the moment, and Fnatic, because they can just roam freely in the jungle of SK, can just pick them out and get the kills. And now teleport from Freddy, they want this dragon.
Level 3 Freddy. Well, Fnatic trying to stop this one from happening. We already see that Peke has moved across, gets the ward in the Dragon Pit, so they've got vision control of it, but they're not really in a position to do anything.
They're just going to time it. They're just going to time it here. Put down the ward, get the timer, so when the next Dragon spawns, be in position. Of course, again, also on 4.7, Dragon got slightly buffed. Gives 20 more gold now to every member on the team, so Fnatic, or SK at least, picking up the first Dragon. They did use the teleport, and Reckless just left by himself in the top lane to farm. Which can potentially become a big, big issue for SK.
Up to almost 70 CS, and with the second spawn here of that red buff, we see that Cyanide is in there. He, of course, did steal away that first red of this game as well. Svenskeren knows that he's inside there, but doesn't actually... Oh, he did have his Trinket up, but decided not to go for it. Didn't have Smite available, so may have not been able to do anything to stop that one anyway. Either way, it's a good pickup for Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic just continue to walk into the jungle of SK like it's their own jungle. They don't even care. They're not afraid. Taking the buffs, getting the kills, all they want here. Jess is in the mid lane, still behind in XP. He will remain behind in XP for quite a long time. And he just needs to try and farm. He's never going to be able to move around here because Peke has all the pressure on him.
I see Blue Buff going over to Peke, 1-0-1. A scary prospect when LeBlanc starts to get ahead of you, both up in CS and in those kills as well. See some more items coming out. The AD carries both picking themselves up a BF sword. The top laners actually both going double Dorans with boots to start things off. And now SK moving here actually will be a 4-man push towards this mid lane. They've actually managed to catch Peke. He dashed straight in there and the ignite is ticking away.
Oh,
there comes the shield and he is going to survive it, but it was so close.
Very, very good binding by Enrated. Predicted to jump in from Peke, just landed straight in his face, got a lot of damage. And SK Gaming can keep the pressure going here. 3 members from Fnatic to try and defend. Not a lot of wave clear. Regulus needs to get in close to get the wave cleared. SK though backs away.
Playing it safe, and those are the scary, fast group up movements of SK Gaming.
Quick decision.
Quick decision making that gets them into a perfect position that obviously caught Fnatic a little bit out there. Peke obviously was trying to do as much damage as he could to stop them taking the turret, and unlucky for him, or lucky for him actually in the end, survived with hardly any help. But now they've got 3 men of their own in this mid lane.
It was the thing we talked about with LeBlanc. Yes, she has decent wave clear, but it's risky. We saw it here and Raid just predicted the jump and binded him and forced him to go back. Almost killed him. Yellowstar just saved him in the end. But Fnatic, yeah, putting on the pressure on the tower here. It's gonna be hard for them. They don't have the best siege comp at least. They want to catch out a target and just instant kill it. It's of course where Kale's ultimate and Black Shield is gonna make it very hard for Fnatic.
Go for Freddy on this one. He spots Cyanide coming in. That's a pillar to try and stop him getting away. There's no flash, of course. That was just used by Freddy. They're going to keep trying to go in for this one. Cyanide's flash actually coming up here in just a second. Can they get the cocoon? No, not quite. But have they got the damage to finish anyway? Freddy will just speed on off back behind his turret. Close, but no kill for Fnatic.
No kill here. Again, they got the flash away from him. He's not level 6. He's also far behind in XP. And Sana, he could just move as he wanted. Yellowstar, though, needs to be careful.
Oh, this is bad news for him. Actually, he's going to get kicked back there. He's Candy Panda coming out from the backside, but a great flash from Yellowstar into that red buff. They actually hit the Q there, did Svenska, and Peke coming across the side as well. And Yellowstar caught a little bit out there, but does manage to survive it. Peke actually having to use his distortion to get away from all that damage as well.
Almost picked up the red buff here. But SK simply responds to the fact there's 2 members up in the top lane, so they move into the jungle, pick up the red buff, and almost a kill again onto Yellowstar. But Fnatic are doing a great job just escaping in the end. Always trying to get something on the map, but SK responding, picking up the red buff here.
Can't always escape though, that's the real danger to that one. And Yellowstar, I think maybe more than anyone else in Fnatic, a little bit guilty of being caught out somewhat, as he's, you know, just trying to ward here, just trying to ward there. But that's going to happen if you want to win this vision control game. We can see that SK have got a deep ward, had 2 deep wards actually in the Fnatic jungle, a couple of them timing out, and there is a scan to get rid of one as well from Yellowstar, who's now picked himself up that sweeper. Actually, there are 3 on the side of Fnatic already.
Sydney going to deny a lot of vision. We've seen the jungle of SK, 2 wards from Fnatic, nothing from SK himself. Some of the wards just ran out, to be fair. They were there before, ran out now, so SK need to renew them. Otherwise, Fnatic can just keep doing what they're doing now. Quick move around the maps here. Sana can find a gank. He's already picked up 2 kills and 1 assist. Svenska though, spotting out Source. He's in the tower actually.
Underneath the tower, dashes straight off to Candy Panda and then onto safety as well. Could have been a little bit dangerous for him, but the time ability there of Irelia making sure that he doesn't get caught too far out of position. Peke also with LeBlanc. Enrater's going to have to, and credit to him for landing that binding early with the prediction. It's got to be prediction, and that's the unsafe thing of trying to lock down the LeBlanc. Cyanide here actually getting caught a little bit far back. There's minions for him to repel to though, so that won't be a danger for him.
It's going to be hard for Enrated to land a lot of his CC because these members from Fnatic are very mobile. Of course, Irelia as well reduced CC towards her due to a passive, so it's going to be hard for him to actually get too big of an impact when it comes to bindings. That's why his Black Shield just has to be spot on.
Let's have a look down at some of the items here once again. Athene's Unholy Grail finished for Peke there on the Blanc, still holding around about a 20 CS lead. And the Stinger in for Jezza, so he's going straight up into that Nash's Tooth. If you look down the AD carries, both of them now got themselves in a Vance set trust. Peke going quite aggressive, but didn't get the initial burst of damage he was looking for the combo.
But you see Candy Panda here? Instantly he just flashes away. Don't want to risk anything. He knows Peke is very strong at the moment. His flash is gone, so next time Peke finds him, it's going to be hard for him to escape here. And we actually see the build from Jezza. A lot of attack speed early. He will be going in for the Hurricane later, and then we can talk about it.
So Dragon is now live. Fnatic have 2 men already in position. Peke's into that bottom lane as well. That is pushing heavily onto that bottom outer turret. Candy Panda being called around to defend this one, but SK need to close in because Fnatic are moving in for the kill here. Onto Candy Panda. It's Cyanide that's actually going to tank up the turret. There's a lot of damage coming in. Cyanide simply repels away. SK's move here, and not a bad one either, pushing the outer middle turret down.
SK responding the best way possible, picking up the mid tower. They will keep pushing it. Only Source is there to defend. His ultimate is gone. This could be the tower for SK, however. Source doing a very good job trying to defend.
Tanked up here by Freddy. That turret is going down. Actually, Svenska going aggressive there on towards Soaz. In the end, Soaz not able to keep a hold of that one, and what looked like a good move for Fnatic, moving in there, taking the outer bottom turret and the kill, means that they lose 2 middle turrets. They will get the Dragon back though.
Both teams actually trading a lot of global gold to each other here. 2 towers for SK, as you said. It's in the mid lane, however, so it's very important for the vision here from Fnatic. So it's very important towers for SK to get down. Dragon though, bot tower and a kill for Fnatic in the bot lane. It's not too bad. However, you never want to just give up 2 towers, so SK clearly won out on this one.
Yeah, starting to get more farming. Candy Panda getting completely caught out though, and he's going to go down. In the end, it was Peke's Ignite that actually finished him off, and those are the kind of kills that you just can't let happen to a pig team with a LeBlanc in there who's only becoming more dangerous.
Look at the minimap at the moment here. Around the blue buff of SK Gaming is multiple wards from Fnatic. And Reddy just placed the single ward SK Gaming has in this area. He just placed it now. It wasn't there before.
On the map, actually.
On the map, actually. So there was no chance for Candy Panda to spot them out. I mean, yes, he should have expected him to be nearby. It was too easy for them to catch him out. But the vision control, it's been in favor of Fnatic throughout the entire game. And they're doing the right thing with this pick comp here. Making sure they deny vision from SK, get superior vision themselves by putting on multiple wards, and then just catching out targets. Candy Panda died twice now.
To try and get some of that control back. We'll take out a pink ward, but he was stood on top of another Fnatic ward. If I can count correctly, there were just 5 in a row there, as one of them does in fact end up timing out from it. Also, Jesus at that point with his Eon, that those mini waves really do not last long, and he can clear them out before Fnatic can get close to these towers.
As long as he can get close enough himself to actually get in range and not get picked out by Fnatic, it's going to be scary for him as well. I mean, both teams, they wait for this with risky for them, and there's a chance they always get caught out. Fnatic, though, should be able to get this tower fairly easily. They're so much stronger at the moment. They just move up multiple members. SK was not in position to try and defend.
And that leaves us at 3-3 in towers. The gold advantage most definitely with Fnatic right now as they look to maybe close in. They are waiting to move on to the side. Peke going to catch 3 of them there with a distortion. Doesn't quite lock anyone up, and the culling from Candy Panda going to force Fnatic to back away from that one. SK really holding their ground nicely there.
Teleport is ready for Freddy. Just came up this second here. He could look to join in for a fight if Fnatic goes aggressive once again. SK for now though. Decided to just kite away. Very wise decision. Didn't have to use any ultimates except for the calling here. Not too big of an issue for them, and Freddy got some much needed farm up in the top lane.
Back to the items. Now we see Blasting Wand and an Amp Tome brought in for Peke. On the other side though, that Nash's Tooth is done for Jesus. He's going to be doing a lot more damage, and we see the Bloodthirst as well complete for both AD carries. So the next few more minutes going to be very, very interesting, especially that next dragon when it comes up. The circumstances it went down last time, SK basically ignored it and just went straight down the middle.
As soon as they spotted Fnatic move towards the bot lane and they knew Candy Panda was dead, the tower was gone, instantly just moved to mid lane, picked up 2 towers. It was a great move by SK, and it's what they need to do here. They're setting up for a gank in the top lane. Fnatic are pinging it out. Yellowstar just used his hook into the bush as well. Nobody was there because SK is still waiting around. Here we go.
Pushing in is the binding from Enrated going to land. Yellowstar is not going to be able to dodge that one. This should be an easy kill for them. Box did go down. Yellowstar actually flashing off to the side, but they will lose their man. Enrated fell low in the process. Soaz is waiting on the backside. Enrated maybe for the picking, but 1 versus 4. Not surely a fight that they want to have. This is a tower going down. Actually, Freddy is starting to teleport out of this one, and he's going to go down towards that bottom lane to help. That leaves it as a 1 versus 3 now. Soaz coming into it, but still has to be so very careful from this.
But still, a very, very good move by SK. Fnatic, they had the idea, they put down a ward here. Still ended up losing the tower, losing a member, and then Freddy teleported to the bot lane where Jesus was defending the tower and actually managed to defend it away from some Fnatic couldn't take it. Again, another great move on the map. Soaz though, he's way out of position.
Q lands, the slow comes in, that makes it Cullen easier to land here. Soaz down to less than half, a good binding as Soaz turns around. They do manage to sew that one up. It's Svenskeren that gets the kill in the end for SK.
Again, SK just doing a great job picking up the towers they can get, picking up the kills they can get to try and get back in this game. They're still behind. Next Dragon coming up in 1 minute and 28 seconds. It's going to be the big thing. Can Fnatic get a pick and then take the Dragon, or can SK just go down with the very strong teamfight combo and try and fight 5 versus 5?
And we've seen from Fnatic in particular, All-Stars, that they had some very dodgy decisions to actually fight. They were in positions where they'd fight for Dragon, where they couldn't really do that, where the decision wasn't really a wise one, where they'd stay around for a little bit too long or chase after kills, and that's something that SK will surely be looking to take advantage of here, and something that I hope from Fnatic's sake that they've actually worked on that whole discipline of not chasing after something that you don't really know what's waiting around the corner.
Looking at this game, I feel like Fnatic give SK too much time to actually move around. I mean, they gave the 2 mid towers, they gave the top tower now where SK actually stood for about 20 seconds just waiting to run in, where there was no response from Fnatic except for moving your support up there. He's not going to do enough against 4 members to survive. So Fnatic, instead of them taking full control of the map, taking full control of the game, and just making sure SK always has to defend the lane and can never actually move as a group to set something up, they let SK do something. And that's what SK has been doing really well, and picking up towers, picking up gold for themselves.
And this is a bit of a deja vu moment. We saw SK setting up this trap just a little bit earlier on. However, Fnatic coming in force from this one. We see that SK say, no, that's too much. We can't fight this one. We have to back away. Peke actually coming in. The presence of Candy Panel forcing to dodge back off his distortion there. That Dragon is available, but Soaz is now coming in from the backside as well. Will SK be sandwiched? No, they've moved as a unit around the side from this one. Freddy's still there, so they could still fight for this.
Freddy there, coming in closely. There was no teleport on his side, that's why he couldn't join in. SK going in though.
Let's go going in. It's going to be Fnatic to get the Dragon in the end. Yellow Star low. The ultimate coming out. Jesus will save Svenskeren, and Soaz is going to go down. Jesus picks up that kill. Can they get any more? They've hooked in Freddy, but he's not the target that you need. And Peke in the meantime doing tons of damage with Reckless now charging on through. Will he have the speed to actually catch up and do it though? No, the Cocoon not landing there from Cyanide. I think that's the end of that fight. A very close one. Look at the health bars of Fnatic.
Very, very close team fight. Svenskeren winning as the first member. Drop low instantly, but the ultimate from Jesus saved him. He managed to get out and they picked up a kill. However, Fnatic could then turn it around, get a kill in return here, but very, very close fight. Look at it again. Svenskeren going in. Freddy's still running. He's not here. He's supposed to be in the front line. And Raid as well, delaying his own ultimate because he didn't want to run through the box. Very well placed by Yellow Star. You know, Source will be targeted to go down, but from here, the rest of SK are like, some is running back, some is still running in. Jesus and Candy Panda ends up being in the front line. And simply just get caught out, and there's a kill for Fnatic. So they trade 1 for 1 at least, kill-wise.
Dragon in the end, they'll go into Fnatic. It leaves them with almost a 3,000 gold lead. 21, call it 22 minutes into this matchup as Enrated will spot a pink ward. They've seen Soaz there on the top side of the map as well, so no immediate action to be had around that area. So let's touch on some of the items coming in. Phantom Dancer now for Reckless added into his Bloodthirster. The other side, Candy Panda going for that Trinity 4 straight after his Bloodthirster.
So pretty standard for both AD carries here. Both of them should be going for Last Whisper as the third item. And both of them, I mean, yes, Graves. If you go full late game, he's a good AD carry, but he's not exactly a hyper carry. He's not a guy who single-handedly just carries a game in the late game like Vayne or Cogmole will do. Lucian, on the other hand, is a bit more safe as well. But both of them actually fits the comp really well. That's what I like about this Graves pick from Reckless. It didn't work too well for him at All-Star. It's been working okay for him in this game.
Lose out again on positioning. SK had started to move down, but of course the inner turret was already taken earlier on in the match, so there's no easy grabbings left in that mid lane. You've really got to commit quite deep in there, especially with the inner turrets open still on the top and bottom sides of the map. The fact is, if SK want to go that deep and start challenging on a turret, they need better ward coverage down on the on the Fnatic jungle. Currently that's a ward on either side of that mid lane. Of course, Baron as well starts to become a concern this late on into the game. A lot of wards already down in position there.
A lot of wards from both teams down here. Nobody want to get caught out of position. Of course, Fnatic need to go in here with the sweeping lenses. They got 4 now. Not only they're 3 early on, actually picked up another one, so they really want to try and deny all the vision from SK Gaming. They need more pink wards down the map. How many do they have at the moment? I can see one at the bottom, one around the dragon. That's about it. They need more pink wards, but get ready, he's dead.
He's dead. I mean, not really much time for that one. He got hooked in there, and the full combo coming around from Fnatic. Graves' ultimate thrown in there. Peke dove in as well. And now Fnatic looking for a grab here on this. So they do manage to get the hook on Freddy. The intervention will save him instantly, and a good cull-in again comes out from Candy Panda, keeping Fnatic low enough to have them maybe second guess about fighting here on this inner tower.
And now the ultimate is gone from Jesus. There's no Black Shield because Inrated just respawned in the base, so the next hook could be the kill Fnatic needs to actually take the tower here. Inrated, he's on his way to try and defend. There's the hook!
On comes in on towards Jesus, but the heal will come out instantly into Cyanide is actually taking all the damage from that one. There's a kickback. Soaz is going to fall. Svenskron will drop down. Peke trying to mop up the low HP champions here at the back. That is his clone that's underneath the turret, and in the end we'll end with a 2 for 2 as the shutdown comes in for Candy Panda.
2 for 2 here. Fnatic went very aggressive onto the tower of SK, took a lot of damage for it and took a lot of time to actually kill the first target because Jesus managed to flash away. Freddy then became the next target. He's still very tanky, took him some time here. Gonna see it in the replay. Remember, Enraid is not there, ultimate is gone from Jesus. He flash away and Freddy is the target. Tanking out quite some damage, and the tower is just going on to Fnatic all the time. Great move by Svenskron, kicking swords in, get a kill onto him. And then actually Steiner, he's very low, staying around. Fnatic they want more. They wanted to land the hook from Yellow Star. A bit too over-aggressive. Could have backed away after the 2 kills and just said, we're fine with this.
Minion damage there on the bottom lane as well. That one was pushing all on its own, and Freddy realizing that he has to get there as quickly as possible to stop that one from happening. Jesus will also be getting himself a blue buff. So after that one, let's have a look down some of the items that have been completed. For Fnatic, Soaz has himself Trinity Force on top of that Warden's Mail. Now there's a Randuin's Omen picked up. Blade of the Ruin King is actually on the other side. Soaz just trying to stalk around there onto Candy Panda, but there's a ward there by that Golem Brush, and Candy Panda spots him coming and will back off to safety. Or they may even just catch him out here.
They have full vision of him. The rest of the team, though, the Lantern should be here from Yellow Star in case Source gets caught up by a binding. Should be able to take it in safety. Yellow Star just waiting around. And there's the binding and Lantern.
Oh no, the kick! He's kicked him away from it, Soaz trying desperately to get back onto it. He actually flashed there towards the Lantern to try and take it back, but that was quite the move from SK, you have to admit.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. They knew, they saw the Lantern. Svenskron instantly just jumps around and kicks him back away from it. Both summoners down from Source. First the teleport to the ward, now the flash. Teleport is up on Freddy here. This should mean for SK Gaming, they can take some control on the map and start split pushing a little bit, and Freddy can then join in for fight somewhere.
Or a dragon, which is just spawned in there for that one. SK
would have probably gotten it anyway.
They probably would have. Or will they? Because Peke here hanging around at the side, trying to do as much damage and just use the distortion. So that is that one, and the dragon goes over to SK Gaming. 2 out of 4, so 50% of the dragons going over to them. And if we look at the gold, it has started to closen up quite a lot from this one. Just 1,500 gold separating them. SK here just rotating back from the dragon to hold on to that inner turret.
And SK simply just want to extend the game. They want to go to this late game point we talked about. We actually see Jesus, he completed the Hurricane. Now we can talk about it. It is completed. The thing about Hurricane on kill, I think the reason it's very, very strong is it applies on-hit effects. So your Nash's Tooth here will do damage to the targets around the target you're hitting. You do damage with your Spellblade from your Master Tools, which is 5% AP on hit. You do damage, of course, with your E, the splash damage from it. And if you pick up a Lich Bane, you also do the damage to the targets around with the Hurricane here. So basically, you actually do more damage, or at least the same amount of damage to 3 targets instead of just 1 target. As long as they're close to each other, the downside about the build is you're very auto-attack focused. If you get stunned, you do nothing. If you build full AP kill, you're more about your burst from your Q and then 1 hit with your E with the Lich Bane. This build is more about just staying in the back and just auto-attacking again and again and again for the entire team fight. So if he gets locked down, by a hook from Yellowstar or a cocoon from Cyanide, his damage is pretty much non-existent.
See how Jesus' positioning all works out when those bigger team fights start to roll around. Right now, Fnatic are clearing out Vision over by Baron, or at least they think they are. Reckless actually stood on top of a ward there by the red buff, which may or may not be cleared out. There we go. Scan comes down. That will be spotted out. But look at this. SK starting to step forward. Lightning comes out, doesn't quite land. Svenskron's Q was slightly off there as well in terms of direction.
Oh,
he's gonna keep going. Very, very aggressive. That Q will land. Will he follow through? Yes, he will. He's gonna kick Yellowstar, but off to the other side. Yellowstar actually flashing that one, and he's gonna get caught by the binding. That is some bad news. Yellowstar getting picked out.
Xpeke was caught in the bottom lane here for an SK game. They spotted him and simply just went straight for the fight. Very aggressive move from Svenskron, chasing onto Yellowstar, and now going towards the tower here. Look at Peke, he's coming towards the mid lane, but he's still far away.
And they might not have much left when he actually gets there. This turret being stripped down quickly. There is the Indian turret going down, and Jesus is going on towards Soa. Has not quite got the damage. Sidestepping the cocoon. Peke is still waiting in the lane, but they're going to lose out on the inhibitor. Here is Peke from the side. Good damage, but he's going to get locked down. Surely, Candy Panda actually flashes over, picks up the kill and the shutdown. SK take the lead in gold in this match.
And again, Fnatic, they give full control to SK to do whatever they want on the map. If you're split pushing, make sure your team is in a position to punish the enemy if they move multiple members to stop your split push. In the bottom lane in this instance here, Peke was alone pushing it. Rest of Fnatic were just standing around. Some of them were at Baron, some of them were in the base. They weren't in a position to punish SK for anything, so SK spotted simply out Yellowstar at the Baron, just went straight for him. They knew there was only 4 members, or a chance of 4 members. Easy kill for them, and then went straight for the mid lane, and Xpeke was just too far away to do anything. Fnatic though, starting the Baron. 3 members from SK is nearby, and actually stopping them instantly.
Pillar going down there from Freddy. Shield was on, so Yellowstar wasn't ever going to be able to lock up Freddy either way.
Hurricane goes to Baron.
Not really, yeah. I just want to kill that one. Oh wait, I've got a Hurricane, not cool. Blue buff is up here, and that may well be stolen away. No, that will actually in the end go over to Cyanide. We'll make sure that one doesn't fall. Wondered how aggressive Fnatic were going to be about that Baron. They saw that 2 men were recalling there, so they had the numbers advantage, but you know, they started to fall a little bit behind. The fact is that Jesus now is doing so much damage to them, and they realize the 3 versus 5 on Baron in particular is going to be such a risk.
Again, they're playing a pick comp here, which once you go to the late game part, it's going to be so hard because, again, you need to rely on picking out targets, not straight up team fighting. SK can just go 5 members, find a fight, and they're going to be the strongest team.
Here, holding in a bit of a trap set up by Svenskron and Enrated on that top side as well. And the irony of it really with SK up against a pick comp here inside of the Fnatic jungle. Trying to pick someone up, setting the traps there for them. They're pushing out all the lanes as well, and there is the push coming through. They managed to lock up Jesus, but have they got the damage to finish it off? They try and turn around. Freddy actually being burst down very, very low here. There's the intervention coming in. Soas went a little bit too deep from that one, and it was only really Freddy and Svenskron a little bit that took the damage, but we see the heal coming out. His ultimate use. That leaves them in a 5v4 to take this turret.
Again, the ulti from Jesus, the black shield from Enrated. It's the perfect counter to a pick comp here. Whenever a target goes low, they chase towards to try and get the kill. Nope, here's a shield, here's the ultimate from Jesus. You're not gonna kill him. And instead they can just turn around. They've done it again and again this game, and Fnatic, whenever they try and chase for a kill, simply countered. And now, very nice binding.
Very nice lantern though, and this time Cyanide able to take it away. So as of course fell foul of that one earlier on, but SK know they've done the damage that they needed to the jungle, and that means that they're going to start off the Baron. They've got vision just by that blue area as well, so they know exactly where they could be coming from. The Baron already down to less than half HP, but Fnatic gonna start to move back in around to this one, but Baron's already gone down. Cyanide gonna get locked up here by the ultimate of Enrated, and the damage gonna come through in just a second. Jesus finally gets back into the side, a good cocoon, but there is a push around from Peke in the side. Soa's now going low. He's gonna have to speed away, but Yellowstar maybe the sacrificial lamb. He'll be hunted down and finished off. That will be a 2-for-0, and the Baron going over to SK.
And they go for the finish here. All 5 members are up. They're gonna regen from the Baron. Are they just gonna time the inhibitor and kill it? No, they actually want to try and finish this game.
Well, Inhibitor might actually be spawning in just a second, so that might stop that one. But here is Peke trying to defend off from this one. Svenskron actually landing in the queue, kicks him away. The Nexus turrets have already gone down here, and they're going to focus it in. A lot of damage from Peke, but it's not enough. SK Gaming pick up their first win of the season here against Fnatic. Brilliant win.
And they simply outplayed Fnatic when it came to objectives, when it came to moving around the map. Early game, it was issues. The vision control wasn't there for SK Gaming. They gave up some easy kills for Fnatic. But Fnatic just didn't know what to do with these kills, and instead SK Gaming picked up the middle turrets, they picked up the top tower, got the dragons a few times as well, and managed to simply out-rotate Fnatic on the map.
Let's see how gutting that is for Fnatic, having that lead coming in. Looking so good in the early stages of this matchup, but not able to push it through towards the end. And we've mentioned this earlier. Well, how are Fnatic going to react to losing their first game of the season?
Yeah, again, we need to see what they can do going into next game, of course. Everything can happen. We need to remember SK Gaming are among the best teams in Europe. So losing to them is not exactly a bad thing. However, the early game was fine for Fnatic, but then you just didn't know what to do. And that's something they really need to fix. They need to go back and rewatch this game here and see how are we playing our pick comp, how are we playing our split push, where are our members? When one guy is split pushing, applying pressure, where's the rest of our members? Because in this game, whenever someone was pushing, all 4 members would be, someone would recall, some would do the wolf camp, and someone would be warding Baron. And that's what SK also just took full advantage of. Killed Yellow Star, took down the inhibitor, and then just forced the Baron afterwards. And from there on, once it came down to team fights, the late game team fight comp from SK were just so much stronger.
I mean, there were 2 very clear big decisions there from SK. The first one, if we think back, Fnatic get a kill on Candy Panda in the bottom lane, and SK say, well, okay, you have that outer turret in the bottom lane, we're going to take outer and inner in the mid lane. And then they did it again there at the end. They see Peke's not there, they just charged straight down, got the kills, and they couldn't defend it.
And that's simply also SK instantly seeing how many members are there from Fnatic, how many members are back to defend, who's defending, okay, what can we do? If it had been like a Ziggs defending, he would have been able to clear the wave. It was on Aurelia. Clear the first wave, second wave, you do nothing. Because your ultimate is gone. And that's where SK instant react. And just go straight for the mid lane, take tower 1, take tower 2, and actually turn a bad situation around in their favor. Didn't care about the dragon, let Fnatic get the dragon. We take 2 towers, we get a lot more vision. Because actually around this mid lane area, later on when they caught out Yellow Star, after they killed him, after they got inhibitor as well, the entire jungle of Fnatic was suddenly warded by SK. It was the other way around. Earlier in the game, where Fnatic had all the vision control, SK in the end just took full control after they got the mid turrets, removed them, full wards, could spot everything, catch up people, and Fnatic couldn't do anything.
Well, fantastic win for SK Gaming. We're going to send things over to Shox, who's standing by Riftside with SK Gaming's Jesus.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, standing by with Jesses. Jesses, tell me about the game from your perspective, because indeed, as they touched on, early game was kind of hard for you guys, but incredibly well fought back. Tell us about that.
Well, I played the Kayle against the blank matchup quite a lot in scrims, but every single time I played the matchup, I was against Elise like this game, and I had cleanse in all those scrims. So I kind of played a bit overconfident, and as they lane swapped, I knew they were going to gank me with both Aurelia and Elise all the time. And I don't know why I didn't go cleanse like every scrim. So I just got stomped over early game, but our rotations were just better, and we just managed to get back in the game and win the game.
Absolutely, you guys did very well actually. Tell me about your build on Kayle, seeing the Runan's Hurricane in the mix.
I saw one Korean guy do it in an official match, and then I talked to some other guys about it. And it seemed pretty good. I played it in scrims, and you get so much out of it. Like, you push so fast, and you get such good team fight potential. You get so much damage because your damage was nerfed so much from when they removed the AP scaling from Lich Bane and the Q scaling. So it kind of fits Kayle pretty well.
Definitely worked out very well for you guys. First win is in. You guys finished first in the regular season in the spring split. Walk us through the expectations of SK Gaming for the summer split.
I'm kind of expecting at least a top 3. I'm not allowed to say anymore. I don't know. I can't say.
All right, well, we'll be looking forward to seeing a lot more of you guys. Congratulations on the very first victory. We're going to go to a short break, but after the break, it is time for Millennium versus Roccat. A lot more action coming your way. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, Summoners. You just saw SK Gaming take a turnaround win from Fnatic, and I'm here with Lee Sweat and Trevor Quickshot Henry to break down that match. A great game to start off the summer split here, in my opinion. Let's start off by the early game, because Fnatic actually had a really strong showing, and especially Cyanide on that Elise, just doing very good all over the map.
Yeah, it really started strong. It's something that Cyanide has done many times in the past. If you look at his all-star performances when he was playing Kha'Zix, we were talking about upstairs how Cyanide finds a way to get kills. He has an impact early, but then can't carry it through. You know, he was sitting 3-0-3 at one point, which was great. It helped Fnatic, but then they got to the inner turrets of SK Gaming and everything just fell apart. They couldn't get past the towers. They didn't have a siege composition, and Cyanide's early prowess ended up equating to nothing.
Yeah, and it was interesting just to hear from Jesus back then. He said himself, he says, I knew that Cyanide was going to be coming for me. He knew it was happening. Maybe it's because he said in the video that Cyanide got a really limited champion pool. I don't know. So he was kind of expecting a backlash. But Svenskeren as well. You know, both of these junglers were very good during the spring split and have continued their prominence here in the summer split. Good start from both junglers. We'll see how it continues.
Yeah, because on the other hand, we also see things reoccurring for both teams that Cyanide couldn't carry through the game. And again, SK Gaming not being able to dominate that early game straight off the bat. And we actually have a replay of how they did pull the game back in their favor. You can pull that replay up on the screen right now.
Yeah, so the one thing that I really want to highlight is at 17 minutes, SK Gaming are 4,000 gold behind. They are 5 kills down, but they've done a good enough job. They're still even on towers, 3-3. The one thing I want to highlight is throughout the spring split, SK Gaming always fell behind in the laning phase. They seldom went even or ahead, but they always stalled the mid game, and they used their superior strategic and map movements to get back in the game. So let's roll this clip out. You'll notice the rest of Fnatic are pushing on the bottom lane. You can see pings there. SK Gaming are grouped up. They have 4 members moving themselves towards that top tower. They're immediately going to dive onto Yellowstar. Yellowstar does the best that he can to fend off this assault. But at the end of the day, SK Gaming just have a better position and a better game plan. They focused on the tower. So as, honestly, he's milling around. I have no idea what his game plan was. He ends up giving up a kill in 30 or 40 seconds. I have no idea what was going through his mind, and it's something he needs to think about. What we just seen there at the end was a teleport from Freddy. He was moving himself to the bottom lane. He defended his own tower. So SK Gaming got a kill, a tower, defended the tower, and another kill onto Soaz later in the game. All from just calling and communication while being 4K down in gold.
And this is something we've talked about so often through the spring split, was the fact that SK would always be slow at the start, yet they'd always manage to pull it back. Their teamwork would always get them back in the game.
Yeah, it's something that SK as a team, they don't necessarily have the strongest individual players, but they're making it very clear in this very first game and all throughout the previous split, their analytical approach to the game is something that's working very well. I know Lee, you're bringing up quite often during All-Stars that SK have this analyst, they have a coach, they have a sports psychologist.
Yeah.
And it helped Jesus with his game. It's definitely helping the team with theirs.
Yeah, I mean, we heard Fnatic, of course, talking about it in the pre-show, talking about how it has affected them. It's something we mentioned, obviously, with Fnatic when we were at All-Star. It's what a lot of the Korean teams do. The Chinese teams have it. We're seeing, of course, the North American teams. We've got Monte Cristo, of course, so with CLG now merging everything in there. Maybe it's time that the European teams look at SK Gaming, who were a brand new team at the start of the spring split and went on to top the league. They need to look at their approach and maybe start listening to these guys, because clearly it works.
Yeah, an analyst can be so central to the performance of the team, and maybe an analyst is someone that could say, maybe not go for that Aurelia first pick.
Strong words, but truthfully. Soaz and Aurelia didn't do well at All-Star. 0-6-3,
something like that, yeah.
Around about there. This game, 0-3 again. Not only the champion didn't really work out, his in-game decision-making was a little questionable.
That 1v3, you got to wonder what was going on there. I mean, you could see he was trying to maybe set up, get a quick kill on towards Yellowstar, get something on the board, but everybody knows, even how, no matter how strong you are, going 1v3 has got to be a huge play, and it backfired and made him look bad.
Yeah, a lot to study up on for Fnatic, but great performance by SK Gaming once again. But as for now, we're going to head back over to Joe and Afisho at the desk for our next match. But first, let's take a closer look at Millennium's underdog victory in the summer promotion tournament that got them back into the LCS and the summer split.
Right after we placed 8th and we knew we would face NIB, I think all of us were a bit not really confident.
It was really tough times for us as a team. We knew that NIP is incredibly strong. They dominated the whole challenger scene, so it's gonna be really hard.
Like NIP had a really good showing before, and they definitely deserve the praise they got.
I just went to the promotion match with my head down and I hoped for the best.
Going back to game 1, I was like, oh, NRP looked very, very strong. After game 3, all of a sudden I think Millennium is the favorites now.
Well, here we go then into game number 4. It's 2-1 to Millennium.
We should have taken it as well, just some miscommunication and some misplays.
Crimson got a little bit too far forward, and that is a lot of damage coming his way. He's going to get focused. Nukduk actually is going to blow him up. Cornex may find himself in trouble. 70 seconds for Cornex, 60 as well for Crimson. Millennium making the mistake, which may end up costing them a place in the LCS.
Yeah, after that, people felt a bit angry and dismotivated as well, especially like Kotangs, because he's kind of new to that, so I told him to calm down.
It kind of helped me get over it, so I could like reset my mind and go into the next game.
Just the anger that we lost such a game gave us a lot of boost for the last game, and yeah, we just wanted to show that we are actually LCS material.
Nukduk does come across, he's going to go for Crimson, but he's dead. Millennium win the game 3-2 and secure their spot in the LCS Summer Split.
Most of the people didn't believe that we could actually beat them, but we did, and it felt great actually.
Oh, I think all of us knew that they were the favorites, but somehow we managed to pull together as a team and win the game.
Now, the start with the summer split, it's kind of for everyone just a wake-up call to see that they didn't practice that much, that they didn't do everything they could to win.
We're not gonna waste our second chance. I'm pretty sure that for the next 3 months I'm gonna play 12 hours a day, because I just promised myself that I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna deliver.
You just want to win as a team. You want to start playing as a team.
I went to All Stars to get my motivation back, getting the desire to be on the stage, being one of the best.
If we don't do the same mistakes as the spring split and people keep the performance they have at the beginning now, I think we can go to World Championship. I think we have a good shot on that.
In the last split we had a kind of loser's mindset, and right now everything resets.
We just trust in ourselves. We are a team, and we believe in ourselves, and we know that we are actually really good. I think we definitely can surprise LCS and the people who don't believe in us or who think Millennium is trash and they will be again at the bottom of the LCS. Maybe it will go like that, but we will try everything to surprise people and to kind of see their faces when we are on the top.
Absolutely great to see Millennium having a little bit more confidence back in their game, because that's something that seemed to haunt them when it came to the spring split here in Europe. Welcome back, guys, to our second game of the European Summer Split here in Europe as Roccat take on Millennium. Roccat secured third place, of course, and surprised everyone in the last split. They started the season as a mysterious team who picked Mordecai as a mid and even had the Polish version of Mad Life on Thresh.
It's a very nice title, Joe. I really like that for Vanderlife, of course. And Roccat, they're a team who showed great teamwork and individual play from the start of the split, and then they relied on these tricky picks and, of course, the clutch engages as a team.
And while Roccat had a great start last split, they slowed down a little bit towards the playoffs. Their surprise picks didn't really work out anymore. Maybe you could argue that with the Akali in the playoffs. And they started losing the laning phase, which is key. They were never really able to come back if they lost that early game. And they focus on fighting for objectives, which you just can't do if you're too far behind.
Exactly. And in general, Roccat rarely fights unless it's for an objective or if it's a high reward, low risk situation. Roccat as a team only had 260 deaths in the spring split, which is the lowest of all the teams, and had a 9.3 average deaths per game as a team. However, their assist total is the worst in the league, so it really shows how little they decided to teamfight, unless it was calculated and focused around these objectives. And this is reflected in how they stole the most buffs, 82 in total during the spring split, and they took 45 dragons when they won the games, but still had the least amount of dragons in Europe. And this just shows their inability to come back after falling behind in the early game.
Some very conflicting stats when you look at the
there
numbers
it goes,
on
like
paper
up and down.
How it was really working out for them. On the other side, Millennium made it through the spring split the hard way. After finishing in last place, they had to take on the Ninjas in Pajamas to stay in the LCS and managed to pull off a fantastic win in that epic best-of-5 promotion game.
Millennium, they showed they can adapt in a best-of-5 series. And if you look at Game 1, they lost every lane and quickly just lost the game. Game 2 started out the exact same way, but this time Millennium actually managed to extend the game, and then they turned it around for the win after, I believe, 72 minutes. Going into Game 3 then, they stuck to the tactic of just surviving the early game and then working the clock with a superior late game comp. NIP, they never had an answer to the defensive tactic from Millennium, and therefore they just ended up losing.
And Kevin and Cottonex really stood out for me as the star players for Millennium in that series. Cottonex played absolutely amazing on Nocturne, and Kevin stuck to more late game carries like Ryze and Jax.
And both players have simply kept up the strong performance from the entire last split, actually. Cottonex, he showed he's a carry jungler who can put the team on his back if he gets the needed farm and the needed kills. Kevin, he managed to go even in laning phase against Sora Zero, and then he scaled into the late game where he would join forces with Cottonex to simply carry the fights. And Kevin's performance all season has been great. He has the second highest KD of the EU top laners. He also has the most kills of top laners in Europe. And both him and Cottonex, they are the players which need to perform for Millennium this split. Otherwise, we might just see them end in the bottom spot once again.
Well, let's check out the starting lineups for this game. On the blue side, it's Roccat with Zazas in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane, Celiver the AD carry, and Vander on support.
On the red side, we have Millennium, Kevin in the top lane, Cottonex is in the jungle, Curb in the mid lane, Creaton as the AD carry, and Jiri is on the support.
We talked a lot there about Cottonex and Kevin, but we should probably talk a little bit about the rest of the team as well. The likes of Jiri, who, he's a naturally quiet person and as such somehow manages to stay out of the spotlight while still picking up weird stuff in the support role. We've seen Zillion, for example, out of him this year.
He has a lot of weird ideas. I've talked with him a few times. I mean, all of a sudden he wanted to play Warwick support as well. There's a lot of weird ideas going on here, and from time to time, the team actually lets him pick one of these weird supports like Zillion or the Blitzcrank, and it actually works out for him pretty much all the time. He makes big plays on these champions, and his mechanics when it comes to skill shots, very, very strong. That's why he can play Blitzcrank, and that's why he can play Thresh on this very high level and make the plays. So it's a very good support to have because you don't have to rely on someone else to make the big play. He can actually do it for you.
And let's be honest, that was SKT's surprise pick that they teased
everyone
everyone
in Europe
about.
Forever, man.
Zillion, that's all about
Last split as well.
They've obviously been watching Jiri and Millennium when they got their ideas for that one. Creaton as well, who for me has been in the past one of the most incredible, outstanding AD carries. He said himself that last year, we heard it in that video, that he played more solo queue in the last 3 days than he did in the entire last split. Not sure really how much he played in the last split then.
No, it's actually a little bit sad.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like much to me.
No, and it's a big issue actually for quite a lot of teams. When some of the players lose a bit of motivation, they start to play less solo queue, only play scrims, and that's it. You drop down mechanic-wise, that's how it is. Creaton, back in the summer split, when he played, the team was called Alternate. Before he broke his hand, I actually think he was the best AD carry in Europe at the point. Then he broke his hand, he was gone for a few weeks, came back and never really was the same. I'm not sure how much motivation he lost back then, but if he can find his old form here, he can really become, again, one of the best AD carries in the league, and that's what Millennium needs, because the rest of the players, they're actually good players. They don't have a superstar. They don't have a hard carry, a guy who will say, this guy, he will always perform, he will always do well. They have a lot of players who's doing their job, but they're not doing anything special. Creaton could be the guy. If he's the guy, could actually mean Millennium could all of a sudden become a very strong team.
And that's the thing as well, if we think about the story with Creaton and the hand, Alternate were actually doing incredibly well up until the point when he did that. And let's be honest, it's not like in any, in football, for example, when someone breaks a leg, sometimes they come back and they're just not quite the same player. It's not a physical thing with Creaton, it's definitely more of a mental thing. He said himself that he struggles to really find the motivation, and in that video, a real positive sign from my side of things is that he said, I realized that if I want to go to Worlds, that I have to do that for myself, that I can't rely on other people to put the hours in for me, that he needs to be the guy that carries him and his team further on in his career.
He needs to be the guy, and then Curb needs to be more consistent in the mid lane. He has some fantastic games where he's like 5-0 LeBlanc, killing everyone, and then he has the opposite, where he goes 0-5 and does absolutely nothing. Like he had a Swain pick, fantastic champion. Didn't work for him. He went 0-6, did absolutely nothing. Next game he played LeBlanc, went 5-0. I mean, he needs to be more consistent. And if he can actually also find the right play style, the right champions, and then the team can build things around him as a mid laner, again, they have good players. They just need to be more serious when it comes to practice, and they need to be more determined when it comes to what champions to play, what play style do we want to use. And then if we look back at the promotion games against NIP, they need to be able to do better in the early game. Because they lost the early game, they lost the laning phase, then they managed to defend for 20, 30 minutes, and then when it came down to late game team fights, they had the stronger comp, and they managed to play them better than NIP, and therefore won the games. It's not like we saw Millennium go in, take full control of the map from minute 10, take all the objectives to destroy NIP. It didn't happen. They need to work in the early game. They need to be better at shot calling, quick decision making. And then, as a team, they just need to practice a lot more. It's what they're all talking about.
Well, just a quick update for you here. Creatine having a machine swap here, so should be able to get himself ready in just a few seconds. That's all been done, so he's just getting his settings all up to date. Let's talk about their opponents a little bit more, because he talked a lot about Millennium here. But Roccat, we mentioned it right at the start of this game, that they were a team that everyone said, KMT, coming into this LCS spring split.
You're telling me.
We thought, well, yeah, exactly. The fact that they got into the spring split was a surprise for some people, that's for sure. But people didn't expect Roccat to come flying out of the gates like they did. And I wonder what Roccat have done in this break as well, what they've actually trained themselves up. As you mentioned, Overpower is a guy who really doesn't always go for the conventional. We've seen him play Mordekaiser, we've seen him playing Akali in the playoffs against SK Gaming, which worked out for them in their first game. Actually, they ended up winning that one. But it's not really about the strange picks, but more about being more consistent, I think, from Rockat's side.
Exactly. I mean, Overpower and Kerb, pretty much the same style when it comes to one game he goes 5-0 on Pantheon mid or Mordekaiser mid. Next game he picks Orianna and goes 0-5. We saw it last split. He needs to be more consistent. Roccat as a team, also in the early game, it was the issue for them. Whenever they got a good start, they would actually win the game. Whenever they got a bad start, they just dropped it.
Well, here we go then. We're into Champ Select here. It's Roccat versus Millennium. Who's going to get what? And will Overpower bring out something a little bit crazy for us here once again in the opening week of the summer split? First ban out of the gate is Ziggs. Not really a surprise if you look at games against Millennium. Ziggs has been banned a ton against Kerb.
And also a champion. Millennium has been used to just extend the games. Go late game, be very strong in the last team fight, so I like the fact you just ban it away instantly. Twitch again being banned away. It is really an AD carry nobody wants to deal with, because at the moment he is so strong. I actually think him and Lucian together are the two strongest AD carries, and nobody actually comes close.
Very targeted bans here as well. We see LeBlanc straight in towards Kerp on the other side. Overpowers what has been in the past terrifying Kayle taken away. Jankos on Elise has been a big force for them. And Lulu as well taken away. A champion that both Xaxus and Overpower played. This is interesting though, because we said at game one, Kassadin has been weakened more in this patch, but we believe that he is still extremely strong. Expected him to be a red side ban throughout the day. He gets through and it's a first pick for Roccat.
I think this is very risky for Millennium side, because Kassadin, his Q, his shield was nerfed, the ratio went down, the base value went down, but that was it. And he's still such a strong champion. Going to the late game part, he snowballs out of control. It's what Kassadin does here, so it's a risky thing for Millennium, especially because they are a team who normally focus on the late game. That's also why we see them locking in the Jax. One of the best, if not the best, top laner when it comes to late game parts. And they're basically just trying to respond with, you have a strong late game pick, we have now a strong late game pick.
Taking the Thresh there as well for J-Ree in the support role. We'll see what he can bring to the table playing that Thresh. Actually, has not played masses of Thresh in the later stages of last split either. He was in a similar position to what we saw Yellow Star in, early season. They were fighting over this Thresh pick, but then realized, okay, we maybe don't want it as much. It's going to have it this time around. Now we're on to Rockat's second and third picks. Will we see Graves coming in again? It's definitely become a lot more popular.
I'm still not 100% sold on Graves overall as an AD carry. I think Lucian brings a lot more. I think there's certain other AD carries who can bring more. Cockmore, Vayne, for instance, could bring more to the table than a Graves here. What I do like about him is in an upfront battle against the likes of a Jax, he does more damage because of his box shot, because of his ultimate hitting the first target, doing more damage. And of course with the dash away, he becomes fairly tanky. He's passive as well, he gets more armor, more magic resist, so he can survive a little bit better against the likes of a Jax here. But now Kha'Zix's just been locked in as well. 2 people, nope.
This is a very strong lineup without really saying much more than that. Kha'Zix's going to be locked in here. We've seen how dangerous Cottonex is on that Kha'Zix. And then Lucian for Creaton. As you mentioned, Lucian without a doubt up there in the top 2 AD carries right now. Creaton played a whole bunch of him, picked him up whenever he can get his hands on it.
So again, I actually think Millennium, looking at how the champs like went now, they said, we actually don't mind giving you Kassadin. We know there's a very high chance you will first pick it, so we take the 2 most wanted pick for us, Jax and the Thresh. Had they locked in Jax for Rocket as the first pick, Kassadin had been locked in for Millennium then. So they actually gave away a very strong pick, got 2 in advance, and then because Rocket decided to go with Lee Sin and Graves here, actually opened up for Kha'Zix and Lucian. However, Kha'Zix nerfed on his patch as well. It's harder for him to find a target alone. The isolation is now up to 500 units. It was 350 before, so it's a bit harder for him to get this extra damage. And also his ultimate now, the stealth, is 2 seconds cooldown instead of only 1, which it was before between stacks.
So continuing the late game kind of premise and comps that they're going
So
for
late
here.
game.
Rai's going to be picked up for the top lane for Xaxus. They took Zyra here as a support. The final pick as well, we'll move straight over to that, is a Fizz in the mid lane there for Kerp up against Overpower's Kassadin.
So the old Kassadin, before the rework here, this was a very strong counter against him because he could never get close to you. Now though, with the spell shield, or with the spell shield he gets from his Q, he can actually do fairly well. Still Fizz should have full control of the lane, but Kassadin at least won't be destroyed like he used to do against the Fizz here. So we're gonna see how it goes in the mid lane. But Millennium side, everything scales into late game. Rocket side, Rise Kassadin goes into late game really well. Graves, decent in the late game. It's gonna be hard for him though because of the shorter range as well on Graves. Against Jax, Kha'Zix and Fizz, I mean, they're just gonna jump you and destroy you instantly if you just get too close at any point, and that's where Graves will have issues because of the shorter range, and therefore I give the late game heavily actually, except for how it goes with Kassadin, but I really think the late game combo from Millennium is so strong.
Well, guys, let's take a look at your votes for this match. According to the numbers over on LOLesports.com, 82% of you think that Roccat will take the win. Not surprising if you factor in the whole positioning and final positions of the spring split here, where Roccat surprised everyone, grabbed the 3rd. Millennium were right down at the bottom, of course, in 8th position after that. But I think it's after each team has had time to practice, or not, as the case may have been. We'll have to figure that one out as we go along. But I think that this game is a lot more closer than those numbers.
I agree. I think also looking at the comps here, it can of course, you can always say, yeah, we don't know exactly what's going to happen. A team can make a big mistake and fall far behind. But if you look at the comps here, if Millennium gets to play the way they want, safe, early mid-game, get to late game, with all these champions here, they can do everything on the map. You can split push with Jax in the top lane, Fizz in the bottom lane, keep the Thresh and the Lucian in the mid lane to siege a tower, or always keep the wave pushed up here. And Roccat, it's going to be so hard for him to duel both Jax and Fizz in the late game parts here. But of course on the other side for Roccat, Ryze and Kassadin scales well into the late game as well. So it's not like they don't have anything to respond with.
Well, let's find out, shall we? There is a Q from Jankos landing perfectly onto J-Reed to reveal his position inside of that brush. Not exactly the biggest surprise that there were maybe some action around the red buff corner brush. Ooh, double ward.
Just for the swag.
One's safer than 2. Just saying.
You got so many wards now, the one anyway. Might
That's
as well
true.
just waste them all. Oh, actually, one thing we didn't talk too much about. A lot of wards coming down here actually early. Full vision, no defensive wards from Roccat. They actually wanted to get in with some of the deeper wards. But a thing we didn't talk about, bottom lane-wise, lane swaps. I mean, Zyra actually for most AD carry, or for most supports, is a little bit of a counter to Thresh. I mean, you're strong against him in the lane. However, one hook onto you and you might just die because you're very, very squishy. But the fact with 4.7, you don't have to start full trinkets anymore as a support. You can start the Spell Thief, and that's where Zyra is really strong with a poke.
And there we see Millennium moving back in there. Double ward strategy. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and call that a strategy. Is going to time out here any second. Now, Roccat are sat back, to be honest, so it looks like neither of these teams wanting to risk anything in the early game because, let's be honest, it's going to be a bit of a race to see who gets to the late game thing, the late game portion as fast as possible in this one. This is very interesting though. Cotton-X coming around the side. Kevin is in there as well. The stun is going to come out here. Flash already there from Zazas, and Jankos is going to have to do exactly the same here to get out of trouble. That means that they're going to lose this blue buff. The question is, can he
actually got it?
Yeah, oh, he did get it. That's very, very true. I missed that one completely, but okay, so that's good for Roccat. It slows Jankos down, but it also gives a Rise of blue buff. We'll see what he can do with it, though.
Yeah, there was the lane swap, however, so he won't actually get to use this blue buff to try and poke down the Jax in a 1v1. Very smart decision, in my opinion, for Millennium to swap up top lane, get Jax in a lane where he can just get a few levels, then he can start going toe-to-toe with Rise. Otherwise, he's going to get poked a lot in the early levels against Rise here, especially also with the blue buff. However, it means now due to the failed invade actually from Millennium, there's only one buff over on Cotton-X side and two blue buffs for Roccat.
Quite a little bit pear-shaped for them there. Rise getting himself a blue buff, which, as you said, is going to help him clear out a few jungle camps quicker. Because he's not going to go straight down into, or straight up into that 1 versus 2. Of course, Creighton and Jerry got the 1 versus 2 going on the top side of the map. Kevin, of course, doing exactly the same here with his jungler. Cotton-X just trying to get as much XP early on in the game as they possibly can. Mid lane, I just want to touch on that one here. Both of them starting off with that Crystalline Flask. Very interested to see how the new Kassadin is going to do against Fizz.
I mean, Kerb, as we talked about in Champs, like, he will have control of the lane, and he just want to farm up. He wants to get to the late game point where Fizz is so strong. I mean, you can one-shot an AD carry so easily. You can split push with Fizz late game. You become very hard to deal with. And also due to the lane swaps here, we need to see if Roccat still want to send people to try and gank and shut down Kerb in the mid lane, or to just leave them to one-on-one. Millennium, they seem to be moving 2 members in the top side of Rocket's jungle, and Roccat actually responding by moving down towards the bottom lane. So no ganks towards the mid lane here in the start. Could actually have been an easy gank because Kerb's lane is pushing heavily towards overpower.
Interestingly enough as well, they're considering that so many trinkets available on Rockat's side, they've really got none of them on cooldown, and therefore wards on the map right now. They're quite happy to sit with men there, and they are actually going to go in for overpower. Very, very risky. We see the teleport from Zazas actually coming in, and that will put Millennium completely off the scent of diving for overpower.
Yeah, so Millennium actually get the teleport away from Zazas without any risk of them dying, because they could just back away instantly as it spawned. They knew the rest of the members from Roccat were down the bottom lane pushing the tower. So actually a very good move, and they don't need to send them up top lane. They don't need to send Kevin or Cotton-X up to top lane to push the tower, because they can do it by themselves. They need to go back and defend the second tower though, because Millennium or Roccat, they're pushing towards it.
This is where a mistake could be made. Jerry and Creighton hammering away on that top outer turret, which is down to less than half HP. Zazas continues to sit here in the mid lane with overpower. Well, that bottom lane still has 3 men pushing in. Finally, Cotton-X will start to move around. Kevin already in position, but a lot of damage coming in there. The plant and the buckshot coming out of Celiva, causing a couple of little issues there for Millennium trying to hold on to it. It's already lost half of its health. Not a good sign here for Millennium if this continues. And finally, J-Reed does come down from the base. That should force Roccat to back off.
Should force them away here. So Millennium respond well enough. Creighton up in the top lane should be able to take the tower, unless we see some quick rotations up from Roccat. I would actually like to see Zazas, instead of staying in the mid lane and splitting XP and getting some tower damage here, I actually like to see him move up to the top lane, because Roccat, they would know if Jerry doesn't go back to defend, the 3 members from Roccat can actually take the tower, and if Jerry then recalls to defend, it's only 1 member up in the top lane, so Zazas alone could actually hold the tower 1v1 against Lucian, because he's already level, I believe he's level 3 at the point, so he should be able to hold the tower. I actually like him to move up there, simply just to say, Millennium, if you move a member back to defend this tower, you won't kill this one, because I'm here to defend it now against against a single member. Instead, though, he's been in the mid lane, laning with overpower actually, sharing XP and now pushing onto the tower, getting quite some damage. However, Millennium should be able to react, unless Roccat now moves instantly from the bottom lane into the mid lane with 5 members and just straight up takes the tower.
And leaves an early Dragon pickup as well for them. Very, very possible with 3 men in bottom, 2 men in that mid lane as well. Your AD carry is not going to get there fast enough from the top side to even think about that one. Just a quick update here. Vander is just having a quick client restart, so hopefully that will be all fixed up here in just a second and he can get himself back into the game so we can continue this one. But early on, very, very interesting. A lot more about the map than it is about focusing certain lanes down in terms of kills.
Again, we had the invade onto the blue buff. Millennium moved in with both Kevin and Cotnex to try and stop the blue buff. Actually ended up going over to Sasus, so there was no blue buff from Cotnex. Ideal situation, of course. They wanted to go and stop them from doing it, force them away, and they could take it for Cotnex. Then he could take the red buff and get double buff, and also share the XP with Kevin, so you can get some levels. Didn't get the blue buff, which meant 3 buffs over on the side of Rocket, and then both teams were, of course, lane swapped. Jankos went down bottom lane, took the tower, pushed it up towards the second tower, and that's where, of course, Rocket now needs to decide, do we want to go to defend the tower, do we want to go hard on the mid tower, or do we just want to back off? If they just everyone recalls, I feel like it's a wrong decision, because they actually have the pressure on the map, and they should force something away from Millennium here. Should force them to decide between getting a tower or losing a second tower, or at least something. I mean, losing the dragon then. There's multiple options for them at the moment.
Well, guys, if you're just joining us, don't forget we are in a super week here in week 1 of the summer split. 16 games overall, 1 down, not even half of one. We're about 5.5 minutes into this one, so can't really call that a half at this point. Still so many games to go. And I want to talk a little bit about fantasy here, because the Banana Kings are in fact playing the Danish Dynamite today.
In our office league, not in the Caster League.
That's it, we've got 2 because, well, I actually got good picks in both of them, so I'm quite happy with them both.
I don't really agree.
We'll see by the end of today whether the Danish Dynamite go down to the Banana Kings, I think.
So the only issue about my name, especially in the Caster League, is I don't actually have any Danish players. So it's a bit of a with the name. Luckily, I managed to pick up Mr. Rales in the other league, and I'm looking forward to see what he can bring later in the day.
Going to be a very, very interesting season.
Let me just ask, what Fnatic players do you have?
I actually only have Reckless, who was 4-0 in that last game, so not all that bad.
I had Sana, though. Sana did pretty well.
Okay.
It's not too bad.
Okay, we'll see about that. Still a long way to go, as you said, here in week 1. Being a super week and all, we've got another 14 games to go after this one. Just another quick update. Vander seems to be on his way back into the game, so Rocket against Millennium will be getting back underway in just a sec.
We can just quickly talk about 4.7. What we've seen so far in these 2 games. Level 1s. A lot of wards being put down, a lot of vision, hard to lane invade. That's also one of the reasons Millennium's lane invade here failed. Rocket managed to get the blue buff fast enough. We didn't see any fights yet, not even in the last game. And then when it came to lane swaps, it's been the same deal. Sending 4 members to just straight up push a tower, people don't do it anymore. It's very rare. You can still do it. It's just a lot harder because it takes a lot more time to kill the towers. They take 30 less damage for the first 7 minutes. So it's very hard to kill them. And that's why we see these more slow lane swaps instead.
So here we go then, back into game. Hopefully everything sorted out here for Vander, and we can get this one back underway. So here's what we were trying to keep track of before. What is the move from Roccat going to be? They had 3 men there, and I talked about the easy dragon. That's what they're going for.
Yeah. Millennium actually tried to respond in case there would have been 5 members pushing the mid lane, because Jerry moved straight in there from the bottom lane to defend it, and Sasus actually went up to the top lane here. It's about the dragon for now. Jankos getting fairly low. Jerry's there to try and stop it.
Doing a good amount of damage here. Jankos actually falling real low. Teleport coming in as well. Jankos having to safeguard over. But here comes Kurt. He's level 6. He's got the ulti out. And Earth comes flying through for first blood for Millennium and a dragon.
Such a smart play by Jerry. He put down the lantern so Jax could teleport to it. Join in for the fight here. Got some damage on Jankos, who was tanking the dragon the entire time. Kurt picked up the first blood. Nothing better than when your assassin in the mid lane gets the first blood here. Sasus, he was up in the top lane. Teleport was gone because he used it in the mid lane. It means, however, he can at least defend the tower. So Rocket did some of it. Some of the things we talked about here actually really backfired for them going towards the dragon. I still feel like they should have gone mid lane with 5 members, have been a lot more safe.
Yeah, by easy dragon, I mean they're actually going to end up getting first blooded and losing the dragon. Of course, is what really happened by the end of that one. There's Overpower. He's, of course, level 6 now as well, so got the safety of that Rift Walk in there as Cottonex and J-Reed both came around to this mid lane just to make sure that there wasn't too much funny business going to happen. If you look at first item there coming out from Curb, we'll touch on this top tower in just a second because that may go down here. Creatine pushing very, very far on through. The turret is surely going to fall, but Xaxus now going to step forward here. Creatine knows that he's in big trouble. He's going to go towards Xaxus. There's a lot of damage coming out. There's the Lancer. Oh, Jankos followed him through. The Hulk comes in as well, and Jankos goes down to the Colin.
Wow.
Mistimed follow through there on the Q. Creatine picking it exactly the right time. And Millennium again getting themselves a second kill, which looked like it wasn't going to go their way.
Millennium are just getting the kill. You just said it. I mean, the Lanterns from J-Reed twice now been MVP. First one so they could teleport. Second one now so he follows up. Look here. Lantern being clicked. Jankos already second activated his Q. Follows him. And then J-Reed just lands an easy hook. Another kill for Millennium. And so far they're responding pretty well here. And Rocket been doing some of the wrong decisions. Xaxus should have been top lane earlier to defend so the tower wasn't so low. So this situation would actually never have happened.
That timing.
The Lanterns, man, J-Reed.
Exactly. We talked about his Zillion earlier, but so far his Thresh has been pretty damn impressive. Team Mia just wandering up towards the Dragon area. Got themselves a big ward up down there as Cottonex went quite low there to his own red, but won't actually end up causing him too many problems, though he'll recall straight after that. And the first blue buff's been given over to the mid lane.
And also, Jankos is level 4, level 5 onto Cottonex here. He's been farming the entire time because he never actually had to go anywhere except for bot lane once to defend the second tower. He never had to go push somewhere. He just been farming together with Kevin down the bottom lane and then also in the jungle. Jankos, he was with the team in the bottom lane to try and push up there. Then he went for the dragon. It backfired. He's now actually very far behind and he's already going to get outscaled really hard against the Kha'Zix because he's Lee Sin.
Keep a little bit of an eye on this mid lane. Overpower, despite having that bit of pressure onto him earlier on, he's now up past level 6 as I mentioned earlier on, got himself that Catalyst boots and picking himself up quite a collection of wards as well to make sure that he's not going to push down too early. And there is the blue buff going over to him as well for that mid lane. Curb, of course, already got his just a little bit earlier on. So that lane going well so far here for Overpower.
Yeah, farming pretty well. Against Kassadin, after the changes, he became better in the laning phase against mages because of the spell shield onto him with his Q here. So he's been using it pretty well to farm. Both solo laners though, for Rocket side. I mean, both dual lanes here. Side lane is very hard. Both side lanes are actually pushing toward, or Millennium are freezing them at the moment. So Rocket, the only way they can respond is just go 5 members to the mid lane and try something.
Oh, gonna go flying through, but actually no follow-up there from Millennium. They just wanted to get him away from that turret. A 4-man push would have been pretty hard to deal with, especially with Fizz, Kha'Zix, and Thresh in there, who no, they do have the wave clear if they want to dive straight on top of the wave itself, which is never really what you want to be doing in that scenario, especially when the likes of Zyra is there to really lock you up. They're actually going to have another attempt on a push here onto this mid lane.
Their ultimate from Curb is gone here, so they should at least be able to get some damage onto it. Curb gone very aggressive though.
On that one, actually doing good damage and managed to find Bandit through the middle. Connex dives in there, but they're going to finish him off. Kevin now coming in from the side. That's a killer piece here. And Overpower chases over through to J-Reed. Not quite got the damage yet to finish that one off. It's 1 for 1.
So down the bottom lane, Kevin had pushed the wave all the way into Xaxus here, and then he just rotated to the mid lane, and that's why they went for this very aggressive engage. However, Rocket is staying here, and now they might be caught out again.
Overpower, the one that got stunned up there by the counter-strike, but he's gone deep and they get the kill onto Curb. Overpower in trouble though. The safeguard comes around. Will he get away from it? Kevin trying to chase, but the Rift Walk coming up just in time for him to escape. That was a risky play, but one that pays off in the end for Rocket.
They got a kill, didn't get the tower, however, so Millennium managed to defend so far. Creaton is now in this mid lane. Top lane is going to push heavily in favor of Millennium, so that's going to be a big wave building up. That's why you can go in here to try and defend and hold this very important tower for Millennium. We also saw how risky it is for Millennium to actually wave. Because you talked about how Fizz needs to jump into the minion wave, and whenever he's too close, Rocket will just go for him, get a lot of damage onto him.
Kill gives Overpower the first one of his game, moving up towards that Rod of Ages. Now got the blasting one on top of that Catalyst from earlier. If we look at Xaxus, who's been relatively quiet here, He's definitely awarding that brush, Vander, just saying. Got his
Don't
tier,
spoil it.
got his tier first of all, and also got himself that catalyst now. There's some pretty standard stuff there for the Rise. The worrying factor is, though, how far he is behind Jax on that front. A kill in there for Kevin, plus the CS lead, as now they're going to try and shut down Xaxus and Curb that goes diving in. The fish will knock him up, and you see the damage already. No return whatsoever from Xaxus with the tier catalyst start.
There's no combat stats on the Rise here. He still needs to build up. He's Rod of Ages. He's going to be late. His tier is going to be hard for him to stack it up in time here, so he's going to get delayed a lot going towards his power spike in the late game, as Millennium doing a very good job trying to shut him down. And you notice how, with Kevin, they kept him just to farm a lane. They didn't actually rotate him around. Now Curb going very aggressive in the mid lane here. Vander got away with the flash.
Yeah, flashing away from that one, and Millennium here trying to take advantage of this positioning, trying to get themselves in for the second dragon of the game. Of course, the first one was really nicely timed for them. Really a good job by J-Re overall getting himself in there. We are going to see Millennium take that one. Jankos is in there, but he's going to get blown up. Kevin will also flash away from the ultimate of Vander there as well. And now Xaxus is trapped inside the pit. Some good damage to Continex. He will ult himself and get away from it. Xaxus did flash out there, so in the end they do manage to escape, but they still lost that one man.
They lost the one man, they lost the dragon, they lost the teleport, they lost the flash as well on to Xaxus here. A lot of things invested in trying to steal a dragon, which didn't work for them. Millennium now can respawn, get some damage onto the tower here. Will be forced to back away, however. But again, for Rocket, their decision-making for them is a bit weird, because they always end up just investing too much into something and don't actually punish Millennium for anything.
4,000 gold lead here as well. We're going to take another look down by the dragon here. And again, going over to them, Creaton got the kill onto Jankos, and look at Cornex, his timing on his ultimate here. Had nothing left.
Remember, 4.7 the ultimate, now it's 2 seconds between the times you can actually go stealth. Almost cost him his life here, he just spammed the ulti button to get stealth again and get away from here. Otherwise he would have died, still would have been worth it because they picked up the dragon as well.
So, phase check, no, not quite, both players putting down the ward there in towards that tri-bush. I want to just touch on items here briefly as well, because the mid laners in particular have got their first ones in. Rod of Ages, of course, for Overpower. On the other side, the Lichbane first pickup for Curb. So, you know, with the changes to that Lichbane, there was quite a lot of talk about how strong Fizz still can be. He's obviously still strong enough in the right hands.
Still doing a lot of damage. I wouldn't say I'm surprised about the first item Lichbane here. Most Fizz normally actually go Sheen and then build an Hourglass, and then they complete the Lichbane here, because remember, it now scales off your base attack damage, and at the same time you need more AP to make up for the same, because your AP ratio has been nerfed on the Lichbane. So as a starting item, it's not as good as it was before. However, it's working for him now, and because you pick up the 2 kills, you get it fairly early and still do a lot of damage. And also his attack damage, because he got some levels, is actually high enough to make the base Lichbane damage better than the old Lichbane, because you need 67 attack damage, nerdy stuff, for it to be the same as the last old Lichbane. Now he has like 83 or something. There you go, Joe.
Well, that's why we've got you for the nerdy stuff, Deficio. This could be bad news for Roccat. Celiver's going to face check straight into Cornex, but, well, Tower's still up there behind him, and he will just dash off back towards it. Didn't really lose too much. Meanwhile, Creaton pushing his mid lane against both Lee Sin and Kassadin. That could be fairly dangerous for him, but we do see him get away to that tower. Still had flash, still had summon and heal available as well in case things got really bad for him.
And Overpower with the Rod of Ages, and wow, Curb going very aggressive again.
Yeah, Xaxus is probably going to go down from this one. Ignite is ticking away, and Curb picks up kill number 3. We said it before, no combat stats whatsoever here for Xaxus. Had no flash available to him at that time. That's a pretty easy pickup for Curb.
And he's pretty much out of the game for the next 20-25 minutes, because he has 700 gold at the moment, so he won't be able to complete the Rod of Ages. Every time he tries to farm and stack up his tier, Curb just comes in, forces him away, either kills him or just completely zones him away from the minions. So he's so far behind, his core items are so delayed. Only Overpower in the mid lane here with the fairly early Rod of Ages can actually scale now into the mid late game. Rise is just delayed so much.
Is he going to go to farm after this one? That top lane has already been his grave, so to speak, twice in a row now, both times to Curb. The last thing you want is Curb getting going here. Sorcerer Shoes now added in for him on top of that Lich Bane that we talked about early on. This mid turret, though, tantalizingly low for Roccat. That will become a target for them, I'd imagine, in the pretty near future. Creatine up until now has been the man to really defend from that one. Jerry has picked himself up mobility boots in there as well, so he's nicely speeding around the map, getting that vision control strong for Millennium.
And mobility boots is so great when you play these split pushing comps, because you can move from the mid lane to either top or to bot lane in case something happens. You can join in for the fight, you can lantern someone out. We saw it earlier without the mobility boots, but still the lantern was there because he moved from the mid lane to save Creaton and also picked up a kill onto Jankos. It's a very smart pickup by Jerry. And in general, the 1-3-1 split push, we mentioned it all the way back to level 1, how Millennium wants to play the mid late game. They don't even have to wait for the late game because of all the objective goals, because of this great start they had. They can already do it now, and that's why Kerb has been able to pick up these kills onto the Ryze, who's so weak at the moment.
Having free reign of it as well. One thing that, admittedly, I just noticed Roccat actually running with Ignite Flash on their support, no exhaust on their side, whereas Jerry running that exhaust for later. So, you know, Overpower dives into you, throw the exhaust on him, kill him down before he can do anything.
It's actually a very, very good point. No exhaust against Fizz and Jax, and even the Kha'Zix. It's very, very scary. Whoever comes onto your carry will be able to kill the person by himself. There's no help from Vander. Yes, he can try and disengage with his ultimate, but that's about it. And there's so much mobility on the side of Millennium. They should be able to avoid the Zyra ultimate. Fizz can just jump around it. Kha'Zix, of course, can jump. Jax as well.
Millennium made the choice here to put some pressure onto the bottom turret. Roccat, will they try and hold on to it? Jankos is waiting off to the side. Mid lane is being pushed out completely by Creatine, and Kerp is in the top lane there, where Zazas is probably still quaking in his boots at the thought of the fish being thrown onto him once again.
I would actually like to see Millennium do this push just in the mid lane. Leave Jax to one-on-one down the bottom lane. He will be so strong. Creatine in a lot of trouble here. Never mind.
Uses his flash. Actually, the cue from Lee Sin, I think, was the signal. Okay, if that lands, then I'm probably dead anyway. Got himself away. That now will leave Millennium in position with Dragon just spawning in. They've gone over a ward there, though, so Roccat know that Millennium are moving in. Millennium know that Roccat know it now with that ward being put down on the backside as well. The fact is there's no Ryze there, but there's also no Fizz there at the minute. Zazas does have himself a teleport, which, of course, Fizz can cancel out there if he uses the timings right.
Actually, one of the other reasons I wanted Millennium to pressure the mid lane with multiple members, keep Jax bottom lane to split push, keep Kerb up here against the Ryze, because then when you push down the mid lane, with the lack of wave clear on a Kassadin, it's easy for them to come all the way down towards the tower, and then they can give away the Dragon if they want to, and just rotate to the top lane, dive Zazas. There's nothing he can do if they dive onto him, take the tower and push further in. Creatine though, will he be in trouble this time?
A lot of damage coming in, Cornex coming around, Jankos having to actually kick him away, the Colin comes out, Creatine now on a killing spree, and that will signal the Dragon push with the jungler going down. Fizz actually waiting off to the side of Cassidy. Meanwhile, Kevin just jumping away from the ultimate there of Vander. Not really a problem. This is a Dragon going over to Millennium before Roccat could even think about going to have a look.
And it's really been the story in this game. Every single time Jankos, he tries to make a gank, tries to kill someone, it completely backfires. Millennium just turn it around, kill him instantly. He's died 4 times already here. He's not been able to do anything in this game. Kerb now being chased by Overpower.
Overpower actually going to go all in on this one. There's the ultimate coming out of Kerb. Overpower going to try and dive in there for him with Zazas as well. Can he get over the wall? He does get over the wall, but Overpower will be able to chase here in just a second. Kerb going low. There's a ward inside the brush. Kerb tried to turn around to do some damage, but they just blew him up. That's a kill. The second kill even of the game for Overpower.
What Roccat needs, he just... Overpower has to go completely crazy this game on Cassidy. Like, he needs to pick up all the kills. Celebar has been doing a fairly good job trying to at least hold this tower, but he's falling behind in CS. He's not being able to have any impact on the map because Kevin just forced him to stay down bot here to defend all the time. So he's out, he's pretty much out of the game now. It's all about Overpower who needs to carry this Cassidy because they're so far behind. Millennium, as long as they keep up the pressure in the side lanes, as long as they can win the fights in the side lanes, they don't have to care though about Overpower. They just need to be careful they don't overextend. Don't let him just move from the mid lane without responding with at least taking the mid tower in return. As long as they don't do that again, it's a bit too overextended by Kerb here before. As long as they don't do it again, they should have control of it.
worrying for Rocket there as well, the fact that Kevin spent so much time in that 1 versus 2 down bottom and still is only 20 CS behind that of Celiver on Graves. That is a Jax that is definitely rolling at this point with the Blade of the Ruin King. Got himself a Phage now as well, touching 160 CS. And Millennium starting to close in here throughout that Rocket jungle. They do find Jankos. Not going to follow through them wisely, I think.
Smart enough though, but they are now pushing down the mid lane. The tower is very low, so this is exactly what we wanted them to do, to get a lot of damage on it. And what also they did here, they actually took Kevin, moved him towards the top side of the map, because now him and then, let's say Cotton Exo, let's say Creaton can actually 2-man the Baron. Potentially 2-man it. And that's why they want to keep him in the top side, even though he has teleport. Normally you would think, why don't you move him bottom lane, force 2 members in the bottom lane, then he teleports up to the Baron. However, they want him to be around his Baron so he can try and go and take it. Just him and 1 other member from Millennium.
They've lost his bottom turret without a question. There are 3 men down there for Millennium. Rocket gonna look for the answer here by finally finishing off their second turret of the game, this outer turret in the mid lane, which has been low for what feels like 10-15 minutes by now. But look at Millennium, they're going to keep going. There's a 5-man push in the box.
Rocket has to recall. They need to recall here. They're going to lose this space race so easily. Millennium were already far ahead. Also with the teleport, they're going to take another tower.
And that turret is going down. Last 2 recalls coming in here, but the inhibitor turret is already gone. Millennium decide, okay, we're going to back away from this one. No mistakes, no staying around for too long and going for the inhibitor as well. Happy with what they got.
Of course, got 2 towers here. Inhibitor is now open, so you can take your split pusher, being it Fizz or being the Jax, and now keep them in this lane here. If they kill that counterpart 1v1, they have a straight, easy way all the way down to the inhibitor, and then they force multiple members from Rocket to recall and defend it, otherwise it's gonna pretty much drop dead so easily to Millennium.
So let's have a look at some items here again. Kevin, he's well and truly on the way towards that Trinity Force. Got the Sheen now on top of his face. There's a Hex Drinker in there for Cortex. The Needlessly Large Rod was added a little while ago for Kerp, so he's got plenty of damage behind him. On the other side, of course, Rod of Ages was done for Zazas. Also, now got himself that extra Blasty Wand as well. For his mid laner, Overpower, he's added in the Void Staff on top of his Rod of Ages and the Sorcerer Shoes from earlier on. Both AD carries also on their second item by now. Last Whisper was first for Celiver. On the other side, the Trinity Force, of course, we mentioned earlier for Creaton. Also got Pickaxe for his Last Whisper coming up next. So that's going to be certainly very interesting. Look at the positioning here. Millennium closing Rocket in completely.
Just doing the same thing. Split push with Jax, split push with the Fist. Keep the Jax around the Baron area so you can go over there and take it fast in case something happens. And also nobody at this point from Rocket can do anything against Kerb in his bottom lane. So if someone moves down there, try to defend, they will die, and he can just go straight into the base of Rocket. So it's big issues for them. I just looked at Ryze here. He still needs 250 mana on his tier before it's fully stacked. And also his Rod of Ages is only halfway.
Oh, Vander, I'm afraid you're not getting away from that one. They do get 2 knockups there with the ultimate out of Zyra, but what are they going to do? They can't follow through against 4 members, and that means that Fizz is going to get free reign on the bottom lane, and that was a decision that Rocket obviously needed to make. Do they fight there or do they back off? They kind of did half-half with losing a man and then sending 2 men down to help. Kerp knows that he can't now continue to push through, but that maybe opens up options on the top side in the middle of the map.
Millennium should have baited out the Baron. As soon as they got the pick onto Vander, should have went straight into the Baron area, clear all the vision, and then force Rocket to move the the 3 remaining members, with of course Overpower being down his bottom lane to defend the 3 remaining members to try and stop them and just re-engage onto them. Instead they actually backed away, just slowly pushes some of the lanes, didn't get too much from the pick here.
Oh, Jankos actually coming on towards Kevin. Really, is that a fight you want? Not particularly. Zazas was there in that one. And look at that for a statistic. 2.1 Dragons average per game in the spring split. Already 3 in this opening game of the season for Millennium. Definite improvement, but of course, over a lot more games. Wow. Overpower here. Gonna go down. Kerp throwing everything at him. Ignite it will be that finishes things off. That's some damage onto the inhib. Actually, Cornex and the rest of Millennium starting to move in. This could be the inhib.
He flash queued and used his fish, so there was no reaction time for Overpower. It was just instantly in his face. He couldn't jump around it. That's also why his flash was delayed. The fish was already on him. Beautiful play by Kerp.
And the inhib will go down here, especially with Creaton now getting into range of that one, and Millennium simply backing away from it once again. Look at the gold here. Over 10,000 gold. Millennium's lead stands with 6-2 in towers. We're only 26 minutes into this game as Kurt starts to go for the red buff, but it's the Dragon that they want, and that statistic of an average of 2.1 a game from the spring split gonna be busted wide open in this one, 4 already.
But honestly, Joe, if you give her insane late game comp, everything they want early game, you give them objectives, you make sure they can farm up, you just make sure you give yourself no chance, because instantly the power spike of the Jax, of the Fist, they hit them so early in the game, nobody can handle or do anything against them in 1v1s. And then Creaton, meanwhile, he's 4-0. It's not even him who's been the highlight of the game, yet he has 4 kills and just been farming in the mid lane and always been at the right time at the right moment to pick up a kill.
I find that Champion Select was somewhat curious in this one. Cottonex on Kha'Zix. Were they thinking, okay, the changes to Kha'Zix means that Cottonex is not going to play Kha'Zix? Because on Kha'Zix, it's been absolutely amazing. Throughout these last games, that was left open for him. Kevin, in the promotion game against NIP, was Jax and Ryze the entire time through. And we see, except they obviously played the Irelia in the last game there as well. But, you know, the fact is that Jax himself, incredibly strong pick that will fit into the kind of style that Millennium really want to play for. And you have to wonder if Rocket have made a misstep that early on in this game before it even got started.
Should definitely have been a ban, but actually I think Rocket wanted to first pick the Jax. Didn't expect Kassadin to go through the pick and ban phase. When the Kassadin was open, they felt like they had to lock it in, and therefore gave the Jax over to Millennium. It was just generally smart play by Millennium in the pick and ban phase. They took a chance, and it worked for them because they got the Jax pick. Sarsus in the playoffs, he played Jax against Gambit. It did work so well for him. This time around, because Kassadin was open, they decided to first pick it instead.
Oh, there is the fish coming out once again. Kirk gonna get Jankos low. Here comes the teleport as well. Kevin gonna get involved in this, but Rocket already moving away from things, and we can see how much pressure they're under. Super minions are already coming in towards this bottom lane. That's gonna have to be forced back away by Rocket, and in the meantime, Millennium are pushing in towards the top lane inhibitor turret. Finally forced away though as Overpower comes over the wall.
But look how aggressive Kirby is. He picked up the Outlast, so he knows he can go in. He knows there's backup from the teleport from Kevin in case something goes wrong. And he just want to find the pick, because if he kills the target again, it just opens up either the Baron, straight into the inhibitor for Millennium. They just need one more kill to open up everything.
Kevin there just spotted by Jankos as he comes flying through for a wolf camp. And if we look at the jungle items, there's a bit of a difference there.
Little bit
of a difference. Actually, they're going in again towards Jankos. The hook going through. Actually was aimed at Overpower. He makes a good rift walk over the back wall. The calling coming through doesn't connect to Overpower. Cottonex was trying to jump in there and finish off that kill, but that just shows you these hooks from Jerry being so good. Jankos, of course, did go down in that. That's another in him. And actually, the super minion there banging away on the Nexus turret.
They got the one kill they needed, also very nice hook by Jerry, forcing Overpower completely away from the fight, and that's all they needed to push in, get second inhibitor down. Baron could be the target, but they don't actually need the Baron. They can just continue to do what they're doing now, find the target out of position, get the kill, get the last inhibitor, and then finish the game. Seems like they're going towards the Baron. Still 3 seconds on Jankos here, so he won't be able to join in, and it seems like the rest of Rocket are too far away and won't even one kill. So free Baron for Millennium.
Well, turn 3 worked out there, I think you can more say, for Millennium after picking up that kill. And let's be honest, it's 54,000 to 39,000 gold as well. You can't really be challenging for too much when you're that far behind things. We actually see Xaxus there finally got himself up through that Xeraphs. Overpower. Also, they're just trying to get as much farm as they can out of this one, knowing that they have to push out these lanes as far as possible to try and drag this game out to a point where Ryze is going to be a factor, because up until now, sorry for Xaxus, but he really hasn't been.
Nope, not at all. And just Rocket as a team in this game. Nobody talked about it, but the early game decisions were just awful. I mean, again, think back to the Dragon they started where the first blood came in from Millennium and the Dragon. Xaxus had used the teleport to defend mid lane. Then he walked all the way to top lane. I'll wait this because Crumb's going in.
There's the fish coming out. Overpower gonna try and escape him, but well, you can't escape the fish.
The flash this again.
5-2-1. I mean, you don't escape that.
It's instantly on you because he flashes in with the Q and then with the fish. He just activates it just before he flashes, so it actually comes with him straight after the flash. so hard to react to it. And it's just been, Curve has been fantastic this game. The two members we talked about who needed to really be more consistent and step up the game for Millennium to go in here and be a very strong team, Creaton and Curve, both of them have been playing fantastic.
And the push is already coming in. We see that inhibitor again in the bottom lane going down. That's two of them now open. This could very well be the final push here for Millennium. First Nexus story going down. Zaz's going to get jumped on. He'll be finished off in the end by Kevin, who also got the Nexus story on his way out. And that means the third and final inhibitor is going to be focused here. Millennium actually a little bit low from that one. I'm going to wait for the minion wave to actually come through. But 35 seconds here until Zazas comes back up. Overpower has now finally respawned in after dying to Kerp a little bit earlier on. I think that's the first ultimate that we've actually seen missing in this game so far. Bandit gets caught out. Creaton just nukes him down, goes unstoppable at 5-0. And this is going to be the game. The first win of the season for Millennium. Very, very strong performance to take down Rocket.
Very, very strong by Millennium. They did so well in this game. Every time Rocket made a mistake, Millennium was there to punish them, pick up the kills, pick up the gold, and then with this, with Jack's split push, with the early kills, with the early gold they got, they could just go into the 1-3-1 split push so fast, and Rocket could do absolutely nothing to respond.
Brilliant, brilliant performance from Millennium. A performance that honestly, well, I think you guys at home as well, we looked at the vote, 82% I believe it was, coming into this one. A massive, massive number of you favoriting Roccat for this, and at least it was, whilst I didn't agree with the number, it was still hard to disagree with Roccat being the favourites on paper to win this game. Unchanged lineup that's done so well in that last split. Millennium, they've changed one player, of course. Bringing in Continex helped them to get through that promotion game to actually keep their spot in the LCS, and it seems like whatever they've done over this, what is a short space of time since they beat NAP, and today has worked wonders for them.
This was one of the first games, if you look back at the last split as well, where their decision-making and the shot calling from Millennium actually was spot on.
Yeah.
And that's why whenever there was some mistake from Rocket, they could punish him. Thinking back again to this Dragon, I keep going back to this very first Dragon because Rocket had every possibility to do something where they could take a tower from Millennium and therefore save their own tower and get ahead in global gold. However, Sasus teleport to the mid lane to defend it from the dive. Then he walks all the way to the top lane, way too late. He spends about 2.5 minutes in the mid lane, farming with overpower, so the tower up top lane takes a lot of damage from Creaton. Then he decides to walk all the way up to the top tower. What happens meanwhile? The rest of Rocket are like, let's go Dragon. Our top laner, without teleport, has now walked all the way to top lane. Let's start this Dragon, even though teleport is ready on the side of Millennium. Let's take a lot of damage onto our jungler. Jerry just walks down by himself, puts the lantern, teleports in from Kevin, and Millennium turns it around, picks up first blood, takes the Dragon as well. And instead of Rocket saying, either we're going to push up for the next tower, force you to keep multiple members top if you want the tower, we're going to push on to the next tower in the bottom lane, or we're going to move every single member into the mid lane and just take the mid tower. We go for this Dragon without teleport and just give everything over to Millennium. And from there on, that was it. Because Millennium just started split pushing and we're a lot stronger in every single aspect, and Rocket could do nothing to respond.
I think a problem was there that they maybe underestimated how quickly it takes now to get rid of the Dragon. And also they probably didn't expect that J-Ree would simply walk down after being pushed onto his inner turret there and just have a go at them inside of that. Either way, absolutely brilliant. The other Lantern as well that Jankos followed through, Creaton taking that. Another highlight of that game. But guys, we're going to check in with Shox, who is standing by with Millennium's Creaton.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, joined by Creaton after that victory with Millennium. Very impressive victory. Tell me what the strategy was going in versus Roccat in this game.
So after we saw they're going for heavy late game composition, we just tried to be really aggressive early game, and that paid out. We kind of fell off the invade because we went to their blue buff too late and we didn't get a kill. I think we could have like 1 or 2 free kills there, but it still went fine for us.
So usually Millennium games go pretty long. We also saw it in the promotion tournament, yet you guys were very decisive closing it out. Is that something you've actively worked on?
The reason that we couldn't close the games in the last split was basically because of lack of practice, but we really worked hard on it and on our personal performances as well, and we just did it, so it's paying out.
Yeah, you also mentioned in the video how you really want to prove yourself personally. How is this as a start?
Actually, I don't feel like I did really well in this game. I was just freezing top lane, and then obviously I was really fat, so I could do whatever I want to do. So I didn't show anything special in this game, but I think like I still need some more time to play the game and improve and improve.
Well, we're looking forward to that. Thank you very much, Creaton. And as for us, we're going to go over to a short break, but when we come back, the Copenhagen Wolves will take on Alliance. Don't go anywhere.
Do you believe it?
A lot of damage coming out. There's the left. Oh, Jankos followed him through. The Hulk comes in as well. And Jankos goes down. Definite improvement, but of course, over a lot more games before. Overpower here. Gonna go down. Cup throwing everything at him. Ignite it will be.
I think that the changes might affect us as a team because some teams are going to be weaker than before. For example, Copenhagen Wolves, they lost 2 of their main players, and they'll take some time to get the teamwork together, to get into it again. So like the first couple of weeks, some teams are going to be weaker, some teams are going to be stronger.
Away from our
Oh, I got it.
But first, let's break down Millennium's very strong win in that last game. And starting with picks and bans, late game components coming out from both sides.
Yeah, I really feel like Millennium got everything they wanted. Red side, it almost felt like they predicted the first pick Kassadin, but then they lost Jax and Thresh. Everybody on the side of Rocket that game.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see how Millennium have started in this one. Think of 2013 Summer Split, starting off at DreamHack, how they started off 4-0 in Superweek. Is the dream real? Can they follow on? They were top as alternate for 7 weeks during that summer. Let's not forget, let's not rule Millennium out, because even though they had a bad spring, summer could be different.
Yeah, absolutely. And the most symptomatic, I think, is that they closed out the game so quickly, something that I don't think we've almost ever seen when it was over in the spring split.
No, definitely not. And it is a testament to Millennium playing better. They have been getting better and better since Cotnex settled in. I mean, you can't deny that fact. I do also want to highlight Rocket played poorly. I don't think individually they did well. I think their composition took far too long to hit a power peak or a power plateau. They couldn't deal with Thresh, they couldn't deal with Kha'Zix in the early mid-game, and they sure as hell couldn't deal with Kerp on Fizz.
And back to the original point is the fact that they got pretty much every pick they'd want. I mean, a Jax, a Lucian, Thresh. You couldn't get better than that. Kotnex on Kha'Zix was champion that he was basically known for towards the end of the split. They got everything they wanted. Let's see how it carries on.
We will see that indeed, but at the top of the show, we asked you guys at home something as well. We asked you, which player do you think will make the biggest impact on their team this split and why? And here are just some of the tweets you sent in. The first one is from @DanK92. I really think that Mr. Raleigh will be a badass in this split with a new support.
So am I. He's on Vuvuzela Lovers 420, which is my fantasy team. I'm sincerely hoping he plays well. Look, he had great stats last year. I also feel it's a little harsh to say Mixer was a bad support. It's implied. Because Mixer had great aggressive plays. And if it wasn't for him there, Mr. Oz couldn't have got a lot of the kills that he did. We'll see what WeWillFailer can do, because he was also subbed out last year. Mithy replaced him, so he's got big shoes to fill, and there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Yeah, very interesting. We, of course, will be seeing that duo in action a little later today. The second tweet is from @LolCanoe. Kano, I don't know. Jess's underrated mid laner who really helped to bring the team up to the summit pre-playoffs. Huge promise for summer. What do we make of this first game?
So normally D-Man would answer, but again, Vuvuzela Lovers 420. My starting mid laner didn't get off to the greatest of games. Was ganked multiple times. Unfortunately, camped somewhat, but he made it count towards the end.
He ended up like 4-3-1, so it was all worked out in the end.
Yeah, he justified it, that it was all in the plan. The last one is from @TK's League. I think Jankos will have the biggest impact on his team when he gets his asses and overpower going. Roccat looks scary. Well, that's a little ill-timed.
Well, it's a little harsh after the game. I think he ended up 0-5 or 0-6-1. Ordinarily, though, you look at the spring split, the stats he had, he was fantastic. And really, he was the man that made plays. And as we saw there, that play could have worked out well. They were 2v1, got in a great position behind Creaton, but it wasn't to be. We'll see how it works out for him.
It was only game one for them, of course. And you guys at home, you can always join in the conversation with us at LOL Esports. And remember, of course, to use that hashtag LCS. Now, have you ever wanted to assemble your own squad of League of Legends pro players and call the shots yourself? Now you can. Fantasy LCS allows you to build a dream team from North American and European players and take them into competition against your friends. Head over to fantasy.lolesports.com where you can find everything you'll need to know about creating a league, drafting players, and chasing victory as you earn points depending on how your players perform in the LCS every week. And well, that's certainly something we've been doing here as well. Heated discussions actually upstairs, but we'll see how it evolves. But now we're ready to get into game 3, so let's things back over to Joe and the Fish Show.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And it is time for our third match as the Copenhagen Wolves and their two new players take on an unchanged alliance. The Wolves have some big changes for the summer split with Amazing and Forgiven no longer in the lineup. They've been replaced by Airwax in the jungle and Woolite at AD carry.
Yeah, so the Wolves said goodbye to Forgiven, the AD carry with the highest average CS in the league at 380, and Amazing, who had the highest kill participation in both EU and NA, with 79.1% throughout the entire season. He was the star on Copenhagen Wolves, and the early games were often completely decided by Amazing himself. Airwax, he has some very big shoes to fill. And his champion pool, it's a bit the same as Amazing's, but while Amazing was a carry jungler who would then focus on farm and kills for himself, Airwax is actually more of a team player. He rarely taxes the lane after ganks, and he will focus on getting his laners ahead over himself. So this means now Youngbuck and Coutard really need to take the extra gold they get and use it to carry and help the team.
And Woolite played for Denial, of course, in the promotion tournament against the Copenhagen Wolves. It was also their sub for the entire split.
Yeah, so of course he knows some of the tactics, and he was the carry on Denial, and he's shown great mechanics and very good laning phase. The same as with Airwax, actually, he will need to be performed from the start because he replaces Forgiven, who was considered by many to be one of the top 80 carries in Europe.
And they, of course, face an Alliance team that would be looking to build on what was a solid first split for them. While they had that bumpy start in the start of the spring split, they did even things out and made the playoffs pretty easily. But their losses to Fnatic and Roccat were undoubtedly disappointing for them.
Yeah, and I would agree that a 4th place in the last split has to be disappointing when you look at the players Alliance has on their lineup. However, we need to remember they were a new team coming into the season, and they had to find synergy, they had to fix the shot calling before we really started to see them perform well. So they actually ended up with a strong enough showing in the end of the split, and then they lost this very close series to Fnatic with 2-1 in the semifinals. However, the shot calling improved, but was still lackluster. I mean, it wasn't good enough, and the team, they really relied on strong individual play instead of winning on playing the map. So now they've picked up 2 new analysts, which should hopefully help them fix some of their shot calling and rotation issues, and we need to see how good they can be.
And I think a lot of people are tipping Alliance to be one of the stronger teams coming into the summer split.
We do too.
Yeah, can't disagree with that one whatsoever. Let's check out the starting lineups for this one, though. On the blue side of this game will be the Copenhagen Wolves with Youngbuck in the top lane, new jungler Airwax, Coutard in the mid lane, Woolite the AD carry, and Unlimited the support.
On the red side, we have Alliance. Wicked is in the top lane, Sugar's in the jungle, Froggen as the mid laner, Taps on AD carry, and of course Nif is his support.
So as we move towards Champion Select then, let's talk a little bit about what these 2 teams are going to be favoring.
Well, at least I know I dare to predict 1 ban from Copenhagen Wolves. In the last 10 games of the last split, they banned Nidalee. Every single game.
Yeah.
Froggen has played it. Last split, he's shown he's a very strong Nidalee player. I would expect it to be one of the bans. And then we need to see if they want to target someone like Shook, maybe to try and make it a little bit easier. The jungle pressure goes down a little bit here, so Airwax can get a good start. I think Woolite is going to be fine in the bottom lane. I think he's a very strong AD carry, and I think him and Unlimited together, once they get some synergy, will be able to do as well as Forgiven and Unlimited as a lane, at least. Therefore, I don't think they need to necessarily focus too much on him. Yeah, I think it's more about the jungle, make sure he gets a good start, and let's see what the soul laners can do with some extra farm.
And that was the strategy last season for every team, at least at the start, against Alliance. Aim things at Shook. We talked about him at the start as this wonder kid that everyone really was looking forward to seeing coming out into the game, into the tournament, and saying, okay, he's going to do well for them. Froggen had bigged him up so much, I think, that there was a lot of pressure on him, and it seemed like targeting Shook may have been the key to the victory there.
And I'm pretty sure I just saw Nif with some papers. Clearly with some picks and bans things here going on. He's actually reading them right now, so we need to see how much the analyst for Alliance can do. Clearly they've been preparing something. We never saw them do this in the last split.
Wicked also had some papers. I think
it's probably just a drawing he made.
Probably just says Irelia on it.
Yeah, Irelia.
Give Irelia, please. No, but this is that's an encouraging sign. I mean, we said before, and Alliance said it themselves. Froggen said that they'd quite...
Look, he's showing his drawing.
Yeah, everyone likes your drawing of Irelia, Wicked. It's quite realistic, I heard. But the fact is that everyone has got 2 drawings, okay?
Putting them together.
No, but he's definitely got a list of champions there. Whether all of them say Irelia on them is one thing or another. We'll have to find out about that. Should also realize, funnily enough, that the first game of the spring split for both of these teams was against each other, which the Copenhagen Wolves did come out on top on. Doesn't seem like there's much paperwork over with the Copenhagen Wolves right now. They obviously have a clear plan set out for them, and that's the thing, and we mentioned this in our earlier games today, that when you've had this break, you know your first 4 fixtures. The first game in particular, always important to get off to a good start. They've had so much time to prepare for this specific match.
And the first game is where you have your key picks ready. You test them out. Do we win this first game? We keep playing them. Do we lose it? Is it because of one of the picks going in here? So the very first game, for pretty much every team, is always the one where you have the most prepared for. It's the one you're thinking forward to. You think, oh, we're going to play Alliance tomorrow. Normally they do this, this, and this. Froggen is insanely good in the mid lane. I don't like playing against him. How do we counter it? Like, it's all, you keep thinking about this very first game. Because obviously if you keep thinking about the next few games, you won't be focused enough for the first one here. So it's all about this very first game. So we need to see what Copenhagen Wolves can bring in. I'm just happy that Alliance at least had some papers.
And especially since last season, we had this whole trend, which wasn't really a factual trend, but it worked out statistically that Alliance were great when it came to even numbered weeks. They, of course, lost every single game in their first Super Week. Went 0-4, then won the next 2, and it took them ages until they really found a point. Funnily enough, that point did come mid-season where they managed to win 8 games in a row, actually. Funnily enough, then losing out to Fnatic to, you know, kind of settle a bit of a score on that one as to who could get the longest run going undefeated in the league. And I think, well, it seems kind of obvious to say that a good start for every single team here is really what they're aiming for. I want to point out, though, just going back to our last game, Millennium, who, of course, finished last or in 8th position in the Spring Split, they actually won their first game as well in the Spring Split, but that didn't quite hold true for them through, and that was that was their whole problem, right? The whole consistency thing, as it has been for both the Copenhagen Wolves, who themselves had a great mid-season kind of period, had a time where they went 4 games undefeated. So finding consistency, I think, here in Europe is definitely the name of the game, and probably the reason why we saw so many ties over the last couple of splits, that most, if not all of these teams were struggling to find a consistent run.
100%.
We're going to get into picks and bans here, though, and we see that Irelia's vision, Wicked's vision that he quite nicely noted on paper has come true. Ban on Irelia, LeBlanc taken away there as well against Froggen. On the other side, Jack's taken away, Twitch taken away, Woolite. In the challenges here, he played a lot of Twitch.
He also played against Copenhagen Wolves in the spring promotion. He was very strong. So he's been banned in every single game so far. People really know how strong Twitch is in the current meta. That's why they banned away. Cassidy as well being a ban. Instant first pick from Copenhagen Wolves though.
Yeah, Yasuo in there, like Cassidy, as you said. Yasuo, a champion that Kaltard has actually played a couple of times in here. What do you think that was the blind first pick?
Well, as a blind first pick, laning-wise, you're actually very strong, and he fits well with... There's so many new options as well for knockups. If you look at champions who's been buffed, like Jarvan was buffed, you can log in a jungle Jarvan, you have the knockup there to synergize with his ultimate, so there's a lot of options for him to do well, get a comp build around him, and then Kaltard actually has been very good whenever he actually played Yasuo. He's been very good. And also it's been banned a lot of times against Froggen. So not only do they first pick it, they also use it basically to say, we're not going to give it over or risk giving it over to Froggen.
And funnily enough, when these two teams played in the playoffs, actually Yasuo first game was the choice for Kaltard there as well. Other side though, let's talk about Alliance here first as Yorick gets locked in. Lucian and Lee Sin, the first 2 picks. Let's just go straight to Yorick.
Yeah. I think Yorick is the key here. It's going to be jungle Yorick. I'm 99% sure. Airworks, he's the wild card. You don't know exactly what he plays. He's new to the LCS, of course, to the real professional scene. Now, if he's pulling out, if it's actually going to be the jungle Yorick here, which I still hope it's going to be, and then you can see either Lulu support for Unlimited or Lulu mid for Kaltard, and maybe Youngbuck will take the Yasuo up in the top lane.
Well, if it is a jungle Yorick, there's only one real person in the past that's played much jungle Yorick, and that is our good friend Alan, or Lovelin, as of course he was previously known before that whilst he was playing in the jungle. We'll see where that one goes in the end, and go back to Alliance here, because it looks like they're going to get themselves a Lucian Thresh lane, along with that Lee Sin for the jungle, and it seems like Shyvana will be the choice here for Wicked in the top lane with his Irelia banned away.
So Alliance, very standard picks all around. Copenhagen Wolves are a lot more exciting to look at.
Wow, that was extremely fast, let's just say that one. Kog'Maw and Zyra, the final 2 picks here. So I'm just going to throw it out there that Kaltard, will he play Lulu mid or will he play Zyra mid? Because he's the guy that does like to play Zyra mid. We're going to see Kog'Maw in here as well for the first time in the European LCS.
Yeah, and Kog'Maw has been a pick over in Korea, which is very strong. They pick it so often. It is a very strong pick, of course. Everyone knows it scales so well into the late game. The issue for him was always the lack of mobility when someone jumps onto you. However, against the likes here over on the Alliance, yes, okay, the Lee Sin and Shyvana will jump towards you, but when you have Zyra's ultimate, when you have Lulu, when you have Yorick, everything around you to protect you, and even if you do die, there's the ultimate from Yorick, you're just gonna get back up. It is gonna be so hard for Alliance to actually kill Woolite in these team fights, so he's just gonna be major pain for them. And the entire thing for Copenhagen Wolves here, either they can disengage heavily with Zyra, with Lulu, protect the Kog'Maw, you can put down his slow by himself, or they can also turn it around and go very aggressive. There's a knock-up from Zyra, knock-up from Lulu, and then Yasuo can just jump in, pick a target, and do a lot of damage onto them. So Copenhagen Wolves, a lot of new picks, new players, a lot of new things here, no papers, they knew exactly what they wanted, instant locked them, and this Zyra pick as well, laning-wise with the Kog'Maw, it's actually a pretty strong lane.
And I kind of looked past Yasuo when I was talking about Lulu or Zyra in the mid lane for Kaltard. Of course, Yasuo was their first pick. That will looking like it goes into that mid lane with Lulu top, the Zyra support with Kog'Maw and a jungle Yorick. I'm pretty sure that on NIF, and definitely on Wicked's paper, there was no jungle Yorick written down.
Pretty sure. Pretty sure. I mean, Copenhagen also just built around insanely strong team fights in this game here. Alliance, however, they can use the Shyvana to try and split push. They have the Ziggs to stay in the mid lane and just wave clear for days. So they can do this 1-4 split push where Ziggs, Lucian, they siege down the tower. You have Shyvana split pushing one-on-one here. It's going to be hard for Copenhagen Wolves to respond if they fall behind to the split push because Shyvana is very, very strong one-on-one. But if it comes down to team fights and if Copenhagen Wolves manage to kite them around here, the Kog'Maw pick is going to be key.
Well, with the champions heading out of base, let's see who you guys pick to win this one. With 81% of the vote, it's all been about 80s today for some reason. Alliance leads the Copenhagen Wolves. Also, I'd like to remind you guys that you can get tickets to join us here in Cologne and watch the games live. All you have to do, head over to lolesports.com and click on tickets for all the details. And hopefully see you guys here soon in Cologne. So some very interesting plays I wrote on Twitter before this. I'm so excited to see the new look Copenhagen Wolves. And this is a new look Copenhagen Wolves if I've ever seen one.
We just have to look at the fact their early game for them could be very tricky. I mean, with the Lee Sin coming in, paired up with Shyvana or with the Ziggs in the mid lane, 2-on-2 wise, they're going to be very strong in these fights. Bot lane wise, of course, Thresh, Lucian is a very strong lane, very safe lane. So Alliance, they really have the option to pull ahead early game here if they play aggressive, get the lead, get some good farm onto Wicked so he can start split pushing. And then with Froggen and Taps being the two carries, you can just farm from distance or siege down the tower very easily. So it can backfire horribly for Copenhagen Wolves with the comp they built here. It can also really surprise Alliance.
So here we go then, into game. Very interested to see how this one all kicks off. Just to remind you, we are on 4.7 here, which means that those trinkets already up and available. In fact, we're like already using his to get a ward down on the bottom side. And so far we've seen a lot of early warding, but not too much early action, as we'd almost become more used to when we came to 4.6.
I mean, there's been some late invades, but none which really had too big of an impact on the game. Millennium, of course, failed their late invade, but that's actually been about it for the level 1s here. As it goes now, both teams are just scouting away some early wards being popped down. Actually already used 3 wards from Copenhagen Wolves. None of them, though, were placed past the river. So they're just scouting to see if Alliance want to invade on them.
Jungle Yorick. Still, I have to really admit that I wasn't expecting that one to be popping up for us here today. Airwax, this would be a real baptism of fire for him if he came into the LCS, picked himself a Jungle Yorick, and managed to lead the Copenhagen Wolves to victory.
It's how you make a name for yourself, instantly.
Yeah, one way or the other.
Yes, it can go both ways.
We'll see. We've still got a lot of time to go in this game. The Wolves, of course, a team which we said over and over again last year, even when they have the lead, they play so carefully. These games that they play regularly, 45, 50-minute long games. We'll see if that's something that they've worked on, or whether with this comp they're quite happily going to go that late in the match. We'll find all that out here as Unlimited is going to head over the top of a ward to get some vision of his own down onto the enemy blue buff. Airwax is going to start off his Copenhagen Wolves career on that jungle Yorick by trying to steal a blue away. Meanwhile, Alliance doing exactly the same here, but with their AD carry and support.
Yeah, so Shook is only going to get a red buff for himself. Airwax picking up the blue here. Alliance, they went for the lane swap. They decided to go for it. Didn't have any vision of Copenhagen Wolves, so it's pretty much a guess for them actually early on. Is it going to be a lane swap or not? They're up in the top lane. Wanted to make sure Lulu couldn't use a lane dominance early on to try and pressure Wicked. So now though, we just see Youngbuck starting the red buff, Airwax going to join him in, and Wicked doing the same thing with Shook over here, just farming together, getting some XP. So the same as the lane swap we've seen in the past games.
Standard start here, if we can call Jungle Yorick start anything remotely standard.
He can farm for days, however.
Well, he can farm for days, that's for sure. No problem for him there. Wicked sticking in there. We see that Nif is going to be coming down towards the mid lane. We'll go over the top of a ward here, so Coutard will spot that one and know that he could be in some possible danger.
Can be a lot of people all of a sudden in the mid lane. Of course, with the slow lane swap now, with the slow pushes up here, you don't need to keep your support with your AD carry because you know he's going to be alone. That's why you can start roaming around. Nif, however, Didn't go for the gank yet. And now both Shook and Wicked actually went away from the lane. Even nothing happened mid lane. Meanwhile though, Copenhagen Wolves going very aggressive for this bot lane.
And there's 4 of them there. Even more if you're going to count the ghouls that Airwax is throwing down. And that's a lot of tower damage coming in. At the same time, Youngbuck has prevented pretty much all of the damage onto this top lane, but will they go for a 2 versus 1 dive here? That turret in the bottom lane is going to be going down in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves. They've not gone for anything too aggressive here on Youngbuck.
Nif wanted actually to dive him straight away, but because Youngbuck killed the minion, got the level 2, he decided not to go for the dive. It would have been too risky. Instead, he's waiting for his entire team now to come around. But Copenhagen Wolves are just pushing the next tower. Alliance, what are you doing? You're going to give away 2 towers now.
Well, will they? We've got Wicked, who started to actually recall. No, he's not. They're going to actually go in for this one. He started to recall, decided now to come back in. Nif's half recalling, half not recalling. This inner turret is going down here in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves. Alliance going to only get 1 in reply.
So what I like about Copenhagen Wolves' move here
is
they actually did the thing Rocket failed to do in the last game. They moved their top lane up here because they knew there was only 1 member pushing the lane. So they forced the Alliance to make a decision. Are we going to take members up there to try and take the tower? Or are we going to put all of them back to defend and therefore not kill the top tower and actually just give a free tower over to Copenhagen Wolves? Now Alliance just decided to do none of it and actually sent every single member up in the top lane to try and take the tower, so nobody was there to defend. And even though they take this 1 tower up here, they still gave away 2 towers now for Copenhagen Wolves. Pretty much for free.
So, from Alliance's side now, surely they need to take a leap out of what we saw at All-Stars, which is Wicked holding and freezing this lane completely on his side of the map now to deny it for probably Youngbuck in the end, because I'm assuming the duo from Copenhagen Wolves is going to head towards this top side of the map here maybe. Seems that's what he's doing right now.
Big mistake actually from Copenhagen Wolves in the push. You just talked about how Wicked wants to freeze it. The cannon minion arrived after they killed the tower and they didn't get it pushed all the way into the next tower from Alliance. So the cannon minion from Copenhagen Wolves is alive and they will keep this wave pushed in favor of Wicked so he can just freeze it for a long time. You see the cannon here. Now the new cannon finally arrived, so actually it's gonna push now back towards them. Wicked also killed quite a lot of minions. I just have my camera on him over here. Decided to kill pretty much 5 minions by himself, so I actually didn't want to freeze it, even though we just talked about he could freeze it.
Well, one thing that looks to be certain here is the Copenhagen Wolves coming back towards this bottom side, sticking as a trio with the AD carry support and the jungler going straight in towards this dragon. There's no one remotely close from Alliance. That's the first dragon in the game going over. 2,000 gold lead for the Copenhagen Wolves.
Very strong start. The top lane tower is still alive. However, Youngbuck is all alone trying to defend it against 2 members now. Alliance should be able to actually push it down unless Woolite can get up there in time to try and defend. He needs to be very fast though, and he's moving as fast as he can. You just talked about though, dragging it over to Copenhagen Wolves. They're punishing Alliance for the bad start. And here's a hook.
Flay and a hook coming in. There's no Flay obviously after that though to keep Youngbuck in position, and he will use his flash to actually get back to the safety of his turret. Woolite now is coming in as well, so we'll see if they can hold this turret. It's so very low. 1 or probably 2 auto attacks there will finish things off. In fact, the minions might be able to do that work themselves, and Tabs does go in there and takes down the turret. First one back here for Alliance.
Even at the lantern for safety in case you should. Got in there, got the tower down. So this Alliance take a tower, but they still lost 2 and they gave away the dragon as well to Copenhagen Wolves. Wicked though picked up quite a lot of farm with this wave. He decided to stop freezing up in the top lane and actually push it by himself. So he could push it down towards here, but Youngbuck, just teleported down and picks up the wave.
A lot of farm here to himself. Should he get all that farm? Obviously not always a given there. And that actually brings him within 2 CS of Wicked's total there as well. They've seen that Wicked has backed away as well because they had those wards in Familiar from just after they did that dragon. So they know exactly where Wicked is at this point. Meanwhile, the Copenhagen Wolves duo lane did go to the top side of the map and will be putting down some damage already onto this outer turret. Both Tabs and Nif though are back in. There's a hook coming through, not quite got the range though. That was close.
Very close. Both Kog'Maw and Syra are very squishy targets, so a hook landing onto them, especially if Shook is nearby, to be a fairly easy kill. Look at though, York is coming in as well. He could potentially see quite a fight. Wicked as well moving up. Alliance, they want to go for this blue buff. It just spawned for Copenhagen Wolves.
Spotted in there.
Pretty good block.
That was a pretty sick goal block right there. And well, Well, couldn't obviously chase through there, could Chuck. And now that blue buff will be started off. There's a plant giving them a little bit of help, or will he steal away? No, he won't. Chuck will just simply smite that one off for a blue buff steal here in favor of Alliance.
And Sugar at the moment is very far ahead if you compare the two junglers, because he's been farming. He only went top 1 here to try and help the push, and then he went back to the jungle to farm, where Airbox stayed with his duel lane in the bottom to push it up. So he's behind for now, but remember, of course, with the jungle here, he's going to get more XP. Lower level he is. It's going to be easy for him to actually get back in the game. He's now hit level 5. Just need the level 6 mark, then Yorick can start to be very good just by using his ultimate.
Oh, there is the hook coming in on towards Unlimited. The damage going to come flying through, but not really got enough damage at this point of the game. Tabs and Nif to actually finish them off. We'll see how that continues to develop. In fact, Tabs went for the BF sword start here with a longsword second. If you look over on the other side there for Woolite, who's currently a good 25 CS behind Vamp Scepter and a longsword for him, so not going to be putting out as much damage as that of Tabs.
It's also suffering slight from the fact they had to be in the bottom lane as multiple members to push up, so they didn't get all this farm where Tabs was, of course, just staying in the top lane by himself a lot of the time. Nif, though, moving towards this mid lane. Airbox, he got his level 6 now, so actually got it very fast after we talked about it.
You can see, though, that Lions throwing everything they've got here at this middle turret, but in the end, Minion's going to be destroyed. They can't keep up with that push. Should give the Copenhagen Wolves time to actually bring their men back in and have that defense going for them. I just want to look at Coutard against Froggen here. 79 to 86 CS. Not at all bad for Coutard, considering the amount of harass and the potency of that harass that the Ziggs can throw down onto him. Also has his static shift now finished as well.
We need to see if he decides to go for Bladed Rune King as the second item or directly into the Infinity Edge. Over in OGN, most of the Yasuo players will Bladed Rune King. So make sure you use more survivability, you get stronger in the one-on-one scenario if you decide to split push here. We need to see what Coutard decides to do, or if he can just go straight Infinity Edge, or he goes full on for the 100% crit and just try and burst down a target.
Very, very interesting start to this one. The gold has come back somewhat. 1400 is the difference here at this point in time. Still in favour of the Copenhagen Wolves with those Dragon pickup. And of course the 2-to-1 advantage when it comes to towers. No kills as of yet. As you mentioned though, Airwax now up to level 7. That's a funny thing about this Copenhagen Wolves team. Even after death, they've still got quite a bit of potency in there with Cogmore in there with Zyra. Because they'll put down a lot of damage even after you're dead.
Pretty much the entire lineup of Copenhagen Wolves wanted to get this level 6 point because their ultimates are huge in the team fight. Zyra as well. Unlimited is the only member who didn't get his ultimate yet in the game. And we actually saw him trying to leash some XP from the Wolf camp when Coutard did them, just to try and get this level 6 point as fast as possible. He needs it before this Dragon if Copenhagen Wolves want to try and team fight for it.
Knock-up party for Coutard is going to be what they're looking for there. And at the moment, Youngbuck is the man that's actually trying to get the vision control for the Wolves on that bottom side of the map. But 30 seconds to go, Youngbuck spotting the pink ward here. Is he going to be able to get it in time? Well, of course he will, because he can still see it, but loses his ward as well on top of it. A good little scan as well coming out there from Nif, just to make sure, actually from Froggen, just to make sure that they could get that one away. But the Wolves are in position already here. Cogmore, the only one that's not really there. He's still in that middle lane. Let's not forget also that Wicked has teleport, is still on the bottom side, but Tabs is the one that's not there.
He's in the top lane, so Copenhagen Wolves can just start this Dragon up easily for them. Multiple members are there. Alliance, they're actually moving in towards it. Will they try and stop it? They're only 4 members.
No, not fast enough there. And I don't think they even had the timing on it, by the way, from that last pickup, because it was done with 3 men and a little bit sneakily from the Wolves. That gives them 2 out of 2.
Very true. The timer, of course, could have been an issue, but I don't see a reason to keep your AD carry in the top lane when you know there's a chance of the Dragon spawning within just a minute. I mean, you have teleport on your top lane, and he should be the one up there, so he can always join in. That should have been the bot lane, because he didn't actually get anything up top. He farmed a little bit, pushed the wave down. Woolite now walked all the way up and just picked up all the farm.
Well, did get himself some farming. That one still remains ahead of Woolite at this point, and still we are yet to see a kill coming down in this matchup as Youngbuck trying to put down some damage. Actually, Wicked gonna throw his ulti in here. Didn't really do all that much apart from clear out the wave.
But we did see the damage from Youngbuck onto Wicked. He barely touched him. I mean, he did EQ, a few auto attacks, Wicked, can easily tank it up, and he's not even very tanky yet, only got the Giant spell so far. It's going to be so hard for Youngbuck to deal with Wicked later on. The more tanky Wicked becomes, he's going to be able to out-sustain him, he's going to be able to just push the wave every single time. Both of them got teleport, of course, so they can join in for fights, but Wicked will have the pressure at least in the split push.
So blue buff spawning on the wolf side of the map again, and it's going to be another steal for them. Froggen this time will be the one picking that one up. The Wolves have 3 men in that mid lane. Airwax continuing to clear things out. Will they be able to hold on to the enemy blue buff once again, or will Alliance actually make a challenge on it this time? Up until now, they're keeping the pressure up on that middle lane, which is not really taking all that much damage. Kind of hard to as well when you've got the Yasuo, so you obviously get right up there, close and personal. But this is the blue buff I was talking about. They've got vision of it this time around. There are 4 men there from the Copenhagen Wolves. You see how much they're really relying on this one. Froggen tries to get in there for the steal, but a little bit slow on that front, and actually was blocked by the windfall either way in the end. It's Airwax that gets that.
So Alliance is doing a good job taking the blue buff away from Copenhagen Wolves, but every single time Copenhagen Wolves just walk straight to their blue buff, and they end up trading them 1 for 1. None of the teams were in a position to stop the other one, so no advantage gained. So far they just been farming away, and first blood of course didn't even happen yet. We still need to see how it's going to happen now with the very first teamfight, or if Alliance even want to go for a teamfight now, or they just want to continue farming and then group up at some point with 4 members and leave Wicked to split push, and then force Copenhagen Wolves into a decision where do they go 5 members mid and just start a team fight, or do they try and kill Wicked in the bottom?
Oh, with that last dragon that went over to the Copenhagen Wolves, we saw the return of a 2,000 gold lead in favour of the Copenhagen Wolves. So they're staying pretty constant on that front, keeping up with the farm in that mid lane. The AD carries, that's starting to kind of grow a little bit, but you see there, because of the global gold, Airwax remains very slightly ahead on that front.
Very, very slightly. Taps picked up so much farm because he was just staying in the top lane. He's actually keeping up fairly well. Late game wise though, we all know Cockmore's can outscale Lucian. Lucian is very strong and very good in the late game. Very mobile and everything, brings a lot to the table, but Cockmore in the late game, when you have Yorick, when you have Syra, when you have Lulu to protect you, can just do so much. Wicked, he's also going to be forced to just go pretty much straight tank, otherwise he's going to die very fast.
Well, that's exactly where he's gone so far. Sunfire Cape first item, Negatron Cloak picked up second path for him. See where that all works out for him. For the mid lane, as BF Sword was picked up there by Kaltard, so that kind of tells us where he's probably going to be going next in terms of his build. The question earlier on, Blade of the Rune King, like we've been seeing a lot over in Korea, or will he go straight in there for the guaranteed crit and go for the Infinity Edge?
So he's just going for the straight up damage. Again, he feels he's able to survive the fight because of this team comp, because of the Lulu ultimate as well to help him out, so he can go for this straight damage. But when he's split pushing now, it's going to be so hard for him to kill Wicked as well. Pretty much the same story as Youngbuck, where Blade of the Rune King would mean he could actually go toe-to-toe with him, try and out-sustain him, chase him up, force his ultimate away. Gonna be hard without it. We're gonna see what he can do. Wicked for now, if he's just staying back, he doesn't actually want to go do all this. It's very strong down.
Yeah, done a good job here. Kaltard said that earlier on, that what we've seen him so far, actually that's a lot of damage coming out from Wicked, and Kaltard, I think, realizing I can't actually fight him right now. I'm going to have a bit of a poke, see what I can do. Woolite got out of position, play into the box as well. And a hook landing. Woolite's going to go down, and that will be first blood coming in. They do manage to get the ghost there on towards Woolite, but what's he really going to do? I'm not sure that he's got the damage to follow through with a kill onto anyone. He's, of course, just going to go underneath the turret there. Just get his surprise at the end, but that won't be able to do any damage whatsoever. Good first blood there from Alliance, and Nif. Brilliant play from him, landing everything that he needs to land.
We've seen this comp before. By Alliance, where Shook kicks back a target into Nif, flays him, box, hook, everything, picks up the first blood. Very nice play by both Shook and Nif together to get the first blood, and also the tower in the mid lane.
Move from Alliance, and that right there will bring this gold back to just 1,000 difference. Question is, can they actually challenge this time around for the Dragon? Both of them so far have gone over to the Copenhagen Wolves, as Kaltard recalling there. Saw earlier on that he can't quite do much against Wicked at this point, so we'll actually walk away from that one rather than trying to maybe fight his way off from it. Wicked, you have to wonder, already causing a bit of a problem up there, going to be going into that full tank, as you said. Is it going to be, are they going to be able to deal with it as things move on? Actually, Vancept picked up there for Kaltard, so see if he does in fact end up going more towards that Blade of the Ruin King, or whether that BF Sword was just damaged for right now.
Yeah, I mean, so Blade of the Ruin King would do him so much more when it comes to Split Pusher. If he's gonna be the guy to stop Wicked, Blade of the Ruin King, of course, has to be one of his items. Could even go for Bloodthirster, but I'm not a big fan of it. And Alliance, even though Copenhagen Eagles had the timers on them, now actually Alliance picked up the very free dragon, and Wicked just stayed in the top lane, didn't have to use teleport.
And there we see the strength of Ziggs as well. Throws his ultimate down, complete wave gone, and the Copenhagen Wolves, despite having 5 men in the mid lane there to try and push down the outer turret, were just completely forced away, having no real answer to keep working their way through from that one.
And this was simply just missed timing by Copenhagen Wolves on the timer, because a few seconds before it spawned, multiple of their members were actually in the base, running away, so they were not in a position to do anything. Woolite had already respawned after the first, but he was in the mid lane farming, but the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves were far away from the dragons, so mistime it. Therefore Alliance can pick it up, and now doing a lot of damage on this bot tower as well. Tab's really just been the guy moving around, killing towers.
Doing really, really well for himself, and he might be able to get Youngblood down. He does have wild growth, so maybe getting ahead of myself on that one. Flash was also available for him. And I believe that the first blue buff of the game for the Copenhagen Wolves on their side of the map may have actually gone finally their way, and the same may happen here for Alliance on their side.
So everything is kind of swapped around. Now they get their own blue buffs. Alliance picked up the dragon this time, even though Copenhagen Wolves have been getting the last few dragons. And also Alliance are the team now getting all the towers without any response from Copenhagen Wolves, where at the level 1 scenario, or the early game one, it was actually Copenhagen Wolves taking the 2 towers. So everything's kind of been swapped around. Copenhagen Wolves are just farming away. They want to go to the point where Cockmore becomes so strong. They want to just try and get to the late game where Alliance now making moves on the map, getting some gold, actually also getting a gold lead.
Actually, Wicked has carved himself somewhat of a lead here when we look down the CS totals, and seems to want to continue that trend here on the top lane. Doesn't have much vision down though, so kind of in no man's land at this point in terms of where the rest of the team may be, and as such he's actually going to recall. I actually believe he's on a decent amount of gold to spend as well, so probably the right time. Feeling not quite so safe up there in the top lane for him to recall back out, get himself a giant spell and a watermail. So he did in fact have quite a lot of money.
He just bought a mana potion as well, then he sold it and bought wards. Shows how often he buys wards when you actually misclicks on the mana potion here, but he's talking about the wards. If you look at the inventory now from Alliance, a lot of wards picked up. Pink wards as well. They want to take control now of the map. Kauton spotting out a pink ward here. Won't be able to get it because multiple members trying to stop it.
3 men from Alliance coming down there to keep that pink ward alive, and funnily enough get a pink ward kill of their own there that was placed down by the Copenhagen Wolves. But this is the move, as you said, lots of wards in the inventory, want to get through into the enemy jungle and make sure they have full vision control of that one.
Full vision. There's a lot of sweeping lenses on Copenhagen Wolves, so they can try and clear some of it. But this red buff here, Alliance with 3 members, Kauton is standing right behind him, but he's too far away to actually do anything, and Youngblood took the top tower instead. So they traded the buff for the top tower, for now at least.
For now, and Alliance actually moved. Well, they've got their entire team down on this bottom side of the map now. Wicked is recalling, they're going to try and lock in their counter. That's a good win wall. Stops the Q coming through, and probably an imminent kick straight back into the rest of the team there. However, will they be able to hold on to this inner turret in the bottom lane? There are the Stranglethorns. Nope, no knock-up this time around.
Just also to clear the minion wave and push Alliance away from the tower now. The 4 members are here to defend. Both top laners can teleport down and join the fight. But Alliance are just doing what they can do with this combo here. They can siege a tower so easy. They can clear, they can poke, and just stay around here and then force Copenhagen Wolves to either try and defend or just straight up engage onto them.
Well, trying his best here with his ultimate to keep them away from things, but Froggen, well, we've seen time and time again how hard it is to hold on to those turrets when Ziggs is just spamming away, getting all the damage down onto you. Again, they scan up in that brush there by the golems. And probably with the next wave just about to get into position, going to start that all over again.
Still 2 pink wards on the side of Alliance. They could have placed them down in the jungle of Copenhagen Wolves to really try and get full vision control here and just continue to push down on this tower. Very nice here. Hook coming in.
Oh, it's onto Kauton as well. They knock him back. Ultimate comes through. Kauton actually will survive this one just about. There's a lot of damage being thrown their way from that, and Alliance forcing Coutard off. Will that be enough to get them the turret though? The minion wave is so far away right now. Only just passing that middle point as Airwax almost gets hooked by Nif. The minion wave finally does get into position. They need Wicked, because if they don't have him there, they have to wait for this minion wave. He can definitely tank things up by now. We see him actually coming down the backside. A lot of damage coming in, but there is a dive on towards Unlimited. He's gone low. Airwax, is he going to go down? No, not quite. Managing to stay alive, and they're turning it around. They're going to go for shock. Wild growth used. Counter gets into that one. Wicked is still very low. Wow. And there is the ultimate. That's going to cause problems as Wicked falls to Woolite. And actually, he manages to survive there in the end, Coutard, and Woolite continues to pick up the kills. They're going to slow down Nif to a crawl, and they should be able to make this 4 in a row. Coutard gets that one as well, not even scared about his low HP.
Way too aggressive by Alliance, diving past the tower here. They could have just stayed, poked away, hit the tower a few times, over and over again. Instead, they went for the fight under the tower and everything. Look here again also. Youngbuck actually missed his wild growth. They wanted to knock up, but then Counter gets a beautiful 3-man knockup with his ultimate as well. Back here, Woolite completely untouched, just dealing damage over and over, getting out of steps. Yorick ultimate was gone. It was actually used on the hook before this fight even started, so they didn't even have the Yorick ultimate in this. And yet they just destroy Alliance because of, I don't know, Alliance. I mean, you dive under the tower against a comp like this, against a Cockmore, you're never even gonna get close to killing him, and we saw Woolite in the end stay back. And also we talked about Yasuo and Coutard. I mean, he's very good on this champion.
2-0-2. Now Alliance are looking for an instant dragon, and we'll get it down to half HP, but Airwax coming in. Will he be able to smite this one away? He has smite available, but it's Alliance that picked that one up. They hook up Wicked there at the backside, but he takes the lantern away. And that will be a nice return favor there from Alliance, picking up the dragon after all that chaos. If you look at the goal, it's actually real close, but the Wolves are now onto that turret.
And the Wolves are looking for more here. We have almost the last Whisper completed onto Woolite. It's going to be a key thing for them to really start team fights. All 5 members are here. All 5 members from Alliance are in the mid lane as well to try and defend from this push here. Copenhagen Wolves for now backing away. Still, they don't mind going even later in this game. The more items they get onto Woolite, the better the game is going to be for them. The more items they get onto Coutard, the better it's going to be. So they're not even in a rush to do anything.
Slightly mistimed out there from Youngbuck, was close to stealing away that red buff, but close, not quite enough for them. Blue buff is up on that side, and Matt Froggen has already taken his away as well. And Alliance now looking for a bit of a counter push. This tells me that despite losing 4 men in that fight, they obviously realized that they made a mistake in it, and they're still confident in pushing.
Still very hard for him. Woolite playing out the wave. Syra, decent wave play as well, at least to stop the minions from coming in, so you can get a lot of damage onto them. Youngbuck is actually the main wave player. He was up in the top lane here. Teleport is down for him, so he couldn't actually join in. Alliance though, they backed away because the wave died very fast and didn't actually do too much with the push. For now though, both teams very close in goal. We just need to see Wicked go back to split pushing, or actually now he's very tanky. He could go towards, I think, the Cutlass to be even stronger in the one-on-one, and then just start split pushing, and then Alliance should focus on straight up team fighting Copenhagen Wolves, but more just poking them, and then win on the one-on-one with Wicked versus whoever is going against them.
Couple of big items coming in across the board here, so let's have a look at those for a second. Infinity Edge for Coutard now done. We also see the large rod in there as well for Youngbuck, although that was there a few moments ago. On the other side, Rabadon's done for Froggen. Also for Wicked, he's got that Brando in Zoman in on top of his Sunfire Cape. So plenty of armor, but I have to wonder how that's going to protect him in the long run when Woolite goes so untouched there at the back.
Let me see what he can do against Coutard here. He's going very aggressive.
Yeah, ultimate used by Coutard. Wicked already down to half HP, and Coutard, I guess, feeling he can't get the kill there anyway, but just testing out exactly how strong he is onto the tankiest member of this Alliance team. And, well, let's be fair, hammered him.
Yeah, well, again, Wicked was just running away actually the entire time. Didn't want to take this fight, so there's a lot of damage for Coutard before the knockup even came in. That's why, again, one of the reasons Wicked dropped so low. But the full combo from Coutard did about 50% onto Wicked here, so he's actually doing quite a lot of damage.
Which means it kills everyone else.
Oh yes, they are gonna die.
See how this one all works out. Currently it's the Wolves with the upper hand. Still only 1,000 gold is the lead that they haven't. Not even 1,000 if you look there. And it's ticking over between 700-800. constantly seen Youngbuck actually being the one here to clear out vision around that Baron area. Kautar just seeing that ward actually come down right on top of him as well, but funnily enough, it's really been Alliance that have been pushing out more on the map here. They're the ones that have gone past the halfway line more than what we've seen from the Wolves.
They've just been feeling a bit more comfortable, and also Copenhagen Wolves have clearly just said to themselves, we want to go late game, we don't want to force any fights now, we don't want to get caught out of position, so we just stay back and farm, and that's why Alliance is full control of the map at least. Kautar now going out to Wicked again.
And he's going to do a lot of damage once again, forces the ultimate out of him. I think it was a little bit more this time around. A couple more auto attacks in there maybe. Randuin's was used by Wicked as well, ulting away from things, and it's just a little bit of a mini game between those two in that top lane. Although it means that Wicked is really only walking back and forth between base and lane at this point.
I'm not a fan of their magic resist onto Wicked here. If he actually wants to be the split pusher, again, he should focus on getting towards the Blade of the Ruined King, or at least stack full armor, because he knows he's going to be against Kautar. I mean, Youngbuck, even without the magic resist onto Wicked here, won't be able to do much damage and will never be able to kill him. So he's building towards team fights, but he's staying to split push at the moment, which is clearly not working for him.
To be fair, his Negatron cloak did come in second after he'd finished that Sunfire Cape as well, so had that a bit more maybe to have himself more fun in the laning phase. And we are going to see now Wicked saying, okay, can I have a go? Kautar says probably no, you can't, as Chuck going to go very deep from this one. A lot of damage coming in. Woolite actually catching it with his ultimate there at the end, and that is not the Woolite that you're looking for, and that will be a kill for nothing for the Copenhagen Wolves.
So we didn't actually see the start here, but Flash is gone from Chucky. Was the guy who went in aggressive, and then Copenhagen was just kite away, put down the Cyber ultimate and just moved backwards, put down all the slows, do all the damage, and the ulti was straight on to Woolite as well. Didn't even matter because he didn't die, he was not even close. Copenhagen Wolves again showing their comp is so strong in these team fights.
Hard as well in that top lane. We switched away from it for the big fight in middle, but he forced Wicked down to about a quarter of his health. So almost every single time that we see this, it's going further in favor of Kautar. That may now change though. We've seen the chain vest picked up for Wicked in that top lane, but by the time he gets back into the lane, the inner turret goes down.
Yeah, the chain vest itself is not going to be enough for him. He needs to be able to do enough damage back to Kautar to actually be a threat towards him. Otherwise now, Cutlass being picked up. He's going to go now for the Blade Ring. We talked about it earlier, how strong he's going to make him in the one-on-one. So if he picks up the Blade Ring King now and Wicked continues to go full tank, it's going to be so easy for Kautar in this one-on-one.
Woolite with his last Whisper, last item picked up for him. He's going to be moving in with the rest of his team towards this mid lane. Outer turret, which is the only outer turret left standing. In fact, the mid lane is the only lane left with turrets, to be fair, outside of the base at least. And the Wolves doing very well on that front. 4-3 up overall. The Dragon is now live as well. It was, of course, Alliance that have been having the control as of late over this Dragon. This time, though, the Wolves well and truly in better position from this one. Will they be able to finish off before Alliance come in? There's the hook landing on towards Kautar. The ulti being thrown down there by Froggen, but the Dragon going down here. It's Airwax who smites that one out in the end. Do they want the fight? Actually, they're very low. Shook gonna follow through. Airwax going low as well. And there is Wicked diving across. Gets the knock up onto two. They manage to finish off Airwax, but can they get any more? Kautar is right in the middle of them all. Froggen actually getting in there. It's a double kill in the end for Wicked, and Kautar's Ghost won't be enough to actually find them anything. That's 3 kills. Dragon did go over to the Wolves though.
Very strong team fight by Alliance, however. First of all, they baited away the ultimate from Unlimited when they tried to engage. Dragon, yes, it went down in favor of Copenhagen Wolves, but with the ultimate gone from Unlimited, we're going to see it here. He already put down the ultimate, it is now gone. So Copenhagen Wolves, when they try to disengage, they don't have anything to actually lock Alliance away. That's why Alliance can go towards them. Also, look in this top lane. Lulu's just farming away. No teleport. It's 5 members from Alliance. Good ultimate by Wicked. Getting in here with multiple members. Froggen then, it's going to be the target, but he gets away. Now the Baron.
Baron started off. Woolite actually going to be focused very low from this. He's doing good damage. Actually, they'll be able to finish off time if he picks the right position. And he gets him half flight there from the Lantern, but this Baron is going down. Only Youngbuck is there to do anything about it. He's not going to be able to. Alliance pick up a nice Baron.
Youngbuck, he was the only guy left to try and defend here after the big team fight. I'm still not sure why he didn't even try and teleport down for the last fight. He did actually teleport down, just way too late. His ultimate was still ready. He was not even close to could join the fight with the rest of Copenhagen Wolves. Could have tried to turn it around. Instead, Alliance won the fight. Picked up the Baron for this one now. And very, very close in goal.
Oh!
Oh, that was close.
Very close. I think a little bit too close for comfort there for Youngbuck on his portrait there on the top left. Can't really see any health left there in his health bar. Just want to mention that Wicked did turn that chain vest into something. He's now got himself a Thorn Mail. Also got himself the Spectre's Cowl. So going to be a little harder now to finish him off.
100%. And also, yeah, teamfight-wise, he's going to be this mega tank in front of you. We saw him before. He just flashed over the wall, used his ultimate against 4 members, and he just tanked it up. He wasn't even close to going down. So the build works for him as long as he can get the teamfights going. We need to see how it works, though, with Copenhagen Wolves being all 5 members there, and Youngbuck not staying in the top lane to farm while the Dragon was going on and then while the fight was going on. Because so far in the game, it's actually been pretty much teams punishing the other one when they were out of position. First it was Alliance with the dive in bot lane, then it was now Alliance punishing Copenhagen Wolves for being out of position at the Dragon.
I'm going to ask you at this point, just over half an hour in, what do we think to jungle Yorick?
Well, I mean, as a jungle pick itself, it's not exactly one who goes in and just kills people left and right in the early game in the ganks. But teamfight-wise, when you have a Kog'Maw, it's of course going to be very, very strong. But the pick itself, it's not exactly one where you solo carry a game.
Well, certainly proven that way so far.
Unless, of course, you are Alan and you play for OMG against Lemon Dogs in Worlds last year.
Yeah, yeah, I think, as you said, that he works in there with the Kog'Maw. You talked about early game ganks, which basically don't exist for a jungle Yorick. We'll see about that, because we're way past that point, and it's to the point where his skills are certainly going to excel. That's a good win more coming down to actually block the entire culling coming out of taps. Trying his best to actually get in there. Wicked can tank turrets all day at this point in the game.
Taking and just poke away with Froggen and taps. A lot of damage already to do down. The Airworks is down to 60%. He has a blue buff, however. Trying to sustain some of it. Youngbuck took quite a lot of poke as well. Copenhagen need to be careful, don't get poked too much, because nobody from Alliance is taking any damage.
A knockout there from Froggen, throwing in his satchel charge, and there is the move forward with those minions there. Completely forced out of the fight, and that is a turret going down. He needs to heal up and come back here pretty quickly, because Alliance, the damage that they've taken with that Baron buff on, just regen up quickly.
They can just keep doing this over and over with the Lucian. Keep poking away, Wicked tanking the tower, get a few 50% on this tower instantly, just by Wicked tanking it and taps hitting it.
So where are Alliance going next? Top wave and bottom are actually pushed up very heavily in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves, way past that halfway point, and see their Alliance actually pinging back onto both of them, realizing that they're probably going to need to move away. But this move from the Copenhagen Wolves also smart, knowing top and bottom lane is where they're going to concentrate on clearing. That leaves this middle inner turret, maybe, possibly, open for the taking. They know at least that Tabs is not there.
And they also know, as you just said, the top lane is going to push all the way in here. Decides, though, to back away. Just wanted to see if Alliance had moved out to all the side lanes. Some of them were back. They might have been able to take a free tower. However, because Alliance stayed with multiple members, especially Ziggs, they could actually defend it, clear the wave. So, Copenhagen Wolves tried the chances. Alliance, good response. Didn't move multiple members away from the mid lane.
Alliance, 36 minutes into this one, have the gold lead, albeit still very, very slim. I think 2,000 gold has been the biggest difference that we've seen pretty much the entire game in this one. Of course, that was for the Copenhagen Wolves quite a while ago by now as well. We've got 30 seconds until another dragon will be spawning into this one. No Wolves really down there at this stage of the game. The Wolves actually did go sniffing around, stole away a blue buff from Alliance in the process, which, you know, we may say just a blue buff at this point.
It is a big deal.
But for Froggen especially, that is an annoyance.
It's going to give all the cooldown reduction for Froggen, of course, the mana region, so you can just spam away in the poke. It's a big deal. Take away the blue buff in Ziggs late game, and you take away a lot of his power, because he is built around just poking all the time. Get a target low, and then when a fight starts, you can just instantly kill this target.
Here is the dragon spawning in. Wolves cleared out thanks to the pink ward of Nif. And there's going to be no challenge on this one. The Wolves instead are pushing top lane with Kautar, and have got 4 men in the middle. They should
go for this mid tower. They can go straight towards this mid tower, tank it off with the plants from Zyra with the ghouls here from Airworks. Instead, though, they actually stay around the Wraith camp, and now the move towards it. Only Nif is there, should be able to pick this tower up for free.
The rest of the team, rather than walking back, have all recalled as well. So this is going to be a tower back for the Copenhagen Wolves. Kautar actually getting a lot of damage put onto him here by Wicked, who will ult in. That's a good knock-up. The bomb from T flashed away by Kautar. That was real close.
Kautar was very aggressive there around the tower of Wicked, doing a lot of damage, but actually losing the fight now to Wicked, who is so tanky at this point. Just backing away. We need to see how it goes when they fight out in the open, away from this tower here, so Kautar can go all in.
And great position to be in there for Wicked as well. You can't really make much of a mistake when you're that tanky as well. Your job to dive in and be right in their faces, force Woolite to basically back out of the fight completely. And certainly can do that with the mass tanky stats that he actually possesses at this stage of things. There's a blue buff actually coming back up, so back to what we saw in the earlier stages of this game, which was the blue buff switches between both teams. And I thought that Tabs was actually going to steal that one away, but Froggen with the satchel charge gets that one, so he's back to spamming.
Back to spamming. Walks straight into the first one. There's about 20% of his HP, just showing the amount of damage now on Froggen with the Void Staff and Death Cap and everything. Take 1 or 2 bombs and you're forced to actually go back to base and recall. So go back to base and heal, I think. It means Alliance can then pressure your tower. So it could be a big issue for Copenhagen Wolves. Especially also because their engage is actually reliant on the fact that Kautar can hit a knock-up and then jump in and then get the wild growth from Youngborg. They don't have any other real engage, so it means Alliance are just safe to stay back and poke all the time.
And they are massively more tanky as well. If you look down the items in there from that, and we saw how much damage Youngborg takes. Okay, they've got the ultimate out of Airworks, they've got the wild growth, which kind of throws you off a little bit in terms of tankiness, but the fact that Wicked's going to be around for days in the middle of the team. So it's not a person that you want to focus, but we've already seen Huey's doing a lot of damage already, and it looks like Alliance are going to try and bait out Baron.
Trying to bait out Copenhagen was actually taking a very aggressive route here. It should be a fight.
Well, they missed everything, but it doesn't matter. They go straight on towards Airwax there, and the grasping room's coming in, followed up by the Stranglethorn. Shook going to be the man that's focused. He goes down. Kautar in there as well, but he gets the ghost that allows him to get one more kill. And the focus was on Wicked. Look how low he's gone, but he's not dead. Crucially in this, Unlimited is super low. We see Woolite is at half HP as well. Unlimited's going to be running into no man's land as Tabs does manage to land a little bit onto him. He just needs probably one more auto attack onto them, and there is the kill for Tabs. That will be a 2 for 2 actually in the end. Crucially maybe for the Copenhagen Wolves stopping Alliance. 3 for 2, sorry.
Well, so look at the fight here. Alliance was baiting out the Baron. Airworks is the guy who face check. He's forced to flash away. His ultimate is still ready, saving it. He doesn't want to use it on himself. Kautar actually. Copenhagen Wolves invest so much onto Shook here. Not exactly the target you want to get. Look here, down the bottom of the screen, there's 2 squishy members doing all the damage. Wicked, because he's so tanky, actually survives, backs away. And now with everything being invested onto killing Shook, killing Nif, the carries are still left for Alliance, so they can just win the fight for them and now start the Baron once again.
Straight in there with the teleport from Wicked. There's not really anyone around there from the Copenhagen Wolves. 3 of them are dead, of course. Still 10 seconds until Limited spawns in, and Froggen here just going to try and hold. And I say try, he's doing 30% with each one there onto Youngborg. This is going down here. We are going to see Cogmore try and get in there, but Alliance get that one, and there is Youngborg being hammered away, and Tab predicting his move correctly and finishes him off with a call-in. Brilliant.
Destroyed him. Alliance just, after this dragon fight, where Alliance killed multiple members, took the first Baron, they just never let go. They've been full control here, been sieging down towers, setting off the Baron baits, and just been playing the team fights really well. After the very first failed team fight, they really stepped it up here, playing a lot more defensive in the fight, just kiting around, cutting backwards with the squishy members, and it's working. Also because, credit to Wicked, I talked about he should have a Blade Run King earlier, it's working for him with this full tank build. Gotta give him the credit.
Surviving that last fight, and now tanking, actually some minions that have the tank on it right now. It doesn't matter either way, it's going to go down, and the inhibitor is surely going to follow here as well. Alliance got enough damage to make sure that happens with that Baron buff on, and they're probably just going to go straight down towards this inner turret. They don't really need those minions at this point.
Could go straight forward, or could just wait for this massive wave to be pushed up with them. Youngboy is still dead, teleport is ready, yes, so he can at least try and come out and join here, but the Lulu pick itself for him haven't actually done too much in this game, and we need to see if they can try and do something in these late game team fights and just do everything to keep Woolite alive and see how much damage he can do. if they can manage to poke Wicked before the fight starts and then start it, so he's going to be forced to back away earlier, and then Will can actually get towards the squishy members. And then if Kautot lands a great knockout on, let's say, Ziggs or someone like Taps, and just instant kill them. I mean, yes, Copenhagen Wolves will still have a chance in these fights, but it's going to be hard for them. Also because Alliance don't actually need to go straight in the fight. As we talked about, they can just poke.
And they got plenty of survivability on top of that. If you go for Froggen, Zonya's Hourglass straight away. You've got Mikhail's Crucible, you've got the Scimitar in there as well. So
Face of the Mountain.
Yeah, Tab's going to be feeling confident even there at the front of this one, as Alliance now finally do stack up towards this bottom inner turret with the entire team now. Poke again from Froggen becomes very, very clear as he throws those bombs straight through. Could win wall, but it's not quite got the cooldown that they really needed to have, and there's the combo coming through. Wild Growth used by Youngbuck on himself, but it's enough damage to force them away from it completely. Meanwhile, super minions are now coming down that mid lane. This is make or break time for the Wolves.
This tower is going to go down so fast. The hook on's unlimited.
He's dead. There's no way he's going to be able to survive that one in the end, and that is the inhibitor turret as well. Airwax actually coming around, but they're trying to focus. Wicked Shook goes into the middle as well. Woolite has now gone down. This is surely game for the for Alliance. The Copenhagen Wolves are being ripped to pieces here. Youngbuck, the only one still alive. He goes back off into the fountain, ends up dying inside of the fountain, and Alliance gonna win the game right here. Brilliant performance.
Very, very strong performance. One team fight at the Dragon. Alliance took the kills, got the Baron. It turned the entire game around because Copenhagen Wolves, they were winning the split push. They were winning the team fights until that crucial point. They lost the fight. There were only 4 members there, mistimed everything, and Alliance took full control and just played the team fights really well afterwards, played the map afterwards, used the very strong siege comp so perfectly, and the lack of an engage on the side of Copenhagen Wolves meant they could never do anything. Just sit back, take a bomb in your face, take another bomb in your face, and then now you're too low to even fight.
And I think Alliance have grown past that point as well, where you could afford in the spring split to make a slight mistake here or there, and especially through the Copenhagen Wolves right now. I mean, you've got 2 new players on your team. Of course, it's going to be hard for them to instantly be at the same level when it comes to coordination and teamwork and calling in terms of the fights as well. Either way, it's a great performance out of the gate from Alliance. A bit of a ropey start for them. What? They don't really care. Ropey start and still winning the game, it doesn't matter.
And this is a great win where you're actually behind. I believe it was 5-1 for Copenhagen Wolves before the Dragon. Like, where you're behind and you're like saying, okay, what do we do now to get back in this game? And then you manage to do it. It's a very big confidence boost. It's something you can use in the future as well when you fall behind and say, don't worry, we can still win this one. They can make a mistake. We can punish them. And overall, I mean, the comp itself for them is very standard. There's nothing special about building a combo around Ziggs, Lucian, and then have Shyvana to be there, either the tank or the split pusher. I mean, it's very standard comp here, so they didn't show their hand with anything. They just played it the way they should. As soon as they got the lead, gave no chance for Copenhagen Wolves with their comp, and didn't really play into the hand of Copenhagen Wolves.
I want to go back to Jungle Yorick here as well, because I had your thoughts after 30 minutes. I want it here at the end as well. We saw there that, you know, they had pretty much glass cannons across the board. Lulu didn't really have any defense there by the end. Of course, Woolite didn't really have anything. Kautot didn't have anything to keep himself alive other than getting himself alive again from Yorick's ultimate, from the Wild Growth coming in. But we saw there in that last fight where they pushed him away from the bottom inner turret. Wild Growth was popped instantly. They couldn't really do any. It didn't offer them enough.
They fell too far behind simply to just rely on Woolite to do all the things. And that's where Jungle Yorick, again, we talk about how it's not a pick, goes in, instantly destroys guy number 1 in the team fight and just carries the whole thing by itself. It's relying around the team. It's relying around the fact that Woolite can kill people, and then they can, once he goes down, they can ultimate him again, so he comes up again and do even more. And that's the whole comp by Copenhagen Wolves. So the pick, in the end, as soon as they fell behind, did nothing. But before they fell behind, it actually did quite a lot in the team fights. Because again, as long as you can kill targets, as long as you can survive the engage, the pick can work. But this time around, as soon as they fell behind, it did nothing.
And becomes infinitely harder once you see the Zonyas and what have you start.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're never going to kill anyone. You're there.
And I think also a combo that, especially like the later it goes into the game, the more difficult it is to actually pull off, to have those big ultimates on the right targets at the right time. And this, let's not forget, is a brand new team for the Copenhagen Wolves. They've lost 2 of their most influential players, and they've got Airwax and Woolite. Whilst they've had their time here, certainly Woolite on this stage, they've had their time in Challenger as well. They've never been quite at this level where the pressure is all on them.
Yeah, and one mistake, you get punished for it. And also, you just talked about how the ultimates were so important for Copenhagen Wolves. Every single one of their members, except for the Cockmore, the ultimate was key. Like, if you missed this one, it was on cooldown before the fight started, all of a sudden you were in a big disadvantage. If you didn't have the ultimate from Zyra to disengage, you didn't have the Wild Growth, you didn't have the Yorick ult, something, your whole comp wouldn't actually work together. So what Alliance could do was start a fight,
bait one out,
wait, and then go back in. And then there was nothing Copenhagen Wolves could respond with. So they were just so aligned on the perfect team fight, which again meant as soon as they fell behind or went even in gold, Alliance with their more standard comps was stronger.
Well, great start to the season for Alliance, and we have Shox and Quickshot standing by with Froggen from Alliance. So let's send it over to them.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, joined by Frog, and of course also the captain from Team Ice, straight from All-Star, coming here and getting a victory for Alliance. That's already better than the beginning of last split. Very good for you guys. Tell us about picks and bans, because the Copenhagen Wolves, they had a plan.
Yeah, I think it was very key for us to wait with the mid pick to the very last pick when we saw what comp they had. Because if we had went with more an assassin pick or something, we would have get screwed over because of the Kog'Maw pick, which is really strong together with the Yorick. So we wanted something that could just blow them up in team fights and match them equally, because Yasuo is a really strong split pusher and stronger than Shyvana when he gets more items. So it's very key for us to actually be able to win the team fights and be able to siege, and that's why we last picked the 6.
So it definitely worked out in the end, but it took an incredibly long time to get there. Talk me through the first 20 minutes of the game. It felt like the Wolves were just one step ahead of Alliance. They had a fairly sizable gold lead, and they seemed to push you around the map. What was going on?
Yeah, I think our biggest mistake there was we let them push in order for us just to farm up, and then we want to dive the Lulu once he gets back. And that way we can deny a lot of experience compared to them just getting a lot of global gold, which we think is worth more, because 6 can just wave clear in the mid. You don't necessarily need to just push down the turrets and then group, because you can't wave clear alone, but 6 can do that. So if we managed to dive the Lulu top, I think we would have gotten out ahead, but we didn't manage to do that, and they got really far ahead because of that, and they got all the vision control in the game, and that's why it dragged out.
Well, you guys did transition very well into the mid game, taking control of those dragons and towers, but then at the very first big team fight of the game, you actually didn't do that well when you tried and dive the tower. We actually have a replay to illustrate that, if we can pull that up on our screen, because a little bit of a misjudgment there if you could dive the tower or not.
Yes, I want to pick your brain about what was going on, because it was very clear that you wanted to dive the Copenhagen Wolves. So let's roll this clip out and explain what was happening, the team decisions, etc.
Yeah, so before even this happens, we wanted Wicked to move down so we could dive, because we know Yorick is getting low and we know everybody wasn't there from Copenhagen Wolves. So we would manage to dive them there before the Yasuo got back, but it fails, and I'm Moon because we don't pick up a kill, so I don't get my mana back from Athene's Unholy Grail, and that allows them to hunt us down all the way and eventually win the team fight, which was really poorly played from us. But if we managed to get one kill, so I could get either kill or assist, so I could get some mana back, it would have turned out differently.
It felt like you kind of went in somewhat disjointed. Wicket went in quite early, Shook was by himself a little bit. Was that just a little bit of confusion in the calling, or was that somebody pulling the trigger too early?
I'm not exactly sure what happens behind the tower, because I'm more focused on the backline. So what they're doing is like they're trying to keep their backline busy, or trying to get the kills that's pulling, like they're trying to hold their the enemy backline busy so we can do our work and kill them faster. And I'm just there to protect taps and do a lot of damage to Yasuo and the other melee champions, which 6 is really good at. So I'm not exactly sure what went on there.
Can you maybe shine a light on the revamped Copenhagen Wolves? You, of course, played against them in their own lineup 4 times in the last split. And then here, with the new AD carry, Willett, and the new jungler, Airwax, did you feel a great difference in the way they played the map as to their
I think they
split?
played the map the exact same way in the old Copenhagen Wolves. I don't think Amazing and Forgiven had that much map, like rotations and stuff. I don't think they were like the decisive ones there. I think like the Yorick pick coming in for Airwax, he obviously has been playing it a lot, and that's a new pick they got instead for Amazing, and they tried to make it work out with the Kog'Maw pick as well. I think Woolite likes hyper carries like Twitch and Kog'Maw, So I think they made it work really well together and tried to plan a tactic around it.
Well, it definitely appeared to work for a while. Wasn't enough to pick up a victory for yourself and Alliance, against rather you guys. First victory of the split. Eyes are definitely on World Championships. Towards the end of the split and playoffs, Alliance was looking great. Fell off a little bit in the playoff bracket. How are you guys going to be treating the rest of the games, as we know you personally definitely want to make it to Worlds?
I think all of us really wants to make it to Worlds. It's a really huge deal for us, and we're all doing our best to actually get there. And obviously everybody practice more than in spring season because it's closer to Worlds, so you don't get burned out from practicing really hard now rather than practicing 4 months really hard. So we're going to take it very seriously.
Can you shine a light on the competition here with the changes coming in? Is there one team that you are more
afraid of?
Afraid of, that was what I was looking for, than the other teams coming in.
Last season, SK did surprisingly well, better than anyone else expected, just because of their rotations and the map decisions. They're really decisive and they play the map out well. They don't rely that much on individual skill, which is uncommon for an EU team. So I think they might actually be the hardest team to beat.
Wow, well, very interesting. Congratulations on that first victory of the season for you, Frog. And we need to head back to base, but we'll be returning with Millennium battling the super hot crew. Stay with us as the action continues.
Okay, they like our picks. That's the first plan. We get all the crowd. We pick something fun. That's the way to win.
Have a bit of a poke, see what I can do. Woolite got out of position, play into the box as well. And a whole bandit. Woolite's going to go down. Managing to stay alive and then turning it around. They're going to go for shock. Wild Growth News. Cartar gets himself one. Wicked is still very low. Wow. And there is the ultimate. Woolite has now gone down. This is surely game for the for Alliance. The Copenhagen Wolves are being ripped to pieces here.
I realized that I create my future by myself after All Stars. Especially, I was sitting on the crowd and watching, and in my mind I had like one question: why can't I play here like next year or the world stage? It's just everything is up to me. I need to work hard for it, and actually I played more solo queue games in the last 3 days than the whole previous split, so it pretty much boosted me up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee D-Man Smith here, and of course Trevor Quickshot Henry is alongside me once again. It is time to get our next game started, as Millennium will be taking on the Super Hot Crew. Now, both of these teams, they had to fight their way back into the European LCS via the Spring Promotion Series, with Millennium taking on Ninjas in Pajamas in a 7-hour epic clash, where they eventually came out victorious 3-2. That was not a fun game to watch, I've got to be sure. Looked good earlier, though. Earlier today, of course, Millennium did take on Roccat and ended up winning that game. From the picks and bans, it appeared that Millennium, well, they got their hands on just about everything they wanted.
Completely agree with you. Millennium definitely got a composition that they were happy with. They had a strong mixture of early and late game champions. They had options for team fights, for split pushing. They could find picks. More importantly, Millennium came out the gate swinging. So not only did they get comfort picks, Kerp on Fizz played particularly well. He helped secure first blood, allowed his team to secure an uncontested early dragon. They had a tower lead, which eventually led to a massive gold lead against Roccat. And the control didn't let up, because Millennium went on to finish 13-3-14 by the end of the game. They secured all 4 dragons, and that is the strongest, most convincing performance we've seen from Millennium all year.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic start for them. The Super Hot Crew, well, they had to go through the Summer Promotion Series after finishing 7th overall in the league. In that tournament, of course, they faced and beat the strong opposition in the form of a Cloud9 Eclipse. However, they beat them 3-0. And before the spring split, the Super Hot Crew, they only had 2 days to prepare before being flung into this season, of course. This time around, they've had a couple of weeks to get ready. So let's see if they really stepped up their game. Of course, they have that new man on your screen. We will fail her.
All right, so in the promotion matches against Cloud9, the Challenger squad was playing without their star jungler, Ku. But based on how well the Super Hot Crew performed during that series, I'm not sure it would have made any difference at all. This team has changed since We Will Fail Her has replaced Mixer, as you've already pointed out, D-Man. And we'll need to see if he can avoid giving up as many deaths this split. The near-flawless play from Super Hot Crew at Promotion Tournament, I really want to highlight again. I think it stemmed from the fact that the team found a style of play that worked for them. They took 8 out of 11 dragons. They got all 6 barons. They only conceded 6 towers in 3 games while securing 30 for themselves. It really exemplifies just how good and how well they were performing. So we'll need to see if Super Hot Crew can continue that strong showing against a squad that gave them lots of trouble during the spring split. I want to briefly mention Selfie. He played TF, Lulu, and Fizz. They were all champions we have not seen him on before, and he played extremely positively, 11-3-13. Contrast that to his Orion and LeBlanc, which we've seen during the regular split. It was a much better performance.
Okay, let's check out those starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is Millennium. They're already 1-0 up. Let's see how they go in this game too. Kevin is in the top lane, Konex in the jungle, Kerp has the mid lane, Kraton AD carry, and of course Jerry as support.
And on the red side, it is the Super Hot Crew, with Mimir up top, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie in the mid lane, Mr. Rolls and AD carry, and We Will Fail Her as the new face replacing Mixer.
So we've seen a couple of interesting new composition coming out. Copenhagen Wolves definitely running something different in that last game. Millennium in their game against Roccat got literally everything. The Lucian Thresh combo, the Jax in the top lane, Kerp on a happy times on Fizz, Konex on Kha'Zix. We're not surely expecting similar picks and bans for this phase, because Super Hot Crew would have been backstage. They would have been watching that game.
No, I don't think they're going to let them get their hands on everything they want, but they definitely need to try and focus some of the comfort picks. Lucian, for me, is going to be a priority here. It was both Mr. Rolls and Creaton's most played champions, 12 times for each, respectively, during the previous split. And earlier today, Creaton had a great performance on the Lucian again. I also want to see how Millennium approach picks and bans now that they're on the blue side. When they were on red side, they definitely got a clear advantage. They forced Roccat, or goaded Roccat into first picking Castanet. They didn't ban it away. They got that Jackson Thresh in first rotation, which denied it from their opponents, as well as giving themselves strong picks. They don't have that same double pick, counter pick opportunity on blue.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans underway. This is game 4 of Super Week, the first week of the summer split. Plenty of games to go, and of course, it all leads to that World Championships in Korea. Right now, though, we do see Lulu being banned out, Kassadin being banned out this time by Super Hot Crew. That surprises me because Kirk is not playing that champion.
Yeah, what's even more surprising is the fact that you do that as your first pick. If you're on red side, save it till last. You don't give anything up. And if you have a player like Kerp who is not known for Kassadin, you can almost see, will Millennium ban it as their second or third and potentially give yourself the opportunity to ban something in addition. Nevertheless, it didn't happen, and as it looks like, there's a lot of focus on mid lane champions.
Yeah, Selfie's getting hit hard here. Yasuo and, of course, LeBlanc being taken away. There is the Jax ban. They don't want to let Kevin on that one. Kevin, it is his actual favorite champion, that and Aurelia. So we'll see what he goes with. Aurelia is open. We'll see whether he picks on that one. We also see Morgana as the final pick, but the Rat has snuck through the first time as well. He's been banned out in all 3 games so far, and he's insta-locked.
Yeah, that was a very quick reaction from Creatine, making it very clear he wants a comfort pick. Thresh is still up and available, as is Fizz and Twisted Fate. The reason I highlight that, both Kerp and Selfie have played those respective champions in the past. It's something they've got their hands on. We'll need to see how well Europeans do with Twitch, because it's not an AD carry that has been overwhelmingly associated with our region, especially towards the end of the spring split. Now today, however, it definitely looks like EU has cottoned on, and they've been trying to fire off those rat-a-tat-tats as best as possible.
So Lee Sin and Leona picked up there. Looking at Super Hot Crew, I'm wondering whether we're finally maybe going to see the Rengar sneak through, because he's kind of back in there a little bit. Mima, of course, the main Rengar player. We'll see what Millennium go with here, though. Impaler on Lee Sin, that's an interesting one for me, because we haven't seen him play a great deal of it in the spring split.
It's also a much more mechanically intense champion than we tend to see Impaler on, so we'll need to see how that works out. I was a very big fan of Impaler when he was playing his Pantheon towards the end of the middle of last split. Did a very good work on there. But as we've touched on, the Thresh was available, picked up by Millennium. I want to highlight that Ziggs is still up and available for selection. It was banned against Millennium by Roccat in game 1 of the day. It was last picked by Froggen, the game we've just witnessed. So it is something that could be secured here if it will work out in their favor. Super Hot Crew playing a little bit. I'm not believing the Sion bait.
Yeah, Shyvana being locked in as well for Kevin in the top lane while Aurelia was open. That does surprise me. Of course, we saw Soaz on Aurelia earlier today. Didn't work out too hot there. We do also see Lucian being locked in. Thresh being locked in. I am watching it. I'm watching it. Don't worry. I see the Rengar. I'm not being baited into it just yet, though. I'm going to wait until they lock in.
Yeah, we'll need to see how that goes. I think the Dr. Mundo is definitely more of a traditional Mima champion, played it 6 times in the previous split. Gonna swap away at the very last second. As you mentioned, the Aurelia definitely getting a lot more playtime. One of the big focuses for the design team for patches 4.6 and 4.7 was to try and give some more options and variety to top lane champions. And while it's not necessarily the champions that have received some reworks in the patch notes, we are seeing Aurelia coming back. We're seeing Shyvana back in the mix because they've sort of fallen off towards the last weeks of the split.
Don't let Morello know, though. He'll stop nerfing. I don't think Aurelia can get nerfed any more than already possible. Of course, there is that Lucian lock-in. We are seeing Vayne currently hovered over. Creatine had a great game 1, honestly, earlier against Roccat.
Yeah, Creatine, he has the ability to do well when he's on a comfortable champion. If you think about him during the spring split, he would have games on Lucian where he would destroy people. And now he's playing Twitch. It's not something that we've seen him play a whole heck of a lot. 12 times on Lucian, 6 times on Caitlyn, 3 times Ezreal. Twitch is not up there. If he's out of position, Lee Sin's going to jump on him. Irelia is going to jump on him. Leona's going to jump on him. And he can just get squashed, get caught in a rat trap. So he needs to be very, very aware of where he's going to be and lining up that ultimate to hit multiple targets.
Well, the Ziggs has been locked in. You talked about it. You said it may well get picked up on the last one for Kerp. It's a champion he's played a lot of. Evelyn also locked in by Connix, a champion we haven't seen him playing a great deal of. He's been focusing on, of course, Nocturne and Kha'Zix in the past.
So the one thing I'm concerned about for Millennium, their front line is basically Shyvana. Shyvana is going to be standing in the front line with Thresh, trying to dissuade members of Super Hot Crew getting onto his back line. But what Millennium can do very, very, very well is flank. If Shyvana and Evelyn come in from the side lanes and there's some poke that's gone down from that Ziggs, you are just going to clean house with Twitch and Ziggs in the follow-up. The problem is Millennium cannot get caught out of position, because if they are remotely in a bad position, Irelia, Lee Sin, Twisted Fate, Leona, they will pounce, they will kill, and they will force down objectives. So the key for Millennium in this game is going to be very much on positional play and vision. They cannot afford to get blindsided by the very mobile members and the quite hard engaged power that Super Hot Crew does offer.
Yeah, and you talk about the hard engage. Both teams kind of going for that heavy aggressive style of teams. There's no focusing on this one. They are going to be looking for those kills. What do we think though overall? Team comps, who's got the better of these two?
It's going to all depend on positioning. I think both teams have the tools to punish their opponents when they are caught out of place, because as much as I'm saying Millennium are going to be careful, if they find an over-aggressive Super Hot Crew, they can punish just as effectively.
Well, we've seen some serious aggressive twitches catching people out over it at All-Star Paris. Well, the champions are about to hit the rift, so let's see who you guys at home think will win this one. According to the votes, it is very close. Super Hot Crew coming out on top, 52% of you to 48%. That is probably about how I'd put it, maybe. Super Hot Crew carried a lot of weight with them through the spring split.
I would have put it the other way personally. Based on how Millennium played in game one, their first game of the
Gotta
day.
remember the votes could have been cast like a week ago.
Touche. I don't care. They should have jumped on there and voted anyway. But I
Once
think
you voted, you can't change it.
Millennium look good. Millennium look good. So we'll need to see who brings it in this game and who's in the right position at the right time.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 4 underway. Millennium facing off against the Super Hot Crew. Millennium, of course, already 1-0 up. Super Hot Crew, this is their first game of the summer. And, of course, that new man, We Will Failure, back once again. He played back in way back for Fnatic in Season 1 as a substitute in the group stages of the World Championships. And here he is once again, Season 4. He played in Season 3 as well, of course, for
Lemon Dogs.
Lemon Dogs,
Split.
of course it was. Back in the summer split.
Played for 2 or 3 weeks of memory serves.
Yeah, DreamHack and in Moscow.
Yes, correct. So he has some stage experience, which is great. And we'll have to see if his interesting choice of name is a bad omen. As it stands, 54 seconds on the clock. We have seen some invades in all of our previous games. They haven't amounted to a lot. It has really just been a vision and a counter vision in terms of invades. And this is the first time that I think we may see a really heavy engage, because all of Millennium could bump into Super Hot Crew.
Well, if anyone is going to do that 5-man invade, it would be Millennium. It's something they did throughout the spring. Not to varied success, I think it's safe to say. Oh, there we go. We didn't actually mention this. The fact that the Scrying Orb was picked up by Kevin. We saw it used there to try and start this invade.
So this is something that teams are doing on 4.7. Opting to start with the Scrying Orb, getting the vision down and deciding, do we want to invade? Do we want to push forward? It will allow whoever's going to recall to sell that trinket and pick themselves up a yellow trinket or a red trinket, as you can see Kevin is doing right now, so he can return to lane, have that ward available for when he really needs it in a minute or so's time. And it's just a new tactic to try and get as much advantage with as little risk as possible in the early stages.
So, for the first game today, it's looking like we may have standard lanes. Looks like it's going to be a 2v2 down that bottom. 2 top laners will be in their ordinary positions. Of course, we've had 2v1s for the last 3 matches. So we'll see how this one works out. Kerr missing the first bomb there. That's not ideal in this opening stages.
Now, I want to touch on the fact that the last time we've seen Selfie was again at the promotion tournament. It was against Cloud9 Eclipse, and he played exquisitely. I think his Destiny ganks were very good. He rarely picked the wrong color card. He got all the golds that were important. He managed to get the slows when there was multiple targets to hit. I would like to see if he can channel that same performance now, as the stakes are... Well, I guess you could argue promotion was probably higher, actually, because their jobs were on the line. Now it's going to be looking to see, can they beat a team that they struggle to deal with loss splits.
This is the first time we get to see this 2v2, as I mentioned, down this bottom lane. Thresh and Twitch up against, of course, Mr. Rallas with his new support, We Will Failure. And of course, if you cast your mind back to the days with Mixer, that when they hit level 2, that's when they go aggressive. We want to see whether We Will Failure will do the same alongside Kraton.
It's going to be so risky if they do it with this combination, because if Leona does go for that level 2 or level 3 engage and doesn't land the stuns 100% accurately onto Creatine, the ability to get punished by the Twitch and the damage of Thresh is going to be very high. We'll get to that in a second. Selfie may be in trouble.
Yeah, that's going to be a double buff. Konex coming in. He's already been bounced around, but he's going to maybe get away from this one. He actually comes back in as well. That's a confident play from Selfie.
Well, Ghost burned. So Cottonex at the very least got one of the summoner spells from Selfie. And unfortunately, it wasn't going to be enough to get any kills. Let's see if some stuns can land.
Impaler spotted out by that ward. Is he going to go for this one? Lands the Sonic Wave onto J-Reet. will not follow through. Was spotted out, of course, by that ward in there wherever he's spotted by the vision there. Konex, he's hanging around still. He's not going to get spotted out at these rates, so he's going to take these for free, knowing, of course, that Impaler was down the bottom lane.
We'll see how effectively it works out. You know, Konex has had a gank already that's worked successfully. Impaler on this Lee Sin, he's got some time to play with. You know, I think both of these teams are going to scale fairly effectively, but I would definitely be worried about Kevin. If he gets to a point where he can 1v1 Mima on Irelia and can push him around the map, then it's going to be very difficult for Super Hot Crew to contain him. Mima, I don't think they were going to dive him. It's very scary to dive in Irelia under the tower, so wisely Konex backs him.
Yeah, I think he's just checking out the ground, of course. Taking away the large golem, taking away the gold, effectively, from Impaler, who has stuck around in that bottom half of the jungle for quite some time now, and again is looking to try and create a kill.
So we'll see if he can get this lane gank to work. Once again, it's all going to be on We Will Failure. In order for that to work out in favor... Oh, Selfie's in trouble.
Oh, he's going to flash away. So both summoner spells have been burned there, and that's simply by Kurt making plays. Ignite was used.
That was very well played by Kurt. He understood his damage. Oh, they've caught Jerry.
They're going to go in towards him. Jerry, is he going to be able to get away from this one? Throws out the hook, not going to land it. And Craven's happily just laid down the damage, and that's another game from Super Hot Crew.
That was pretty good play from We Will Failure. He landed the Zenith Blade onto Jerry, dashed forward, and then got the stun onto Creatine. Even though Jerry got the flay to sort of interrupt that Zenith Blade, it wasn't enough to put distance between him and Creatine. So Impaler still sniffing around. It feels like Impaler is trying to force a gank that is not optimal. You know, we talked about how Mr. Rolls and We Will Fail are in a lane matchup that's very difficult. Impaler's stood on top of it.
Impaler's stood on top of a pink ward. He sees that, surely. I mean, I know he's blind, but come on, now he sees it. There we go. Selfie's in trouble. He's not going to be able to get away from this one. There is first, but Konex is going to lock that one down.
Yeah, unfortunately, Konex and Kerp, just better communication, better calling. They managed to bait Selfie in. It took too long for Impaler to react, to jump in there with a safeguard. No flash from Selfie. I also want to say that Impaler was really trying to force something. Instead of just going back to his jungle and farming up and trying to get some CS under his belt, he was really trying to help mitigate the weak laning phase of Lucian Leona. And while it has somewhat helped, Mr. Rolls is only 6 CS behind. I don't know if it's worth giving up that first bite. I don't know if it's worth the missed farming opportunities that Impaler has already given up. He's going to try again. This time looks a little more positive on Kevin, but Kevin's got Dragon's Descent.
Well, he hasn't been level 6 yet, whereas Kevin has, as you mentioned. Dragon's Descent is available. It's already been stunned up. There it is. The ulti just to pounce away. Scot-free, and really not too worried about that one, I don't think, Kevin.
No, he's got his teleport available, so if the wave is pushing very heavily towards him, he can obviously TP back. Decides he doesn't even need to. Just comes right back into lane. Still got Dragon's Form up and running. Will be timing out shortly. But I think overall, Millennium doing pretty well in this early game. Konex has had a more positive influence on the map. And Impaler maybe feeling the pressure. Maybe trying to bite off a little more than he can chew when he doesn't need to. As it stands, his lanes have actually been holding even. And we'll need to see what Selfie does. You know, if Impaler had time to gank with Selfie's Destiny Ultimate, that could be very, very different. Combo the gold card, combo Dragon's Rage, kick backwards, and all of a sudden you may have a kill on the board for the Super Hot Crew.
We'll see whether they do manage to go aggressive. As of yet, it is staying fairly even in lanes, as you mentioned. No surprise, Mima just got himself a little bit ahead after the Impaler pressure, but Kevin teleports to the top, so teleport will not be available for 200 seconds, of course, went to the tower. We do see Mima doing exactly the same, and again, Selfie taking some serious damage. Kerp seems to be on a mission in this opening Superweek.
Kerp is doing well, and you can see why Rocket banned Ziggs against him. You know, in the very first game of the day, it was the very first ban from Rocket. They did not want Kerp to be on that comfort pick. He is completely 1v1ing Selfie, but it has not actually garnered him any advantage outside of the assist. And even that was because of Konex. CS is about even. Selfie is going to be earning a little bit of bonus gold thanks to his passive as well with loaded dice. So we'll see how it works out. Kevin already pushing Mima around, even on levels, but he's got a Giant's Belt, so a lot tankier at this point in time.
Of course, Creaton gone back, going towards that Blade of the Rune King. No surprises there. It's the Assassin Twitch that we may well start looking towards. Impaler, he's coming down towards his mid lane, but he's spotted out by the Warden. Konex and Kerb are ready to try and steal this blue buff.
We'll see if they can make it. There is a lot of burst damage that Kerb can put down.
Oh, he's got it!
He gets it!
He got it! Kerb managing to steal it away nicely there with a Mega Inferno Bomb, and that's going to be a problem because Destiny cooldown is, of course, quite long.
Yeah, and I just missed the timing on that smite, but I think Impaler opened the blue buff with smite as opposed to using it to secure. They didn't anticipate that invade or the potential steal. And again, Impaler just little mistake, little error costing them that objective. The one thing I want to note, as we are getting to the stage now that teams are going to start roaming, the moment Twisted Fate throws down the Destiny, the stealth from Evelynn and the stealth from Twitch will be negated. It is a very important thing to note for team fights, because as we've said, if Super Hard Crew can catch Creaton out, that is a large portion of their damage that has been removed. We'll need to see who's going to make the first move for Dragon. With both teleports down from the top laners, it will only happen after one team secures a kill, because I don't think either team wants to go for that challenge without having the support of their top lane.
While this is all happening up in the top lane, Kevin has been farming between those towers quite happily. Of course, all the pressure being drawn down, so Impaler can't interfere on this one so far, so I'm not too worried about that one. Of course, on Aurelia, so can quite easily tank up on the turret. Impaler trying to take advantage. Knew the position of Kotenex there because he just took down the pink ward at the back of the red buff, so he's going to successfully come around and steal away those wraiths. Meanwhile, the rest of the Super Hard Crew trying to steal away the vision in this bottom lane. We'll see whether Selfie can create a play off this, but he may be in trouble. As you mentioned, the rubber ducky comes on down. Again, it's going to be Kotenex locking him up, but he's going to use that ghost to get away. Along with a flash, he's still taking a lot of damage. He's in dangerous play. You can see Kerb comes in. The passive is there, and that's a lot of damage coming out. And again, really ballsy play coming out from Super Hard Crew, but it backfired.
Yeah, the gusto was just way too much there. Selfie was thinking he could get the gold card and allow Impaler to go for the execute with his Sonic Wave and Dragon's Rage combo. It didn't work out. He took too much damage. It was a flash from Kerb that allowed him to get in range to get that last chunk of damage down. But what I like from Kotenex, because of the repeated ganks of mid lane, it has prevented Selfie from using his ultimate. Because Selfie has not had the opportunity to impact the side lanes, Millennium are doing a very, very good job at controlling the mid lane opponents. Earlier today, in the post-game analysis of Millennium's matchup, we know Millennium, they don't mind giving opponents Kassadin because they feel they have a strategy that can counter it. They demonstrated that today. Now, again, against a Twisted Fate, Millennium are demonstrating an ability to control their opponent's mid lane champions 2 games for 2.
And this is important to note, the fact that Millennium, during the spring split, honestly had trouble in the lane phase. They really never came out strong. It's something, if you look back to maybe the summer of 2013, where actually they pretty much dominated for the opening couple of weeks of the summer LCS, they didn't have the problems. They went aggressive. Is this the return? Maybe with Kotenex making those plays, he's obviously been involved in 100% of the action so far in this mid lane. Obviously came in to replace Aranea pretty late. It's safe to say it was, what, week 9, 10,
week 9
something like that of the spring split. Is this Millennium turning the corner?
Well, this is 2 games on the day that they have come out swinging. They have got an early advantage, and they are not afraid to pick engage, and they're picking the right ones. So now Kotenex may get caught up. There's the Destiny.
Yeah, he's going to be able to catch on. No, that's Kotenex getting quite easily away from that one, honestly. The flash was used, of course, summon a spell down, but this is going to be the Dragon started by Super Hard Crew.
Now, there's no vision from Destiny, and the Mega Inferno Bomb will hurt. If Millennium go in for this, they're going to be a little split. Let's see on the positioning.
All 5 of them were caught by that Mega Inferno Bomb. The rest of Millennium close in there. Here comes Kevin. Dragon Descent available, pounces through, destroys Impaler where he stands. That means, of course, the jungler is down. Rat-a-tat-tat was coming out from Creaton. Doesn't matter, Konex already picked up the Dragon, and well, Millennium coming out with a kill and the Dragon. That is bad, bad news for Super Hard Crew.
Super Hard Crew, instead of trying to pounce on a target and try get kills, they decided to run away. So as they were backing away, they lined themselves up for all of the damage from Millennium, and that was just a very good flanking maneuver. We touched on how good Siobhan and Evelynn can be in those positions, in those moments, and Kevin, with a very good teleport and a well-timed Dragon's Descent, ends up winning Millennium the team fight. They get the Dragon. They also get the first tower of the game in the mid lane. And for the second game today, they've got a few thousand gold lead and are looking very, very strong coming out of the laning phase.
And something I'm noticing from Kerb, of course, because the fact that Selfie is on Twisted Fate, he's got no gap closes. He's not going to pounce on you. He's not an assassin. Kerb is using that rubber ducky or the satchel charge, whichever you'd like to prefer to call it, aggressively. He's doing it, throwing it out. It's the first bomb he throws out. The bomb will follow the satchel charge. So he's setting up, getting that stun, simple target. And that's maybe just simply the confidence that Kerp now is having after what a great performance against Overpower.
I would go as far as to say that's just Kerp. I mean,
Kerp,
if you go back to Battle of the Atlantic, when Kerp was playing, it was under the name Alternate, of course, they destroyed CLG, and he was playing Gragas at the time. His barrels were absolutely flawless. So he's just on a champion that's skill shots, that's positional play on those bouncing bombs, and doing a very good job. I do want to give credit to Selfie. He has been ganked and camped fairly frequently, and he is only 2 CS behind. He has, of course, given up 2 kills, but you've got to give some props to the person who's playing the defensive. He's got himself that is Athene's Unholy Grail. Non-traditional Twisted Fate item, but I think because of the pressure he's under from Kerp and those bouncing bombs, the additional MR and the cooldown reduction will allow him to get those wild cards out, allow him to farm from safety, and really just play a little more scared. Let's see if this works. He doesn't even have his ultimate, so it's just warding.
Destiny is not available, but Connex has spotted him out there, sees the ward in. The bombs are getting thrown through, and I think Kerp is thinking of trying to set up a play here. No, they're going to back away from it, but again, it could be another blue invade. They stole the last one.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll work out this time. Kerp doesn't have vision, blind, and doesn't get it.
It's close though, very, very close. Selfie does get the blue buff. First blue buff of the game for him. While that was happening, Mima was actually down at the blue buff of Millennium. I don't think he got it. He was definitely down. I think he was simply warding out, though.
Yeah, getting some vision down, does not have the blue buff on. Mima's actually built himself up a small CS lead, was able to get back to lane, decides not to chase Kevin, and that was actually quite smart, I feel. Millennium have had very good vision in Super Hot Crew's jungle for the majority of this game, and because of the fact that Mima didn't have wards himself, he wasn't confident. You never know where Evelyn is. You never know where Twitch may be, even though they haven't roamed just yet. Mima playing a little safe, backs off, doesn't run the risk of getting caught out.
Those double stealth mechanics is causing a lot of pain, and you can see, of course, Super Hot Crew sitting on those pink wards. They've got another 2 in their bags right now. They've had plenty of them out on the map, but they keep getting cleared out by Millennium, and it's giving Super Hot Crew money issues. Of course, they are 2,000, 3,000 gold behind. But you add on top the amount of money they're having to invest in those pink wards, it is starting to cause problems. If you look at the vision across the map, it is very much Millennium in control.
Yeah, Millennium have been doing this the whole game. I mean, every time I look at the minimap, there are 2 to 4 wards fairly deep in Super Hot Crew's jungle. What is very nice is having the Evelyn on your side does give you the opportunity to move in at a lower risk, because there has to be a pink ward to walk over in order to get revealed. So at the very least, you can get deeper wards. But I do want to go back to the fact that Impaler, he spent so much time in the opening minutes of the game trying to force a gank from Mr. Rolls and We Will Failer. It's put him 12 CS behind, he's got a death in his name, and I haven't really felt a strong impact from this Lee Sin, which is a champion that you do associate with very early ganks, very early kills, and Impaler simply hasn't found them yet. But it is not completely too late. Super Hot Crew are only a tower and maybe a dragon behind in gold, so we'll see if they can contest the next objectives.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think whether we've actually seen Impaler using that Dragon's Rage kick yet. I don't believe. Maybe there must be one or two
died
there.
too quickly in the dragon fight previously, so unfortunately he could never get the Chuck Norris roundabout kick off.
Yeah, not happened so far. This bottom lane, Creaton maybe looking to go aggressive, but Impaler is there, ready and waiting to go this time around. There's the Solar Flare lands. J-Reed's going to come out. Destiny will come through. This time the stun cup is on J-Reed. He pulls him in towards the tower. He may go down with the price for it, but that tower's putting a lot of damage. Creaton tries to get that rat-a-tat-tat down, but it didn't quite do enough damage this time around. We do see Millennium. They're coming down the river.
The question is, what can Super Hot Crew get? They've only got a limited number of minions to work with, and they may get surrounded. It'll still be 3v4. I don't know if Millennium want this. That's a lot of damage. They do now.
3 members caught out by that Mega Inferno bomb. There's the Satchel Charge bouncing them back around. They're going to try and lock up Creaton instead. They're diving in towards him. Kerp is being caught off the side there. He gets one down. He turns onto a Selfie. It's a good stun, but then bombs are going to be ready. He misses it. Doesn't land it on there. Then Ignite goes down. Selfie does get taken out by Cornex. And now We Will Fail is going to get targeted down here. They haven't got enough to dive the tower. And it turns out to be a 2-for-1. Well, 2-for-2 if you count the last kill on J-Reed.
So in the wrap-up fight, Millennium are able to grab themselves 2 kills at the cost of only Kerp. Had Super Hot Crew had better positioning and targeting, they may have been able to get away a little more effectively. But Mr. Rolls was motoring towards the tower. He was separated. Take a look at how Selfie stays behind. They don't have vision on Creative. So 4 members of Super Hot Crew, they've got a line, but they split up 2v2. You see We Will Fail coming in to try and focus down Creative. And I guess, unfortunately it was only Mr. Rolls who was far away. He gets shut down by the bouncing bombs of Kerp. 2-for-1, Super Hot Crew, it was a bad position to be in. They simply took too much damage from the Mega Inferno Bomb.
The top lane is actually taken pretty low. There is the blue buff going back across the curb. So he will get himself top with that one. Meanwhile, Selfie yet to get his own one once again. Dragon is up, and I wonder if that may well be the target. We see the pings going down towards it in the river already.
Yeah, I also want to highlight that Creatin has had his Blade of the Ruined King for a few minutes already, working his way towards a Zeal at the moment, so probably Phantom Dancer is his next item. If Creatin decides to roam around the map, he can go for those ambush burst combinations. You know, get the Blade of the Ruined King down, use that Rat-a-tat-tat, and combo with the Mega Inferno Bomb, and all of a sudden somebody's dead. So we'll see how Creatin plays his Twitch. It is what we see out of other regions when they play Twitch. So that's why I'm mentioning it.
Well, we get another 3 pink wards in the inventory of Super Hot Crew. They really are investing a lot in keeping this coverage, and when there is an Evelynn and a Twitch, it makes complete sense. They're trying to get some coverage over towards his Dragon right now. Kerp with that lantern nearby will just scoot away from that one, and they're actually making tracks down towards the bottom here. Konex is not going to get spotted. That's not a vision ward. He will be able to sneak up on Mr. Rallis.
Now, Mr. Rallis does have the support of Impaler, so it'll be 80 carry and jungler versus 80 carry and jungler. If Impaler doesn't get a good Dragon's Rage kick, they're going to be in trouble.
Going to catch on towards him, but he's going to get spotted out. The ping ward's just off the side, but there's too much damage going down. Destiny comes in, though. He's going to try and teleport in towards him. Mimer comes down here. He's going to get the stun up. Oh, he didn't quite get the kill. The Ignite running. No! The shield is enough for Impaler to just about survive.
Yeah, this time around, Impaler actually kicks Cottonex in the direction that Mr. Rallis would want it to have run. As we said, needed to be a good kick, needed to prevent more damage coming down, and the burst was just too high. So Mr. Rallis 1, 2, and do. Because of his death, it allows Millennium to get themselves on the Dragon. This should be his second Dragon of the game, as they forced Super Hot Crew away previously, and they do secure it uncontested.
That one's quite an easy one. I was just wondering whether WeWillFader was going to dive in there. I was like, hey, buddy, you've got no team with you right now. Of course, we've got to see how the communication is between these teams. So, 2 towers for Millennium. Top and middle gone down. Here's the fight that we missed.
He interrupted it. The Destiny was going down, being channeled by Selfie, and because of the satchel charge, it meant Selfie couldn't join the fight. So Kerp, again, with a great play, ensuring that there was no additional support. Had Selfie got to that bottom lane, Super Hot Crew could have picked up more kills and potentially got the Dragon themselves. So Kerp really putting on his carry pants today and delivering for Millennium.
And of course, just hit 200 CS, the first man on the board to do that. In fact, speaking of players, let's take a quick glimpse across at the items. We can see, of course, the top laner's Trinity 4 is now completed by Mime, now going towards the tanky, probably Randy and Zoman maybe coming out next. Kevin, meanwhile, he's got the Sunfire Cape, Randy and Zoman almost certainly coming out in just a moment. Mid laners, we did talk about both Athenes being picked up early on. They are both, of course, Rabadon's Death Cap now completed by Kerp, meanwhile Zhonya's being picked up by Selfie.
The window of opportunity for Super Hot Crew to contain Millennium is getting drastically smaller as this game has gone on. Millennium have got both towers secured from the top and middle lane. They're about to grab themselves the third tower. If they stick around, the tower's getting very low. And they've accrued a 5,000 gold lead. WeWillFader is about to run into 3. I think this could end badly.
Oh, they're going to spot Konex there. Of course, the ultimate Destiny will show him out there. He puts a lot of damage down towards him, tries to stun lock them as much as he can, but there we go. WeWillFader gets hooked up. Death Sensors in there. Destiny again did not come down from Selfie. I'm pretty sure that must have been interrupted by Kirby. That he just chose not to come. There is the tower. 4 members of Millennium keep on pushing because Kevin teleported down in towards this fight. They're going to keep pushing this bottom lane.
Somebody needs to give Kerp a cookie because that's the second Destiny he's interrupted. Selfie tried to use it in the middle of the river and Kerp just ran up to him, popped the satchel charge. It prevented the Destiny coming into play. Millennium continue the pressure on this bottom lane. They've got a minion wave backing up, and thanks to the great poke that Kerp can put down, there's very little Super Hot Crew can do to defend. If they group up, look for a Mega Inferno Bomb, this is going to give them the tower.
Oh, it only caught one, but there's going to be Impaler hooked in. They follow straight through on it. They managed to get the flare onto Mr. Rollins, and Millennium may well have gone too deep on this one. WeWillFader gets in there. Great Solar Flare locks down one in the form of Konex. That tower's still yet to fall, and that's actually a big sacrifice for Millennium because they gave up the top turret for this one. Impaler comes in. Oh, Kerp's going to get away. That red buff not quite enough to take him down. Slither of health, 18 hit points I think he was on at the end there.
That was incredibly close. If Impaler wasn't able to flash with J. Reed flying behind him, that would have gone very differently. Because J. Reed followed up the death sentence and chased Impaler deeper into the territory, we're about to see it. Pay very careful attention that as Thresh starts flying, Impaler gets knocked away, and it was the satchel charge. It was the satchel charge that pushed them further back. D-Man, you said it perfectly. Over-aggression on the side of Millennium. They didn't focus down the tower, and because Creatine was trying to look for kills as opposed to finishing the objective, I mean, Super Hot Crew had that extra man, that extra force of damage to play into their favor. Super Hot Crew get a momentary respite. They prevent losing it in a turret, but it is a very, very scary situation for them right now.
However, Mima has been unlocked now. That top turret went down. We'll see next fight when he starts getting involved, but you can already see from Millennium, they've got 2 Randian's Omens already on Kevin and Coatnex. Obviously, that's not going to be the focus of target of Mima. He's going to be looking to try and dive on towards Creaton. And I wonder, with those 2 squishy carries, I'm just seeing Impaler getting caught out. He's going to be able to dodge out of the damage from Kurt there. Will get caught out. There's a lot of damage coming out. Mega Inferno Bomb will get sidestepped. Kerp is on a mission right now.
Kerp is playing out of his skin. But you know what, that's also not fair because the rest of Millennium are doing everything that they need to. Every time a gank or a counter gank comes down, Millennium's communication is good enough that Kerp realizes Selfie's going to be using that Destiny, puts himself in a position to get the damage done, and thanks to the superior vision on Millennium's side, it has allowed Kerp to see where Selfie is and interrupt that ultimate. At the same time, Millennium have pushed more dragons, they've pushed more towers, they've forced more team fights, which is why they've got the advantage in the kill score. I also like Millennium's chances at sieging. If they get themselves under a tower, the front line of Millennium, of Shyvana and Evelyn, is quite a deterrent if Super Crew all jump in. And assuming Creatine doesn't get insta-gibbed, he can just line up that spray and pray and put damage down for days. So we'll need to see how Super Crew play this one out. They're down to their inner turrets, and it is a very difficult line to break.
Oh, Coatnex caught out. Destiny will show him. Caught him towards a ping ward as well. Impaler does get him towards him. Can't get around the back of him. And now Creaton comes in. Rat-a-tat-tat running and just mows down Impaler. Catching on towards Selfie. Selfie trying desperately to get away. He's got no stamina spells available. The hook could come out from J-Ree. But the Zhonya's, well, you're dead still, son. You're not going to get away from that one. No doubt about it. And actually, it was J-Ree that picked up the kill.
That is so, so unfortunate. Impaler commits to the fight. Selfie lands and he pulls a red card, doesn't land the stun, and unfortunately, Super Hot Crew don't grab themselves a kill, and that's just, every time Millennium are in a little bit of trouble, Super Hot Crew make a small misplay, and it allows Millennium to get further ahead.
Kevin having to run defensive duties there, trying to cover off that top lane. Of course, Mima trying to buy himself some time. Mima with teleport available, Dragon up in 17 seconds, and the timer's somewhat off here from Millennium. You can see Coatnex and J-Ree were sticking around there trying to clear out those ward coverages of Super Hot Crew. The Dragon will be up in 5 seconds, but Super Hot Crew are ready for this one.
Yeah, the problem for Super Hot Crew, though, is if they give up this Dragon, the gold lead starts to become even more insurmountable. Mima is not tanky enough to really deal with Millennium at the moment. He's only got the Spectre's counter Giant Spell. That's not enough to survive the physical damage Creatine's putting down, the physical damage that Kevin can put out, even the high amount of magic damage with the Sunfire Cape and his burnout. In addition to all of that, there simply isn't enough magic resistance on the whole Super Hot Crew to survive Kerp. So at any time, if Super Hot Crew get involved in a prolonged Dragon engagement, Kerp is just going to throw bombs all day long, and once he's happy, he'll commit for the kill. Creatine looking for the ambush, doesn't get it this time.
Not going to work out. So of course he saw the same thing happening. Thought, took Faker down just like this way. Maybe I can do it against Selfie. Not going to happen this time around. This is going to be a Dragon for Millennium, no doubt about that one. Super Hot Crew in no position to react.
And this is the point in the game where Super Hot Crew need to capitalize on a mistake from Millennium. Because of the control that Millennium have afforded themselves with the gold lead, with the vision, and with the siege power of the Ziggs under their belt, in order for Super Hot Crew to get back in, they need to have more wards down, and they need to jump very quickly on a member of Millennium, pull the right card if you're Twisted Fate, and kill a target. It has to be a Ziggs, it has to be a Twitch, and then hope that the power of numbers can work in your favor, because it will take a prolonged amount of time to kill both Coatnex and Kevin in any fight, thanks to Sunfire, Randians, as well as Agony's Embrace, the shield that Coatnex will get.
And of course, we should mention, of course, that Millennium did have a 3-1 advantage in the head-to-head last spring. So despite Millennium finishing bottom of the league, this is the only team, Super Hot Crew, that they had a positive score against. And so far, so good for Millennium. And they could be 2-0 top of the league at the start of today.
I distinctly remember one particular engagement where Jerry was playing Thresh and Kerp was playing LeBlanc, where Millennium went 27,000 kills to 2 against Super Hard Crew, and they just blew them up over and over and over, and every single skill shot landed. I also remember Jerry pulling Kevin on a mid lane Lantern gank, just flying across the map. Millennium have got champions they're super comfortable with. These are all preferred, favored picks, and they are doing wonders with them. If you look at Super Hard Crew, I don't really think of Mima as a #1 main Irelia player. Impaler, I prefer him on champions like Pantheon, Vi, etc. Selfie, while he's done better on Twisted Fate in the past, it's simply not delivering here and now.
Morales is trying to buy some time for the team, trying to do anything he can to keep them off the towers, but there's only a matter of time. There's only so many ultimates you can run to keep them away from these waves of minions. Bottom lane, we saw Kevin is going to keep Kurt and Mima away, and Mima doesn't really want to go one-on-one with him anymore.
No, so he can't. He can't get through the tanky stats that Shyvana has available, and this is a tactic Millennium do many times when they get Ziggs. Mega Inferno Bomb will allow them to get damage in the tower, potentially, eventually get the tower. And all Millennium are looking for, land the poke from Kerp, get the damage in the tower. If a fight breaks out, Kevin will just teleport in. But Super Hard Crew can't contend. They're too low on HP.
Yeah, Selfie taken to half hit points. They actually dodged the Mega Inferno Bomb, and that's simply a satchel charge and a bouncing bomb that caught down. You can see that tower almost down. They will finally step away from that one, but they know most of their work is already done. Not going to be too many hit points left on that tower. Kraton going to go back and buy. You can see it's got 1,000 gold in his pocket, up to 10,900 as opposed to Mr. Rale's only 9,500. And you can see Kerp, the difference there, big difference for him, of course, and in the top lane as well. It's only about a 500 gold differential, but the jungle is a really big one. 2,000 gold difference for Kotenex, of course, because he has been involved in almost everything that's happened for Millennium so far.
Yeah, multiple dragons to his name, additional towers, more kills, more assists. At this point in time, Kotenex is just doing a better job. I had wondered why Millennium backed away from that mid lane, and it felt like they had the ability to siege longer. But what I did notice is as they backed away over the last 10 or 15 seconds, a few of their wards on the blue side of red side of Super Hard Crew's jungle have timed out. So it looks like Millennium have backed away. They picked themselves up cheap. Blue Trinket, Kotenex has had that for a little while. Gonna make sure that they don't face check, don't run into something they're not ready for. And I wonder if Millennium don't want to start playing the Baron bait. Get some wards around red, the red side of Super Hard Crew's jungle. Force them to come to you, and as Super Hard Crew are moving in, use the stealth power of Kotenex and Creatine, plus the bombs from Ziggs to just blow everyone up. Because as it stands, Millennium have so many tools that they can use, they just have to pick one and commit to it.
We'll see how it works out for them. Of course, vision issues were one of the problems back in the spring. Of course, they sometimes went a little too deep, a little too aggressive, and caught themselves out of position and basically put themselves in hot water despite the leads they built up. Here we go though, you can see Kerp getting some poke off. Destiny coming out there. I'm not sure Sophie wanted to go for that one. There is the ultimate coming down. Kotenex is in there. Zoldy's Hourglass mitigates a lot of the damage. Sophie does manage to flash away, and Payla's going to get focused on Kevin, trying to put the Dragon's Rage all over him. We were Payla going to get locked down. Graton gets out safe. Konex are now, he's going to get locked up. Mr. Rale's trying to put the damage down. He will get a kill, but maybe to the detriment of his own life as the Ignite burns him down. There's the bouncing bombs coming back in once again. It was a 2-for-1 engagement again in favor of Millennium.
That could have gone so much worse for the Super Hard Crew. The engage onto J-Re's Thresh accomplished next to nothing. There was so little damage coming down, and Super Hard Crew were all split. Their angles were a little wrong. Now, Super Hard Crew, they lose themselves a turret, so they give up an additional kill, they lose another objective, and now Impala's gone.
Oh, J-Reed didn't want to go that deep. Has to flash quickly out of there. Bouncing bombs continuing to come to. Selfie did very well to actually get out of that. That Zhonya's Hourglass was just about point blank. Managed to pull that before the Mega Inferno Bomb. If that had gone down, I feel that would have been an inhibitor, maybe even the game that went.
I agree with you. The wave clear from Selfie is very important for Super Hard Crew. Mega Inferno Bomb, not going to get a kill this time. But again, just look at the control Kerp has. He was 1v2 in that situation against Wolfcamp with little backup, and he didn't even care. He's got so much damage that he's just burning through all of Super Hard Crew. And unfortunately for the Super Hard Crew, they have not made a single one of their engages work in their favor. Every fight that they have initiated has not gone to plan, and they need to shake it off.
So far, it's been Kotenex that has been pulling the trigger, getting in there, starting everything off for Millennium. And it is continuing that way. Kraton has been having a whale of a time, honestly. He almost got focused down in that one. You can see Mr. Rales and Halo trying their best to focus on towards him, but he is in a very safe position, and if that Infinity Edge gets complete, I fear for Super Hot Crew.
So right now, Millennium are not doing the best at pressing their advantage. They were sieging up the mid tower about 6 or 7 minutes ago, decided to back away, I believe because of vision control. They tried to play the Baron bait game, didn't necessarily work in their favor, they got jumped on, now it's slowed down the game again. Yes, they've got a dragon, but Millennium have not made more inroads into Super Hot Crew's territory for quite a while. And if you look at the vision, there's no more deep vision in Super Hot Crew jungle from Millennium because it's too risky to invade. So if I were Millennium's shoes, I think they should use the power of their sieging champions to get onto the top and the bottom in the turrets. They know they're stronger. They know they can win a team fight if one were to break out. So put your opponents in a position where they need to react and press your advantage. Because as it stands, Millennium are making the same mistakes they did in the spring split, dragging their heels in the mid game and giving their opponents a chance to get back into the game.
See Mima getting himself the second turret of the game for the Super Hot Crew. They'll be happy with that. The objective is 1 gain. We are seeing potentially this mid lane. I don't think they're going to create any fights here. Kerp just been throwing out bouncing bombs left and right, but not really connecting for a while. And as you mentioned, you know, Millennium possibly going for the long game here. It's something they've done before, that's for sure. They have the stamina to go through 7-hour best of 5 epics and come out on top. So their mental pressure, mental strength, fortitude. I think it's safe, mental fortitude, you could say, is certainly there. As I think we heard it in the video just before this game, the fact that Kevin and co took Conex to one side to, you know, just calm him down. You know, obviously he was a fairly new player, hadn't been through the situations. Kevin, a veteran, honestly, of League of Legends, been around for a very long time. And there is a good mix in this team of experienced and new.
There definitely is, and I want to highlight something else that we've seen in the video feature earlier today. Creatine had a moment where he was saying he's practiced more in the last few days for the summer split than he did throughout all of the spring splits. That brings up some questions, of course, regarding the practice regimes in the Millennium camp. That could have been the reason they finished 8th. But what I do want to highlight is we've just seen a lower a graphic stat drop down. Creatine didn't give up a death in game 1. He went 5-0-0.
He's immortal. He's
immortal today, currently at 8-0-4 on the day. And he's performing phenomenally. If this is Creatine practiced, my word, Millennium, get your manager to keep him practicing solo queue more often because he's playing brilliantly. And when you combo that carrying power with Kerp and Cottonex, who are creating opportunities to close out, and J-Re landing every death sentence possible, Millennium are in a good position. They're finally looking like they're going to siege a tower. Let's see if they can get onto an objective.
We just saw the Super Hot Crew Selfie use Destiny to get some vision. They were probably a little bit worried about Mima, I'm guessing, down that bottom lane, who did just engage on Kevin, while the rest of the team, of course, is pushing this top objective. And they were wondering whether they can go at it. It's like, am I 1v1? Yes, I am. Let's see if I can take him. And the answer is, no, you damn well can't. Kevin just put a beating on you. And that means the top lane, that's going to go down to Millennium as they keep that poke pressure going, with Curb just bouncing those bombs through on towards Super Hot Crew.
So the only threat for Millennium when they get to the inhibitor turrets is being caught out by a multi-man solar flare. In order for Millennium to not give up the lead that they've built up, they just need to stay split up across the lane under the tower. Because as long as we will fail a can't get a 3, 4, or 5-man stun, Millennium have got enough damage, knockback, and peel to win a team fight. Let's see if Kevin goes down.
Look at this, though. They can tell Kevin is delaying them as much as they can. They know Destiny is down, and Millennium have snuck in, gone straight for Baron, while the rest of the Super Hot Crew was so focused on taking the blue buff away from the fact that Kevin was pushing it. That is a very sneaky Baron by Millennium.
Very well played. I mean, they had the numbers advantage, and simply put, they had the information to work with. Super Hot Crew have arrived to the party late. Creatine, he's looking for a kill. Fuel Fail is dead.
Delph Bomber comes in. He won't be able to catch him out, but Konex flashes through. There's going to be the Super Mega Inferno Bomb coming through. Throwing a little bit of jinx in there as well, who knows? Kevin's going to pounce on through. Randy and Zoman will slow Impaler down, but he does manage to safeguard himself away. Selfie, well, he's trying to push that mid lane, but the rest of his base may well be gone before he gets back.
The only threat to Millennium in this situation was the solar flare. He's no longer available. Super Hot Crew don't have the numbers to defend. Selfie's doing the best he can to get some global gold back, but it's not going to be enough. Inhibitors down. Millennium now have complete and utter control of the map. There's very little Super Hot Crew can do to defend as long as Millennium do not get caught out of position.
So inner turret and inhibitor turret both down between the teams. They're looking to try and make a pick here. Destiny being pulled. Where they're going to go? He's going deep in this one. He has got Zonya's Hourglass ready. Konex pulled away. Not going to make it. He gets shut down. The AD carried down. Konex is going to get locked up as well. He gets taken down. And suddenly, the Super Hot Crew take out both Millennium Stealth champions.
I rest my case. Caught out of position, Millennium split up in the jungle. Had their numbers been tighter together, there may have been enough damage to try and turn that Destiny gank around, but it wasn't the case this time. 40 seconds on the clock for both Cottonex and Creatine. Super Hot Crew will look to get more objectives, but against the wave clear of Kerp, it's going to be very, very difficult. Let's see if Kerp uses his Mega Inferno Bomb to clear out any minion waves. You know what? He doesn't even need to. There are no towers under pressure unless Super Hot Crew face tank it.
They're going to have to try and face tank it. You can see Mimer's going to come around. He's got Impaler, We Will Fail, and Mr. Raleigh all there. They're going to get themselves another inner turret. This is a good turnaround for Super Hot Crew. They were a long way down in gold. Remember, there is still a Baron buff on these three members of Millennium. They've got to be careful they don't take too much poke. While this is all happening, Selfie, of course, he's clearing those super minions in that top wave, so he's going to defend themselves and actually buy Super Hot Crew some time in this game. Dragon is up in 14 seconds, but unfortunately for Super Hot Crew, they do not have the timer, so they're all backing away. They'd almost certainly be making the way to that pit if they knew.
Yeah, they would have got that very quickly as well. I mean, the time it would have taken them to get to that pit would have secured Dragon. Thanks to having zero map presence for the last 10 to 12 minutes, Super Hot Crew, they're unaware. They're completely in the dark. The one thing I do want to touch on is Selfie's item build. After going the Unorthodox Athenes and Holy Grail first, grabs himself Hourglass, Lichbane, and Void Staff. So he's getting to the point now where he has a very large amount of burst. Combo Gold Card plus Lichbane and Wild Card damage. A Creatine could die. He does have some MR now, so it'll help survive. But one of the other things it does is it allows Selfie to split push and try get towers, which you can see Selfie again. He's moved to the top lane, shoving down against those super minions, so it protects his Nexus turrets, and it also potentially allows him to get some damage onto the spinner turrets. And let's see how much damage he does with Lichbane Strike.
Exactly what Selfie is doing right now, as you mentioned. He's doing a lot of damage. Kevin's going to try and chase him down. He's got that Brilliance pot on him as well as the Baron buff. He's got a lot of damage. Stuttgart being used by Selfie to keep him away. Bottom inner turret does go down, but Selfie's still being pursued. Pulls another gold card out, and it may well be necessary. Kevin is not going to give up this pursuit. He's going to chase on towards him. Randy and Zoman pop to slow Selfie down. Now he's in trouble. Another gold card pulled. Will he get away? That's the question. He's going to try and ghost as much as he can. He's got flash available. He should be scot-free, but what is happening in the bottom lane?
Yeah, the question is, why did he not Destiny? I think he needs to save the vision for a potential team fight. Kevin has not given up. The rest of Millennium are sieging down this bottom turret. They've got no minions to work with yet.
Yeah, but he's going to try and keep on poking in there. He's finally backed off. They did take half the hit points off. That's not that successful, and it did, though, however, slow down the entire split push that Super Hot Crew were trying to run.
Twisted Fate is going in. Can they get a kill?
He's got Zonya's Hourglass. He's going to have to pull it pretty quick, though. There it is. Bunch to do a bit of Gangnam Style in the same time. Creaton does manage to get caught out, but he flashes away. He's got Rat-a-tat-tat running, and he's just mowing down the Super Hot Crew, and Paler has to try and punt him away. Selfie did get himself one kill on Konex, but the rest of Super Hot Crew are backing out.
They've traded jungler for support. That was 3 members of Super Hot Crew diving onto Creatine. The entirety of Millennium were focusing down the divers, and Cottonex was just running interference in the back line. It has ended up with Millennium getting even more presence. This 8th tower secured, and here comes Mr. Rolls. He does have those home guard boots. Prevented the inhibitor going down, but that is terrifying for Super Hot Crew. They had so much invested in killing Creatine, and they couldn't do it. They couldn't burn through his hit points, just not enough damage, and not enough time, really, to squash the wreck.
All that set aside, Super Hot Crew tried to buy themselves as much time, but Kerp is going to clear out this gigantic wave that was pushing in the mid lane. That's all been cleared out by the minions and Kerp himself. So, Baron up in 2 minutes. Almost certainly the focus target for Millennium. Will the Super Hot Crew be able to contest, as they are 12,000 gold behind? They have managed to pick up a couple of kills, and they have a lot of damage now stacked upon their team.
Yeah, very importantly, it is 12,000, which is a massive amount. Don't misunderstand. But at 43 minutes, all of the champions are starting to hit 4, 5 items on the board. So even though the gold amount is very high, the disparity in terms of damage and actual combat statistics is not necessarily as high. We'll need to see if Super Hot Crew can find a better engage. Previously, Selfie's Destiny Gold Card ganks are just not working out. They're not blowing people up quickly enough. And now that Creatine's got a Banshee's Bell to help pop that very first spell as well, it's going to be even more difficult to get through it. So we need to see if somebody can pop it. A wild card has to connect. The Fnatic Death Push, will it work out?
Will it work out? Super Hot Crew, they have no idea it's in there. Kraton's going to be the focus target. They try and jump in towards him. They lock him down with the Solar Flare, but Impaler punts him out. They get the rat down. J-Re now focused. Konex taking all the damage. He's got no Guardian Angel. Mima doing the damage around the side. Impaler tries to come on towards Kerp with that Guardian Angel. Impaler will go down. Kerp is still being focused target. Mima can't get him down. Konex is taken solo. It's a triple kill for Kerp. Mr. Rallis comes back around the side. Kerp back out of his Guardian Angel. Failure has to try and get out of this one. Mr. Rallis putting the damage down. He takes Kerp, flashes out. Has he got the lifesteal to survive through this? Kevin is going to try and knock him down. The quadra kill was picked up by Kerp in the meantime. Mr. Rallis is lifestealing away. He's trying to do everything he can. He's got the armor penetration, but Kevin has enough to lock him down. And it is the ace for Millennium. While that was all happening, Konex has snuck around the side, but he hasn't quite got enough to take down his Cynic.
And once again, they just didn't blow Creatine up quickly enough. He needed to have gone down, and then everyone on Super Hot Crew to focus down Kerp. And as you mentioned, Kerp, a quadra kill over the course of the team fight. So much damage, landing every single bomb that he needed to. Cottonex gets a lot of damage onto that bottom lane. Actually doesn't secure the inhibitor though. That's very, very key. So map presence and map control still not 100% with Millennium. They'll be looking to rinse and repeat that to get those inhibitors down.
Well, and that gave a chunk of gold. Let's not forget they got 3 kills and a couple of Guardian Angel pops.
So if you look at the damage, that Mega Inferno Bomb did so much work for Kerp. And Mr. Rolls does a good job at staying sort of out of the combat. But unfortunately, Impaler, who has been so far behind this entire game, is next to no threat. Cottonex is low, Kerp was low, but they couldn't get the final kills. Super Hot Crew I'm talking about. And of course, because Kevin has just done such a good job and he's so tanky, nobody's even touched him. He's lost absolutely no hit points at this point, at this stage in the fight, and he's just going to be able to run down Mr. Rolls. Had Super Hot Crew not been 12,000 gold behind, that could have been better. Right now, Millennium on Baron. Let's see if he gets stolen.
Let's see if Super Hot Crew can go for this one. Impaler is ready and waiting to pounce. He's not within smite range right yet. He has got the ward down. Here it is. That's going to be Destiny Pop. They have full vision of this one, but Impaler, he's too low to get involved in that one, and it was easy in the end for Millennium.
Yeah, I think smart play by Creatine once again. Using his Rat-a-tat-tat to burst down Impaler. It's the second Baron of the game that Millennium have secured. And because Impaler was focused down, he didn't have the HP to go in. Even if he did, he just would have been burst away. And Super Hot Crew, they tried the death push. They really tried to make it work. Millennium were too close. They had too many members nearby. And unfortunately, I was talking about the combat stats and being closer than it actually was. I mean, look, it was a 5-for-3, right? Cottonex got very, very low. And unfortunately, Super Hot Crew have just taken too long to ramp up, too long to get themselves in a position where they can contest. Don't discount, they do have inhibitors. So there's no super minions pushing against Super Hot Crew, but it would take a godlike defense to turn this lead around that Millennium have built up.
The amount of damage on every member of both teams, honestly. Everybody's starting to stack out those damage items. Guardian Angels, though, popping back into place by Cottonex, but I should notice Kerp sold his and switched items. I'm not too sure what exactly for. I'm just going to try and take a quick peek in a moment. We'll see what the last purchase he made.
There's so many things.
There's so many things bought by
It was Zhonya's.
Zhonya's,
So,
of course he did switch.
Sold the GA for the Zhonya, so he's going to have that invulnerability. You know, it's so hard for Super Hot Crew to get to him. It's actually not working out. Super Hot Crew now, they know Baron's been taken, so they're not going to contest. But if you look at Millennium, their vision in the red side of the jungle, they've got so much to work with. Super Hot Crew simply have to pick up a blue trinket. I mean, if I were in Super Hot Crew's shoes right now, grab yourselves at least one blue trinket, because the yellow trinkets are not going to do a whole lot for you. Get some vision, prevent going for those blind checks, and Impaler dives forward. Fights off more than he can chew. Now again, look for the Solar Flare. In order for Super Hot Crew to win a team fight, a Solar Flare has to hit both Creatine and Kerp, and Super Hot Crew have to blow one of them up quickly and focus the second down immediately after. If Failure doesn't get multiple members, I don't know if Super Hot Crew can actually win a team fight, because they are in a very bad position right now.
Trying to avoid all that poke from Kerp. You can see Failure getting some good damage on Kevin, but it's Kevin taking the brunt of it. He's not the one they're looking for. It was certainly someone like Kraton, or almost certainly Kerp.
Yeah, so there was good burst damage from both Selfie and Mr. Ralls that has forced Kevin low. He's going to regenerate relatively well. He's still got 2,500 hit points, so he's still tanky, and with his Dragon's Descent, those get even higher. there is a massive minion wave in the bottom lane. So the moment Selfie shows his face, expect Millennium to get some more hits in this inhibitor. We will fail our Solar Flare. He needs to use it at some point if Superweek want to defend any of these inhibitors.
Oh, there's a hook on We Will Fail. Will they follow through? There's a lot of damage on towards him. The Ignite was thrown down. They're going to try and back it up. Selfie goes in. Zony's Hourglass pulled in. Kraton gets picked out. That's going to be a big Mega Inferno bomb locking him down. Mimer's in all sorts of trouble. He's locked off the side. Impala tries to come in and help out, but he's going to simply have to back away from this one while it's all happening. Now we're going to see Mr. Raleigh. Is he going to get involved in this one? No, he can't, because he's taken so low, and that will be the inhibitor. Could it be the game for Millennium?
There is so much damage on the side of Millennium. If they get onto the Nexus turrets, they certainly can. Kevin has the potential to tank this up. Kevin's actually back at full HP now. Over the course of the fight, he's regenerated a lot thanks to Baron buff. Bottom inhibitors at risk of going down. Millennium set their sights on the mid turret, and Impala, he wants to go.
He's going deep on this one. Kerp is still there. The hook on We Will Fail tries to follow through. They're trying desperately to try and create a play, try and create anything to force them away, to keep them in this game a little bit longer. And it's worked so far for Super Hot Crew. They're going to save the second inhibitor. And once again, they hang on by tooth or nail against Millennium.
So a 2-for-1 in the fight. They did get Creatine down, but again, Kerp survives. Again, Kerp gets away with his life. It feels like Super Hot Crew have enough oomph in them to get one threat, but nothing more. And because Kevin is just so far ahead on that Shyvana, he is running circles around the Super Hot Crew. And again, it's going to come down to just We Will Fail. Like, he was forced out of that fight super early on. The Solar Flare was nowhere near optimal, nowhere near what Super Hot Crew wanted to do. But again, they hold on. And, you know, if you go back and you look at Millennium versus Ninjas in Pajamas, every single game in their best of 5 played out like that. Every single game, either Millennium or NIP had struggles crossing the finish line. And while Millennium have looked much better in Game 1 and Game 2 in the early stages of the matchup, the mid to late game and closing has still not actually got themselves in a great place.
Well, an Ohm Wrecker has just been picked up by Codex. That's not something you see every day unless you've got Darian in the game. That was a cheeky blue steal. That's going to be the 6th dragon, I think it is, maybe 7th by Millennium. They've taken every single dragon so far in this game. There it is, 6 dragons, 2 barons. Anyone with fancy points for Millennium will be laughing right now, but also would have been questioning their sanity when they picked it up at the start.
So very quickly, this is the 3rd player in the LCS that has actually picked up their Ohm Wrecker. Overpower was the first one to do it on Ziggs.
Yes.
Darian was the second one to do it on Shyvana. And now, of course, we're seeing on Cottonex on Eve. It immediately tells you they want to go Nexus turrets. Either mid turret or Nexus turrets, and just finish the fights out. I'm sad it's taken 50 minutes to get to a point where Millennium are like, hey, you know what, I think we're strong enough to tower dive. But we'll see if they can...
We'll take one of those towers away anyway, just to be sure. Kevin takes a burst of damage, but only 1,000 hit points shredded off him. He's still, as you mentioned, just going to regenerate that lot. He takes another stun guard. Millennium taking a lot of damage here, Kevin. He has to take that guard. Oh, and Bader's gone deep on this one. Kicks 3 of them in there. You can see that Mr. Raleigh is trying to put the damage down just over the side there. Kerb gets locked down, taken down. Selfie back in there. Now We Will Fail locking up on towards Kraton. Kraton taken down. Mimer's on him. And would you believe Super Hot Crew turning this one back around? Selfie's running for his life. Pulls the gold card out. Throws it towards Connex. Throws out another wild card. And then Sonya's straight away doing the damage on towards him. The Lich Bane proccing off. And they've saved the day once again. It's a 4 for 2 this time to Super Hot Crew.
Selfie's figured out how to play Twisted Fate. After 51 minutes, he lands every gold card that he needs to. He gets all of the burst down, just melting Kerp. Focus on Kerp's hit points here on the right-hand side. Look at how quickly he just gets melted by Selfie. 3, 2, 1. Boom! Just deletes. I mean, that's it. Thanks to the build that Selfie's got with the Lich Bane proc, gold card, wild cards, etc., he melts through the targets. And unfortunately, Cottonex, yes, you're strong, but your Ohm Wrecker's not going to stop a gold card, and it just allows Selfie to get a couple more kills.
Shut down.
I think this was once again gusto, but on the side of Millennium. They were a little overconfident, they were pushing onto the inhibitor, and because Super Hot Crew now had the damage to get the kills, Super Hot Crew bounced back.
It's 3v1 with the Baron up now as Super Hot Crew move for this one. Have Millennium gone too long in this game, and our Super Hot Crew going to turn it around? They're going to get this Baron unless J-Ree pulls off something special. Kerp is up and running. He's got Mega Inferno Bomb available. That's the only weapon to try and make this steal. They have no vision of it. They can see it's taken low. You can see it's 3,000 hit points, 2,000 hit points. It's coming in. He's got it. I don't believe that's just happened. How have they let it go through? How have they let... Oh my God.
Super Hot Crew have super terrible calling. It's that simple. they all stopped hitting Baron. They all stopped. They were like, okay, we'll stop. I mean, surely there's not enough damage. Surely it's not going to blow them out.
All 5 members were up in time to get the Baron buff.
Look at this. They're like, no, hold on, chill, guys.
Let's just stop, guys.
No smite. I mean, there's no jungler there.
Oh, God.
So there's no jungler. There was no smite. There was no burst. I don't know if that was just, hey, my burst from wildcards will do it, because that was just a big misplay. Super Hard Crew were going to wait for the burst and finish it off instead of trying to burst it down themselves.
And the confidence kicker that's going to give you after just creating a great play. Managing to come back and think, guys, we've turned the game around. No, we haven't. We've just let it slide straight away.
So Kerp now deserves 2 cookies. He got 1 earlier for his great play in satchel charges against Selfie on that Twisted Fate, and now he's stolen himself a Baron with that Mega Inferno Bomb. All of a sudden, Super Hard Crew's incredibly tense team fights are just compounded even further. It's taken them a long time to try and win a fight. Mimer's off on the flanks. All I'm looking at is gold cards from Selfie onto the squishy targets. Oh, we will fail her again.
We will fail her once again, as you mentioned, caught in. Solar Flare doesn't really land the target, but nor does Mega Inferno Bomb. Mr. Rallis has to step away from that one, taking too low. Destiny pulled out, they're trying to keep vision, but that's going to be another inhibitor turret going down. The wildcards still not doing enough to fling out there and keep Millennium away, as their Baron buff that they managed to just steal away for free is giving them the regen they need.
So no super minions yet. All 3 inhibitors are still up, but there are no turrets remaining. So Millennium now is not going to be needing to force through or push through that objective. At this point, Context has also solved the Ohm Wrecker. Now, no Solar Flare, no Destiny. Super Hard Crew have to defend without the tools that have allowed them to defend for the last 10 minutes. Let's see if they can hold. Millennium, obviously, playing more cautious. It was overconfidence that cost him previously.
Giant stack moving in that top lane, and Millennium are going to know about it soon or later. Somebody's going to have to go up there. Those death sentences being flung out. We were Baylor actually being caught out with the target. Selfie taking a bouncing bomb there. Coronex is taking some grief from the rest of the team. But just like that, the game is over. Millennium are going to run on through the mid lane. Impaler's getting taken down here. Coronex for a little damage. Death Sentence's not quite landing. Kerp taking a lot of damage. There has to use that Zhonya's Hourglass. The inhibitor's gone down. The super minions are coming through. And Millennium, they've still made a meal of this one. 55 minutes to get this game complete, but it's not over yet. The Solar Flare lands. Kevin tanking up the turret finally going down, but Kevin will fall with it. The rest of Millennium, they're just saying, finish the goddamn game as they move on towards the Nexus. And Millennium go 2-0 in day 1 of Superweek.
Absolutely dramatic finish. That is the longest game that we've had here today, 55 minutes. And Kerp really set that all up. Selfie just overextends ever so slightly in front of the inhibitor, gets caught out by the Rat-a-tat tank, gets caught out by the bouncing bombs of Kerp's Ziggs. And you know what? Super Hard Crew dug deep. Give them credit, they dug deep. Had they had less mistakes earlier in the game, that could have been drastically different. You can see they look shell-shocked.
Well, I can't imagine how they feel, really. You know, the fact that you do, like I say, you hang on for 50 minutes, it was roughly, when they finally got that 4-2 fight at their own inhibitor turret. They finally turn the fight around. They go to the Baron, and they lose it to a Mega Inferno Bomb from literally a respawning Kerp. It's a kicker, that's for sure. Absolute heartbreak. And as soon as that happened, you know, their hearts would have completely sunken. All credits to Millennium. They hung on in there. They pushed and prodded as long as they could, and finally managed to break the deadlock. And they're now 2-0 in the league and leading the European LCS.
2-0, and I would say their individual ability and their laning phase has been the best out of anybody we've seen all day long. The first 10 to 15 to 20 minutes of the game have been absolutely sublime in both of their performances. Keep in mind they were playing against Roccat and, of course, the Super Hard Crew. We'll need to see how they do against the likes of Alliance, the likes of Fnatic. But that is a very promising start to the Summer Split for a team that just barely scraped through. I mean, they really just got in by the skin of their teeth against the Ninjas in Pajamas during the promotion tournament.
Well, they've certainly got some big games ahead of them. That's coming up over the next 2 days. What a fantastic start over on Millennium. Of course, you could reflect maybe Summer Split. They went 4-0 in the opening Super Week, as we mentioned. I think they were top the table for about 7 weeks during that until Lemon Dogs finally managed to turn the tables on them. But this is a very good start by a team that, honestly, a lot of people at the start of Spring Split had them in their top 4. They completely underachieved, I feel most people thought, through the Spring Split. They've made the changes necessary at the end of spring instead of during the break. Is it enough? Is it what they needed?
It has been
Because
so
Rocket,
far.
you know, you talked about taking Rocket down. Rocket finished 3rd in the spring split.
They did, and they will be playing Gambit in the next game. We'll see how they're going to perform. The one thing that I do want to take away, the early game from Millennium's good. I also think the pick and bans have been good. We've seen them on red side, we've seen them on blue side. And I've been impressed both times. They've got champions that I feel were good, were positive. We touched on sort of important picks throughout the game, and they all seem to slot into place. And Kerp on Ziggs was a monster. If we look at the other side of the coin, Super Hot Crew played a list of champions that are somewhat out of their comfort zone, I would feel. And if they had less individual mistakes on the respective champions in the early game, that could have been very different. You know, the gameplay could have changed quite drastically. So maybe a little more comfort on these wider champion pools could work into Super Hot Crew's favor.
And let's talk about We Will Failure back in the LCS once again. What was his opening debut like for the Super Hot Crew? Didn't create the level 2 players that we're used to seeing with Mixer and Mr. Rallis. Mr. Rallis honestly had a fairly quiet game, I feel.
He did, and I think if we look at Mr. Let's look at We Will Failure first. 4-5-6 on Leona. His engages were not bad, but they were not inspiring, and his team was behind. So it's very difficult when you're playing as a Leona to try and get it in the face of a Ziggs who's just going to throw bombs at you all day when he's got, you know, X amount farm more and items more. So it's a difficult position to be in. But I do think that as a team, Impaler's focus on the bottom lane ganks were forced, and they weren't for the best decision. So unfortunately, that goal of trying to get Mr. Rolls rolling may have actually hurt Super Hot Crew. So they'll need to review that for the rest of Super Week.
Well, maybe that leads him for Impaler wasn't quite the one we were thinking. Yeah. Nevertheless, we're going to send it over to Shox, who is standing by on stage with Millennium's Codenex.
Thank you very much, D-Man, indeed joined by Codenex here after that Millennium win. 2-0 here on the very first day. Tell me about that game, because you guys were doing very well early game, and then it went, true Millennium style, very late.
Oh yeah, so we had a bit of a problem like closing out the game. We take it carefully because we want to make sure that we didn't lose, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, you guys did do very well. Also, early game in both games today, very aggressive. How much of that is you're doing actively? Do you tell them to play more aggressive, or do you just come around so they have to?
So actually, it's my team who wants me to play aggressive, to put pressure on the lanes, so they can do whatever they want, and I think it works well for us. Like, we ward a lot, and we get the vision control.
Yeah, it absolutely works very well for you guys. How have you been feeling in the team? Kevin mentioned that sometimes they have to calm you down a little because you get very excited. It is a big stage, obviously. So how have you been feeling?
So yeah, I'm a bit of an emotional player, but he usually calms me down, and we take it easy, and it makes me perform a lot better in game.
And it makes the entire team very well at this moment. Congratulations, and thank you very much.
Thank you for the interview.
Well, as for us, we're going to take a short break. We still have one game coming here today, and what a game it is. Gambit Gaming will take on Rocket. We'll be right back after this.
Mima, I have 0% CDR now. Okay.
This is how you play
Get me fat and it's GG.
Destiny comes in though, he's going to try and teleport it towards him. Mima comes down here, he's going to get the stun up. Oh, he didn't quite get the kill. The Ignite running, no! He's got Mega Inferno Bomb available. That's the only weapon to try and make this steal. They have no vision of it. They can see it's taken low. You can see it's 3,000 hit points, 2,000 hit points. It's coming in. He's got it. I don't believe that's just happened. How have they let it go through?
Next, I'm getting maybe. No pressure.
Welcome back, everyone, to the European LCS, where we just saw another decisive win for Millennium. Guys, let's talk about picks and bans. 3 mid lane bans coming out of Millennium, Yasuo, LeBlanc, and Lulu, and a Kassadin ban from the Super Hot crew. What was kind of the intention of both teams?
So for me, I want to talk about it from Millennium's side, because they'd not really played Kassadin. Even when he was open for them last year, they were a team that constantly banned out Kassadin. Now for me, maybe you'd say you don't want to risk the Kassadin going through, but I'd say that this Ziggs, as Kerp obviously just proved in that game, is a more dangerous champion to let through than Kassadin.
Especially also because Selfie in the mid lane on Twisted Fate clearly showed he didn't know how to lane against the Ziggs here. I mean, the first part he gives up, where he goes in aggressive after already both summoners been forced away. Easy kill for Kerp, just flash ignites him, he's dead. And every time he tried to teleport to gank a lane, he didn't do it safely enough. So Kerp would always just walk up to him, throw down his W, interrupt him, twice in a row actually early game. Like, TF is all about the early ganks from him here, and it didn't work for him because he didn't think about playing against the Ziggs. So Kerp completely outplayed him.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about Kerp in just a second. I kind of want to focus on the early game trends here we've seen after 4 games on patch 4.7. Defisho, is there anything that went against what you expected?
Well, when it comes to early game now, as we've been talking about through the day, it's harder to do late invades. You can't really sneak into the enemy jungle because everyone can get enough vision down so they can spot you out. It obviously means, or it could mean there should be more fights because people just go 5 people in and start a fight or something. But it actually means people are just staying back now, being more defensive. We saw Millennium in this game with the blue trinket at level 1 to spot it. I see, was there anyone in the bush here from Super Hardcore? Anyone we could catch out of position? Nope. Go back to the base, sell a blue trinket, buy a normal trinket, and return back to the lane at like 150, 155. So we've seen a few different level 1s, but nothing really stood out.
Yeah. Very interesting all across the board. You were talking obviously about Selfie, and a lot of that is related to pressure or non-pressure that Impaler was able to put on this game. What are general impressions of him? Because Lee Sin doesn't seem to be working.
Well, for me, it was a little bit weird how that whole second kill went down. He was stood on a pink ward for 5 or 6 seconds before he seemed to realize it was actually on top of a pink ward there. Then he killed it, and whilst he was killing it, Evelyn comes in and they killed Selfie, and Impaler didn't really do anything to help him out. It was just a very weird move. I'm not sure whether Impaler was talking at that point and wasn't really focused on actually looking at what was happening in the mid lane, but you can expect that a team, I mean, Selfie's still pretty new to this team as well. I think their synergy is still very much lacking in some parts.
Sadly though, excuses when it comes to synergy won't help you anything. And actually, they played together for what, 1.5 months now or something? They need to have everything sorted by now if they want to have a chance of getting towards playoffs, getting towards the World Championships. Because a team like Super Hardcore, they don't get many chances. I mean, if you lose to Millennium 2 or 3 times during the season, and Millennium, let's say they end up being one of the bottom teams anyhow, we're not sure, they're playing really well now, but then Super Hardcore pretty much lose the chance of going towards the playoff for the World Championship. So they need to win these games. And then to win games, you don't take your jungler and move him in the bottom lane to gank 4 or 5 times when the matchups are support is Thresh for the enemy team, your support is Leona. It is very hard for you pre-level 6 to engage onto Thresh because he can flay you away, so he can stop you from getting towards him to lock down a target. He can do the same thing with Lee Sin. If he queues towards him, he can flay him, stop him in the air. So it's a very hard lane to gank before level 6 on Leona. And yet they kept going down there again and again with Impaler. They got absolutely nothing from it. I think the one time they actually got a kill, it got turned around by Millennium, and they got 2 or 3 kills, took the tower as well. So Super Hardcore's game plan was to gank the bottom lane, but then you need to pick different, or at least you need to adjust to what the other team got.
Yeah, and on Millennium, we actually saw the complete opposite. Not only did they get a lot of jungle pressure down, individually they were all doing very well, especially for me in this game. Kerp, who I dare to say maybe I've never seen Kerp play this strong of a game.
I think he had a lot of freedom.
In the mid lane.
I think he had I think he had a lot of freedom, to be honest. Like the 2 early kills that he got allowed him so much extra time just to chill. We saw him killing off a blue buff with his ultimate. Of course, the Baron at the end, which I think we're going to go into a little bit later on. But he had free roam, and he got himself going a lot faster than he should have been allowed to. And again, it was all about, honestly, how badly Super Hot Crew played overall that game around the mid lane.
Yeah, just another example of what would you say, like pretty much a free game on Ziggs. We have a replay actually of his quarter kill. If you just pull it up on your guys' screen at home. What we notice here is when you have a big AoE ultimate from Ziggs here, his bomb, and the enemy team decides to group up in the middle of this bomb here, you set up a perfect team fight for him. It's actually super hot crew though, who's setting up here a bit of a trap towards Millennium and trying to turn things around and maybe get a fast kill onto to Twitch. But if we roll the clip now, we can see it goes kind of different. Yes, they do manage to kill Kraton, and Gage comes in here. Then notice Kirby here, notice his ultimate. How many members are stuck here in the middle? His ultimate hits 3 members here, everyone drops very low from it. And he's just now in the back line. One guy's dead. Early Outlast, actually even too late of an Outlast coming in from Selfie. And now Kirb with his Guardian Angel. Mimir is not going to kill him, Impaler wasn't going to kill him, so he's just getting free time now to just poke away again and again and again. Real Failure is the guy left together with Mr. Wallace, who's still very high in HP, but because Kirb can still do a lot of damage to him, and because Kevin was on full HP, they could win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, he was massively far away ahead of that one as well. In fact, for you guys that have Kirby in your team, I'm a little bit jealous when it comes to fantasy. 43.07 points he got in that game. It's pretty much more than I've got all day.
Yeah, well,
which
says a lot about your team.
I'm playing against you. I'm mostly North American players, so we'll have to wait on that one.
Very good for the guys that have Kerp in their team. Thank you very much, guys. For now, we're going to head back over to Demon and Quickshot for our next game.
Thank you very much, Shocks and guys. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European Summer LCS split. The race for the World Championships continues, and now it is time for Roccat to face off against Gambit Gaming. But before we head into Roccat enters this match confident because their past record over the Russians is phenomenal. But let's not forget, while they feel Alexic's replacement, Nick, might make them an easy opponent, Gambit is optimistic about the new energy he brings to the team.
Roccat is a team without any superstar player. They're team who stuck together and do their work. They try to win as a team.
Roccat are usually playing their own game, their own meta, the champions which they think are better in team play.
We always been beating Gambit. We didn't have much trouble versus them, and now they are weaker in my opinion, so maybe it will be even easier for us.
It's hard to say about Rockat's gameplay right now. I think who win depends who win lanes.
I don't know about NIQ, but I think he's much worse than Alex is.
He's from Poland, I know this guy. I think they lost some team play, I guess, because I think Alex was one of the main guys who had voice in the game.
I feel very confident in middle lane right now. I play a lot and a lot versus good players, and I do actually very well as far as I think of.
I used to play with Nick back in Acer, and in H2KN I think he's a really special guy because he treats this game as serious as he can. He tryhards every time.
For some reason I feel a bit more confident with Nick because something changed in our team, mentality or something. We just play more tryhard or something.
At least in the beginning, in the first weeks, it will make Gambit weaker, but later, who knows?
Of course, that is the big story in this game. Nick in Overpower mentioned he knows him very well. It's going to be interesting to see how they work out in that mid lane.
Yeah, I just want to see how much fluff Edward is talking when he says the whole team, the mentality is different. You know, we've heard some good things about scrims, we've heard some good things about the online performance of the team, but this is where it matters. We'll see if they deliver.
Well, Roccat had a solid first spring split, finishing 4th in the league and, of course, 3rd in the playoffs. Better still, their head-to-head against Gambit, where they ended up a whopping 5-1 overall. Earlier today, Roccat looked shaky against Millennium, though. They fell really far behind after giving up kills, towers, dragons. Generally just felt like they were not really in the game.
I completely agree. And this is a very stark contrast from how strong Roccat looked at the beginning of the spring split. I mean, after falling over 7,000 gold behind at the 20-minute mark, Roccat gave up an inhibitor turret, which opened up the map for Millennium to exploit further. I think, in particular, Jankos, he really, really struggled earlier today. It felt like every time he tried to gank Millennium, Millennium just had anticipated him. They read him like a book, and they countered him flawlessly. For the team that finished 3rd place in the playoffs during the spring split, to get destroyed by Millennium is a worrying start to the split that determines who goes to Worlds, you know? So we need to see if Roccat can shake off the loss and look for a better pick and ban phase and perform better, especially during the laning phase, because earlier today it simply wasn't going to cut it.
Well, as we mentioned, Gambit had to deal with the shock departure of Alex Ich during the break. Alex started the team back in 2011 when they were Team Empire, and then of course moved on to Moscow 5 where they created history. How are they going to deal with the loss is the big question here on everybody's lips. Right now, their replacement for week 1 is Nick, who effectively being on trial in front of everyone watching.
Yeah, so Alex Ich really was the core of Gambit. When he was in control of his lane, it allowed him to control the whole game. And this often led to Gambit victories. You can't say the same for the rest of Gambit's lanes, though. I think that's a fact. It was the reliance on the individual ability of players like Diamond, players like Alex, that was the core to victories for Gambit. And the game has evolved past the solo lane style of play, with competitive league focusing more on movements across the map and trading objectives effectively. So we need to see if Gambit have evolved as a team with the new mid laner Nick, who is on your screen right now. He does main a set of champions which rely more heavily on team-based play. So examples include Twisted Fate, Ziggs, Lulu. His Nidalee is particularly impressive, 15-1-28 in 3 games. So we'll see if the player swap gives us more answers to our questions. How will Nick communicate with the rest of this squad? Has the team learned to play the map and not simply see hero, kill hero? Who will be the game-winning carry for Gambit? Has Genja stepped up? And like you've already pointed out, D-Man, Rocket's got a 5-1 record against Gambit. Gambit will need to perform better than they have all year with a new mid laner to beat Rocket.
And more importantly, will the man on the screen there, Darian, quizzically working his new
facial hair OP
and mustache.
All of the videos you've seen today, these pro players, they've got some good beards and mustaches going on.
It's beautiful. The swag just gets stronger and stronger. Let's check out those starting lineups, though. Over on the blue side, it is a Gambit game, and that means, of course, Darian is in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Nick, the new man, in mid, Genja as AD carry, and Edward on support.
And on the red side, it is a Roccat, Zazas up top, Jankus in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane, Salivar and Vanda as the AD carry and support.
And for our featured matchup, we are going to take a close look at the 2 junglers this time around. Gambit's Diamond, and of course Rocket's Jankos, who himself has a very nice sporty beard himself, a chin strap that Freak would be proud of. Of course, these junglers are eerily similar when we look at the stats. Both of them very instrumental in getting their team going in the early game.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, Diamond and Jankos are super similar, as you've already said, both KDA as well as GPM, and very interestingly, they give up an overwhelming majority of their deaths in their team's losses. So to give you the numbers, Diamond has died 65 deaths in 26 games. 50 of those deaths took part in their 13 losses. Jankos is very similar. 61 deaths across 28 games, and he's given up 45 of those in their 13 losses. What it tells you, when both of these teams are losing, it's the junglers that look to create opportunities and create plays. A prime example is Jankos going 0-5-1 earlier today. They were struggling against Millennium, and Jankos is like, you know what? I can make something happen. No, not this time. This time. No, not that time. Well, 3 more times it happens, and he goes 0-5-1 in his very first game.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. Picks and bans are going to be getting underway in just a few moments. Of course, we saw Roccat earlier on, kind of giving Millennium everything they want. They're surely going to have to check out that phase. They need to change their pick and ban phase.
I would say jungle bans against Diamond or mid lane bans against Nick. That would be my approach to this game if I were in Rockat's shoes. We're about to find out what they decide.
Upset the new guy. I think that's may be the way they are going to go. Here we go. Picks and bans underway. Elise taken away and Kassadin being locked out by Roccat. Thresh also being removed. They're not going to let Vandalife have that one through. There's the Jax ban as well. Coming thick and fast these few games, of course. At the start of the LCS is kind of what we expect. They do a lot of research going into these opening matches.
Yeah, you know, because you've got so many weeks to prepare for it, you can anticipate your opponents, there's scrims going on, etc. I still want to highlight the fact I don't like a Kassadin first ban on red side. You have time to get rid of it. See if you can bait it out from your opponents. See if you can get rid of it. Regardless, Roccat opt not to do it this time round. And I'm interested to see what their final ban will be, if it will be something like an Evelynn against Diamond, if that's even something that would be first pick worthy for Gambit. I'm not sure because they've got a new player. As Edward has said, there's a newfound energy. We'll see what they prioritize going into their first pick.
Kassadin and Twitch, the final bans coming out from both teams, so we're not going to see that Twitch through, which is interesting. Is it going to be an insta-lock Lee Sin for Diamond? Yes, it is. Is the king back?
We will find out in 30 to 45 minutes. He's most likely going to do better than Jankos did previously. I mean, unfortunately, Jankos' Lee Sin from earlier today was very uninspiring. I do think you have to give some credit to Millennium for reading him well. Roccat have a 5-1 record against Gambit. If they can predict where Diamond will go on this Lee Sin, then we could see a similar situation where Roccat can counter gank. Because as you've said, Evelyn is up, and Jankos has used Evelyn to great effect in the past if they want to go that route.
Judging by Roccat, they've also seen the stats. They've been looking at the screens and thinking, you know what, I don't think we can actually let Nidalee through for Nick. Should we lock this one in? A lot of conversation going on over this one. We'll see whether it's going to get switched around. It is going to be Jankos falling back to Evelyn, it seems. We saw Zazas on Rise earlier on. Not a great success, that's for sure. They haven't locked them in just yet, but I'm expecting these to be the final champion choices.
So there's a big risk with this Rise lock-in. Gonna swap away. Now, what I like about Roccat swapping to something like a Lucian, they can counter-pick their opponent's solo lanes, which is going to be a smart call. You've got Saliva on a massively, massively preferred AD carry. 10 games on Lucian. He's played 10 games on Caitlyn as well during the spring split, so a lot of experience on this AD, and you're obviously denying it from Genja as well. Genja has trended more towards the Jinx though. The reason I like Rise not getting picked in, if Gambit had gone for another early game, strong laning champion against Rise, Roccat would have been in the same position. Get smashed early, have no items to contest your opponents, and just have very little to work with. So I'd like to see Roccat counter-picking, ideally with a better mix of early, mid, and late.
Gambit go with Gragas. There's an interesting one. Gone through a bunch of changes through the last few patches. We haven't really seen him since about 4.5, I don't feel. Caitlyn would be a old tried and tested for Genja, and it has been locked in along with the Gragas.
So the Gragas support is where we're expecting this champion to go. I want to touch on two things. One, he has been changed somewhat significantly over the rework from 4.6 and now obviously some tweaks in 4.7. He's not going to be insta-gibbing everybody. He does have a slow, does have knockbacks, etc. Some damage reduction and things like that. But what I am interested in is it's comboed with Caitlyn. So the very good range that they're going to offer with barrels, Piltover Peacemakers, and Yordle Snap Traps should give them the tools to zone out their opponents in lane very effectively, assuming they're on the same page. Also, Genja has been trending towards Caitlyn a very large amount over the course of the end of the spring split and playoffs. It was a champion we didn't see him touch for over a year, up until 2 months ago, and now all of a sudden Genja's playing in his first game in the summer split. We'll see if he can make it work.
See how he builds as well. Roccat looking towards their few. They're going to lock in Aatrox here now. That is going to be a top lane Aatrox, which is an interesting one for Zaz, of course, played at Rise earlier on, and it will, of course, be Leona as support.
So what I do like, we talked about how we needed to get a decent mixture. Aatrox does pretty well with a couple of levels under his belt, and he will scale quite effectively to become quite a strong split pusher. So whoever Gambit decides to put in the top lane against him may have a tough time, depending on the champion they want to lock in. Roccat also has strong initiation, with Eve coming from the side for a flank. You can have Aatrox just throwing himself in there with that Dark Flight and combo all of that with a Solar Flare, and you have a very, very strong initiation on the assumption they hit those skill shots. So if Gambit get caught out of position, they may be in trouble. The only risk is, if they all stack up on the same area, one explosive cask from Edward's Gragas is going to just disperse them all and reset all of those abilities. So there is a lot of importance on dealing with that Gragas or picking a right fight in the right area.
We're going to see an Aurelia once again. This time it will be Darian running it in the top lane. There is the Nidalee lock-in for Nick in that mid lane. We saw the incredible stats, 15-128, I believe it was, throughout, of course, the Challenger. We'll see how he does here in the LCS.
So it's going to be interesting to see what Overpower decides to play. We've seen him play Assassins in the past. LeBlanc is up and available if he wants to try and, shut Nidalee down in lane and maybe get aggressive with some assistance from Jankos. He could go a different route. I mean, we've seen Overpower play the likes of Mordekaiser, that play Pantheon. I don't know if they're going to pull that out right now, but you never know with Roccat. They are one of the teams that does throw those oddballs out. We'll see where he decides to go with them. I mean, Ziggs is still up as well, another Overpower signature champion. You could just have a farm fest between the two of them in that mid lane. Considering the fair amount of AoE that's already with Roccat, I think Ziggs may be the possible choice. 10 seconds left. We'll see what they decide.
A lot of discussions this time around. And we've heard so many times from Roccat that Overpower picks what the hell he likes. This time around, it seems like he's having an actual discussion with the team. It is going to be a team comp build. That is why we see Twisted Fate being pulled out for a second time in 2 games running. This time around, it will be Overpower, of course. The champion, we've seen him on, I think, once in the spring split, if memory serves correct. I'm trying to think back.
Yeah, not often. We didn't see him often at all. With the changes to both heal and exhaust, he has come into a little bit more fame, so to speak. Also, assassins have fallen out. So with the comps locked in, Gambit have got somewhat more of a poke siege style comp. They want to get under a tower, use barrels, spears, traps, and pult over peacemakers to get you poked down and get the towers down. I'm expecting Gambit to play a fast rotation, tower pushing game. Over on the side of Roccat, you have a little bit more focus on those team fights, but you do have elements of split push in there. Aatrox can do well if he goes Blade of the Ruined King or if he goes Ravenous Hydra. Twisted Fate can be in a similar position as well. What I do like about them is they have the tools to create fights more easily than Gambit does. So I feel like Gambit's gone for a map/tower comp, and I think Roccat may be looking a little more for engages, maybe split push.
Well, as the match gets underway, let's total up the votes and see which team you pick to win. According to LLesports.com, you like Gambit by 55%. Still pretty close.
That is very close. For a team like Gambit, with the following that Gambit has, I would not have anticipated that vote to be so close. What it does tell you is public sentiment is not with them, considering Alex has departed.
It's the superstar.
I mean, he was the face, the name, the front man. I do like the team composition that Gambit's put together for this match, and I'm really interested to see if they can execute it. They did it once last year against Roccat with the Nidalee and the rotations. Can they do it again?
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 5 underway. Gambit Gaming as the blue team without Alex Ich up against Roccat as the red team. And of course, a couple of things to take note of here. A few little tweaks. We did see Overpower switching last minute to Ghost instead of Ignite. He did have that for a while, but Cleanse has been picked up by Nick.
There is a fair amount of CC. I mean, gold cards, Leona, Evelyn Slow, etc. So it's just going to be the smart play. It also allows Nick to swap to Cougar form and get away from any sort of siege potential. First engage, Edward's going to catch a gold card, and that's it.
Luckily, he got into that bush just in time.
That was the most anticlimactic level 1.
Indeed. Genja actually going to get a poke here. Straight face checking in towards Sullivan. Now he's going to have to back out. You can see Overpower coming around the side. Gold card ready and waiting. Genja's in all sorts of trouble. Stun guard goes in. He's already had to use the heal. He's going to try and get away with this one. 90 caliber net had to be leveled up and used, but he does get away. Jankos now, he's caught out by Diamond.
I retract the statement. Very exciting level 1. So look at summoner spells traded. Flash and heal from Genja in reply to a Ghost and Flash from Overpower. So as well as a Flash from Xazus. So Roccat now have 2 lanes that are gankable, considering Diamond is on Lee Sin, which is a very, very strong early game ganker. If Xazus and Overpower do not play the next 3 to 5 minutes correctly, they run the risk of giving up first blood. The same can be said of Genja and Caitlyn. Assuming Jankos can get in behind him or get in the 2v1 situation correctly, maybe they can get kills. So these next few minutes, we'll see who can take advantage of their opponent's summoner spells being down.
So full information given. They know that Roccat are going to be starting off at the red buff. Xazus was stood there, but he is going to back away. However, it will show Jankos in a moment starting off there. Blue buff start for Diamond, and that means they're not going to be able to counter each other. It's going to be standard starts for both of these teams. Standard top lane, standard jungle, no counter invades, and standard bottom lane. So immediately we have the interesting prospect down this bottom lane, of course, of Gragas support by Eddie.
Both supports are melee. Both supports are going to be looking to get in the faces of their opponents. The difference is, because of the CC that Leona is going to have with her Zenith Blade and the Shield of Daybreak, I feel that the kill potential is higher with Roccat until level 6. Once Edward does get the burst of that explosive cask, and if they get some poke down, I think the Caitlyn and Gragas combo will work out, but this is the first time we've seen support Gragas here in the summer split of the LCS. We'll see how Eddie does it.
A lot of aggression early on in his top lane. Darian putting pressure on towards Xazus and forcing Xazus to pounce away. Has it level 2 first. Darian now at level 2 will have that lifesteal. I believe he would have just leveled up there.
Bloodthirst, Blood Price. He just got it level 2.
Instead, he's going to get poked out again. Slowed down Xazus, not locked up by Darian yet, though.
I actually think, in the grand scheme of things, Xazus should be able to outplay this matchup because his sustain doesn't require mana. We move to the bottom lane. Genja's caught.
Genja's caught out. He's got nothing to escape this time around. A good belly slam straight away from Edward there. Just try and keep him up. Genja's in trouble. He's going to go down. First blood is given across to Jankos.
That was a good attempt by Edward to interrupt them. That body slam just instantly knocking 2 members of Roccat away. Unfortunately, Genja had already used his 90 caliber net, didn't have flash. The red buff from Jankos had been applied, so he just got run down. And that all stems from level 1. That all stems from Genja walking solo into the river bush. there was very little that could be gained from that one, and he ended up running the rest. Diamond's trying to counter jungle. He may be in trouble. Look for Sullivan and Vander to respond. Can they catch him? This is the question.
Jankos is going to give chase. We do see Overpower making his way down. Vander's coming up as well. Where's Diamond going to go? He's got no wards to try and get away from. He's going to get locked up. Zenith played in there. He goes down. Overpower gets this kill and a double buff.
Strong start by Roccat. They get themselves, two very early kills because of Gambit misplays. Genja misplayed his level 1, gave up his summoners, got killed. Diamond, maybe overconfident, maybe expected Jankos to recall and not go back to his jungle to farm. That means that he gives up a kill, and as you've highlighted, Overpower's double buffs is going to make Nick's life a living hell. For the new man, for Gambit, to have to deal with Overpower with red and blue buffs this early on, it is an incredibly difficult situation to be.
One of his, I think, old teammates, if memory serves correct, between Nick and Overpower.
Team Acer, about 2 years ago.
Two years ago, back in, not Katowice, Warsaw.
Correct.
ECC Poland it was, I believe.
Yes.
Going way back there. However, Nick in trouble. Of course, he's going to take a lot of damage, as you mentioned. Not something you want to go up against. A double buffed up mid lane. It's probably the worst thing that could happen for Nick. However, top lane, that's been going back and forward a fair bit. 33 CS currently by Darien, building up a hefty advantage over Zazas early on.
We'll see if Zazas can farm his way up. He does have a few minions in front of him, and I think Zazas has been playing somewhat more cautiously because he doesn't have flash. You need to keep this in mind. Every time Darien jumps into Zazas' face, Zazas has to keep in mind that he doesn't have that summoner spell to fall back on. But there's a bunch of minions, so the gap is not going to be that close. As I was mentioning earlier, if Darien wants to get aggressive and jump in Zazas' grill to try and poke him down, he's got to use his mana. So the more aggressive Darien plays against Zazas, the more likely he is to run out of mana, lose that resource, and give up control. So a lot of focus and decision-making needs to come down from him in the top lane. What we are noticing in the bottom lane is just the zone control that both Genja and Edward are doing, using the range of the champions just exquisitely.
Yeah, Edward getting the barrel pokes on towards Sullivan every single time. You can see he's very low on health now. Has both summoner spells available though, and of course not far off level 5, so he'll be poking a little bit of hit points up there. Piltover not landing this time around, but look at the jungle. You can see Jankos is going to try and sneak around the back.
Celebi is so low. There's no red buff from Jankos yet. Flash is available for Genja, so this is going to be a stun from Vander. If he can get it, there'll be a kill. Oh, the trap just cancels that possibility.
Making sure he doesn't get caught out. Jankos instead will take a fair chunk of poke from Genja. Nick, meanwhile, in the mid lane, still up against this double buff, tries to pounce in, hence level 6, and just wants to keep that wave clear for now. And honestly, has done a pretty good job up to now. Only 10 CS difference between him and Overpower. Double buffs finally wearing off on Overpower.
Yeah, so Nick's going to have a tiny respite, but he's out of mana. So he's in a difficult position already. But you see Nick is getting supported. Diamond, bottom lane. Again, it's just a lot of action all over. I want to highlight that Zazas has used his ultimate, so we can assume he was pushing Darien down. Darien just used his ultimate himself. So a lot of aggression in all of the lanes, but nothing has come of it just yet.
Yeah, of course, Zazas could dive quite happily onto the tower. Has got that passive available. It does force Darien away from the turret, so that's going to even itself up in the top lane. Overpower continues to push. He's going to go back upfield. Yep, 64 CS, chunk of gold on him. We do see Sullivan. He's returned. He's got himself the Vampiric Scepter. Double Doran's Blade as well, so he's looking to try and go aggressive. Genja in the meantime just working out. Darien teleporting back up to top, keeping the CS advantage in his favor, but only just.
Yeah, and from the previous trade, he was the first one to back off, so I'm going to assume Zazas made the fight. Edward's in trouble now.
He's got a lot of damage on towards him. As I mentioned, Sullivan was looking to try and get a little bit hungry there already. Taking a bit more damage than he intended. Nick returning back to the mid lane, building up towards that Athene's and Holy Grail. Overpower himself goes for the Source Boots early on, as well as that Chalice.
Yeah, if you look at the way the lanes have played out so far, Roccat have simply gotten their advantages because of the correct play from Jankos. And the reason I highlight it is just how it was the exact opposite earlier in the day. So Jankos has actually shaken off the loss against Millennium. He's got his head in the right place, and he's made the right calls this game. Roccat are about 2,000, just shy of 2,000 gold ahead of Gambit. They've made no attempt for either the Dragon or Towers, and I think they're just going to keep this laning phase going. Decent advantage in the mid lane. I think Zazas has already started to push Darien back, so I'm expecting Aatrox to be more difficult for Darien to deal with. and we'll see if Celiva can catch up. He's still a tiny bit of CS behind.
Yeah, Darian just backed and bought once again, actually, so just got himself a couple more items to help keep that health ticking up there. You can see the Ruby Gem being picked up. Doran's shield was picked up a long time ago. Now he's gone for the longsword, so Phage will be picked up very soon. Genja getting locked up once again, but another belly slam onto Vanda. Genja taking a lot of punishment here. He's going to get caught out. The explosive cast was pulled out. Vanda taking a burst of damage. Diamond, will get spotted out by that ward, and that means that Jankos is now called to duty.
Yeah, and he's going to be there in the right time. Vanda's very close to getting level 6. With a Solar Flare and Agony's Embrace, they may actually be able to tower dive if Gambit stick around. We noticed that it looks like Edward is recalling right now, so Diamond going to have to do double duty on the defense. Don't know how confident Rocket are feeling. It would be a risky dive, so probably going to play this one a little safe. And overall, Rocket just getting themselves in a good position. I talked about how I expected Gambit to maybe play a tower game. They haven't done that. They didn't go for the 2v1. They didn't go for a siege, and there's the dive.
Diamond's the one they're going to focus on. Can safeguard across and will get away free. And now they're running all sorts of trouble. Jankos actually taking some damage from Genja. They have done enough to bully him out, but look at Vanda. Very close to going down the turret there.
Very confident dive. It does turn out Rocket were brave enough to go for it, but they didn't make it stick. So unfortunately, no kill, and they also do not get the tower. I don't think they'll be too unhappy with that, because they are doing pretty well in this laning phase. A brave Dragon. Explosive Cask is not up. Nidalee Spears could hurt if they come down. Edward's going to reveal this. So let's see when Overpower roams. Once he comes to join the party, that's when things are going to get a bit more serious.
Explosive Cask is not available, but Ignite is up for Eddie, and we know he's not shy of going for a kill. And that does force Rocket away. Jankos taking far too much damage from the Dragon.
Yeah, really.
He's going for it.
Oh, Edward.
Oh, he finds the barrel on Jankos. Now he realizes it, but he didn't follow through. He's got Flash and Ignite available. He's going to go in towards Jankos. Is he going to try and back away from this one? Eddie is not normally one to back out of a fight, but this time he will, and buys time for Gambit to sneak in and take themselves the Dragon.
Rocket just with a little bit of a half-hearted attempt. They didn't really fully commit to Dragon, and the moment Gragas got up there, I don't think they had the timer on the Explosive Cask, which is why they didn't go further. We'll carry on with that in a second. Destiny's available. Let's see if Overpower uses it for the gank, or if they're just going to get the tower. Looks like they just want the tower right now.
Took the middle turret, of course. It does mean that Gambit actually tried to push the bottom, but they didn't take it down. So that's going to be 2-0 in turrets for Rocket. Does give him a fairly hefty gold advantage. Nick did maybe sneak up there to try and help out Darian, something Darian's not had for a very long time. A lot of assistance in that top lane. But you can see Celiva got himself back down that bottom lane. Gone for boots very early on here, Berserker Greaves.
It's a different itemization build. You know, Genja's going for your more standard sort of BF sword boots. We'll probably see him getting the likes of a Bloodthirster. Celiva, we'll see how he does. I mean, he's got a very big disparity when it comes to attack damage. Genji's sitting at 143, Celiva at 109. So unless he gets assistance from Jankos and all of the bonus damage from Leona and Leona's passive, those sunlight procs, I think it's going to be a difficult trade to win.
So with that BF sword on, Celiva's got to be really careful. Eddie has his Explosive Cask available. He has Ignite ready. Genja will put a lot of damage down. They're actually going to dive in towards him again. Belly Slam caught on. Vanda now taking all that damage. That shield will try and cover it off. Celiva takes a bit of burst, has to back away as well. This is a close trade between these bottom laners, and the junglers are about to get involved.
It is. Genja does not have heal available for the upcoming fight. We see Celiva does. I think this is going to turn into a big one. Junglers are both available. They've caught Genja.
They're going in towards him, and look at that. Diamond straight away in there. Vanda gets punted to the side. Genja backing away. Destiny called in. Here comes Overpower. Comes straight in. Wildcard's flung out there. This could be 3 in 1. It will be. Darian teleported in, but it's at the death of himself. And would you believe, just like that, it's a 4-0 to Rocket.
Rocket pulled that off flawlessly. The teleport from Zazas just came in earlier than that of Darian, so they end up getting better positioning. They get multiple kills, and because Overpower has Destiny, Nick had not roamed or had no idea that was coming, didn't interrupt it. Rocket just gets a slew of kills. But one thing that is so unfortunate for Gambit, that is a 2-man stun from Solar Flare. Only Eddie, I believe, was just unaffected by the stun, and it's just cleanup through for Rocket. Look at the HP bars. Only Overpower was at about 50, 50-odd percent HP. The rest of them completely finished. The ideal target tanking is hurt with Zazas, and just another great call from Rocket in the second game.
So early worries for Gambit fans out there. They weren't sure how this was going to work out, and nor were we, honestly. We weren't sure. We've been obviously talking to the players. Edward seemed very confident about how the bottom lane pairing would work between himself and Genja, but at 0-2-0 and 0-1-0 up against a 1-0-4 and 0-0-5, it is absolutely not going well in that bottom lane. Mid lane, look at this. It's only a 10 CS difference, but Nick, of course, had early trouble worries, mainly by the fact that Diamond gifted the double buff across to Overpower.
I have to question Gambit's decision to not go for a lane swap or not go for a fast push style of team play. If they had, I mean, you see how effective Genji and Edward were in the laning phase of pushing Celebi and Bando away. They had a CS advantage, they had Celebi on low HP often. If they had used those tools and tried to rush down a tower, you know, get Diamond up there in a 3v1 situation maybe, all of a sudden Gambit could have roamed and rotated. If you go back to week 9, week 10 of the spring split, Gambit were blue side, Rocket was red side, Alex was playing Nidalee. And they did that. They roamed, they rotated. I actually think it was the first time we've seen Genji and Caitlyn. And Gambit focused towers, not on kills, and worked in their favor. Jankos starting a fight. Here comes Bando as well.
Jankos going in. Diamond's going to be the focus. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He gets caught out. Jankos gets pounced in towards him, but he actually fancies this one. He's going to keep on chasing. There comes the Destiny coming in towards it. Nick Wellham's going to get talked out. He gets taken down the side there. Edward gets focused on as well. He manages to drop, and now Nick runs for his life, throws out the spears, but it's another 2-0 to Rocket.
Rocket's response is just superior. Rocket have the tools and the positioning to start those fights, and you know, they catch Diamond out a little bit in the river, land the gold card, land the solar flare, and they get some kills, and now it's going to open up you know, more of the map. Look at the positioning. I mean, this is a 3-on-3, and so unfortunate for Edward, it actually knocks Jankos with the red buff in range of Nick. That explosive cast helped Evelyn, who is melee, who wants to be in the face. I think it does scream a little bit of inexperience on that Gragas at this level of play, not maybe evaluating where to put that barrel. It could also just be that Jankos got one step to the left and you know, got knocked the right way. But as it stands, Rocket now in the same position they were in earlier against Millennium, except in the lead instead of behind.
You know, you got to wonder these days, the fear factor that Gambit used to hold over teams is no longer there. They have pure confidence now, Rocket, of course, up against them. 5-1 in the spring split. Why not? You know, they had the number of Gambit, and it seems once again they have complete dominance. 6,000 gold lead, 16 minutes into the game. It's big. I
really want to comment on that line. The fear factor that Gambit held over teams. Rocket didn't have it. Darian was going to pick a fight. He's knocked up Darian.
Well, he's going to maybe take down the Bloodwell, but shouldn't going to pounce away. Or the fact that he just used the dive, it is going to be a death, and it finally gets a kill. It is Diamond that takes it.
Yeah, and Zazas maybe just overconfident there. Darian picked a fight with Zazas. He didn't pick a fight with himself. But yeah, on the topic of the fear factor, Rocket themselves said they don't fear Gambit. You see Overpower gets himself a red card, not the gold card, so Diamond's going to be able to escape that one. But as it stands, that is a small victory. It lands in Diamond's pockets. You asked earlier if the legend is back. The answer is not yet, I think. We'll have to see if this additional gold, you know, maybe some Dragon's Rages now in the mid-game can help.
I would say in terms of giving your teammates favors, giving up double buff to the mid lane at level 4 is probably the least favorable thing you could do to anyone, and I'm pretty sure General Solo Q would not be happy with you if you did that.
But General Solo Q, Nick's definitely not.
No.
This is his LCS debut with Gambit, and he can't even say blame the jungler as it stands. But truthfully, I think Gambit, once again, I really just want to go back to this. I do feel they should have put more emphasis on the towers, not head-to-head. They're going to try go for Dragon. Destiny is available here for Overpower, so Vision will be up, will allow them to engage. Rocket want this fight, they're going to go in.
Oh, Vander does not manage to land the Zenith Blade. Gambit shakily step away from this one. Rocket coming out from every single angle right now. They're going to try and make a pick. They're going for Overpower. Darian locks on towards him. Doesn't manage to pull the gold card. Finally, this time he does. Ace in the hole comes through, but Overpower gets away. The Darian with the ultimate cannot chase. It keeps Overpower away. They're going to all turn to Dragon.
Yeah, now the fact that the Destiny is still available is very important. If Overpower can recall and get back to sort of that mid lane close enough, he should be able to respond. Remember that Gambit is still 6,000 gold down, so even if they start a fight, they have to be careful.
Lack of information for Gambit. They didn't realize Sullivan had gone back to base. They could have had a 5-on-3 at the Dragon instead. They hadn't got the wards, the vision, and the game. They back away, and that puts Rocket straight back in it.
I actually think that was the right decision. Not only did they have no information to work with, as you've highlighted, without deeper wards, The fact that Destiny had not been used and the assumption that the teleport was still available from Xaxus, you know, regardless of his positioning, is something that Gambit needed to keep in mind. They can't run the risk of giving away even more kills and objectives. Rocket, a challenge for Blue Buff. I think Xaxus is in a good place to secure this one. Here comes Jankos with Smite.
I don't think he's going to have any problems there. It's actually Xaxus that takes it as well. So Rocket stealing away the jungle. Meanwhile, down the bottom lane, they're actually Diamond is going to try and jump on towards Celiva. Celiva, though, just dodging in towards the bushes. Not too worried about that one.
I don't think Diamond could win that fight anyway. Bloodthirster as well as Berserker's Greaves, that's a lot of lifesteal and a lot of attack speed that Celiva's already got built up. He also had both of his summoners, so it would have been a very brave play. Darian's caught overpowered, but here comes Vander.
Goes in once again, Blade surging across towards him. We're giving Overpower questions about the aggression that maybe Darian's going to throw towards him. No uncertain terms that he is the target. The fact that he has no summoner spells available is going to be a little bit of a worry for Overpower.
It definitely is. Overpower also going with that Athena's and Holy Grail build. I was talking after the previous game to some of the guys, and it is sort of the standard on Korean Twisted Fates, actually, going for that CD on mana regen. Xaxus afraid of the Trinity Force Irelia, so with only a Blade of the Rune King, he's not looking for a duel, not looking for a fight. We've already seen it go, you know, pear-shaped for him once this game.
Well, we're wondering, you know, how many times have we said without Alexis to carry, Gambit are looking in trouble. The fact that he's no longer there, somebody has to step up, and Darian seemingly the one that's been very aggressive here. Of course, with a Nidalee in your team, he's simply going to be picking off targets, making them lower on hit points, and if Darian can manage to Blade Surge onto a target, it will take him low.
The problem for Gambit now is because they are like, you know, 6,000 to 7,000 gold behind, they don't have the strongest of engages. You know, in order to pick a fight, Irelia and Lee Sin have to dive in there. They don't have a Leona, they don't have a Gold Card, they don't have an Aatrox with Bloodwell passive. So in order to do it, they need to throw everything they have at a team. We'll see if they're going to do it this fight because they don't have hard engage and they're just going to rely on this poke.
Diamond's going to have to try and go for the steal here. He throws a spear in, but he's too late. And now he's in all sorts of trouble. He's got to safeguard away. He does manage to have to flash out in the end there. Vander taking some damage. The Cullen doing work on Diamond. And again, it's another gold advantage for Rocket.
Rocket grabbed themselves a dragon. Xaxus gets caught up by Darren again, maybe forced to flash over the wall. Oh, he's picked the fight.
He's fancying it because Destiny comes out. Now Darian's in trouble. He's going to get picked off as the target. And Xaxus takes himself the kill. Now Jankos, he's caught out. Diamond's going in for this one. And he may well be able to take it. He's going to manage to turn it around. Jankos trying to use the ultimate. Oh, now he's in trouble. Celiva's going to join the party. Flashes on towards him. Diamond's in trouble. He goes down. And Rocket continue to get kill after kill.
And a tower as well, thanks to catching Darian out. The Twisted Fate ultimate just allowing Xaxus to turn the tide of that battle. Now, Rocket have got pressure in the top lane. They have pressure in the mid lane. Nick is doing the best he can to run away, but this is what we talked about. In these team fight situations, unless Rocket overcommit and get themselves in a poor position, the only thing Gambit has is poke. The only thing they have is poke and disengage from explosive cost. Darian, he wants a Celiva, he wants a Vander. Let's see if he can do it.
He's going, he's teleported in, he's going to go aggressive, but it's not going to work out. Instead, he may well blind check this bush, and Rocket are ready. He has to put the ward down, and he will back away. Darian desperate to make plays here for his team, and it is not working out in his favor.
300-second cooldown on that teleport. It was to a ward. Rocket sort of seen it coming, sort of, you know, got a sense it was happening and just peeled away to the river. They found the support of Overpower. They had the stun lock potential, and unfortunately for Gambit, they now find themselves on the brink of a 10,000 gold deficit. They are 4 towns down. They haven't even got an outer turret of Rocket. When they've got such good range and they've got such good ability to, you know, zone away opponents, because they only have poke, this is one of those situations where you've got this poke-themed composition. If you can't poke your opponents down, it is your only tool to make use of. And Rocket, I think if they play this one smart, they can play the map and, you know, arrest even more control.
Vander going aggressive on Darian there. He is 007 James Bond right now, so maybe that's why he's starting to start that one off. But Celiva, he's going to come up, get himself another chunk of CS, and quite happily keeping ahead of Genja, who has been fairly inactive so far. 0-2-0. Keep your eyes on Diamond. I mean, overall Gambit have good dive in the form of Diamond and Darian, but there's no one to dive to anymore. They're all too strong.
That's the case. And if you dive to Twisted Fates, he's going to be able to get a gold card down, going to be able to stun you up. if you dive in together, like we've seen previously with Irelia, Lee Sin, Gragas, all going in a small area, the power of Solar Flare just goes up even higher. So Xaxus split pushing towards the bottom lane, the rest of Roccat group towards the top lane, and Destiny's available again. So if Xaxus finds himself in a one-on-one situation, yeah, Overpower's going to join him.
Eddie takes a peek, doesn't go around the corner. Diamond also taking a peek, does get himself the ward down, and the blue buff once again will be stolen away by Roccat. I think they're going to try and get involved in this one. Celeber doing a good job at keeping them at bay. There goes the blue buff this time around. It does go across to Overpower. Well, Vander looking to go aggressive here. They're feeling confident in Gambit's jungle.
Yeah, well, he's got the license to kill. He's looking for an opportunity. Previously, Darien, was in a one-on-one with Vander's Leona, and because Vander and the rest of Roccat are so far ahead, Darien didn't even want to go for an auto attack. Didn't even want to go in for that, stun. So see how it plays out. Good body snap from there, safety. And Roccat now looking for the siege. They don't have the strongest of siege comps, but they do have pretty good wave clear with that Twisted Fate. Diamond, is he going to follow it? Doesn't connect, and that's the problem. There's not enough initiation for Gambit.
Well, while they're all trying to find all these picks, you can see Xaxus, he's down the bottom lane, happily shoving a wave in towards that turret, while the rest of Roccat keep them busy. They're rotating around, and then they get problems in the mid lane, so they have to try and react to this one. Genji will clear this wave out. They're going to go aggressive. They're jumping on him. Darien manages to Blade Surge in there, but he's going to get the support. Destiny comes out. They're going to turn this fight around. He's going to be Genji as the focus target. He's going to get locked up once again. Has the 90 caliber event away. Xaxus does finally get taken down with a blood well, bring it back to life. Diamond goes down, Darien goes down. The turret in all sorts of trouble as well. Well, Roccat just roll on through Gambit. Nick may finally take the first death for Gambit. Instead, it's going to be the turret again. So that was the mid lane and the bottom in a turret. And Roccat just roll on through 6-0 now in turrets, make it 7.
Both of those, along with the 2 kills, there's no front line for Gambit to deal with. Even though Nick is landing some spears, there's nothing else he can offer. 0-0-0 on Nidalee at 25 minutes. His team simply isn't in a position where they can survive long enough to let the poke matter. Something that Jap brought up during the North American playoffs. When he seen Nidalee get locked, he said, that's a great champion, it works well. When you have the peel and the zone control to get multiple spears down. He theorized that unless you put something like a Thresh along with the Nidalee, there's not enough tools to keep your opponents away. There's not enough in your kit to slow them down, knock them away, prevent them getting to you. And if you can do that as Thresh, it allows you to spam multiple spears over the course of a fight. The reason I highlight Thresh specifically is because it was the second ban from Gambit. They had the opportunity, they had the possibility of taking it. This is a first pick Lee Sin that is 1-5. It has not done a thing for him this game.
It's not worked out when he's up against Jankos, who had a terrible game in all honesty in game 1 up against Millennium, but he's 3-0-8 right now and having a fantastic match on Evelyn, which was banned away from him actually in game 1. So he had the opportunity to go for it, but chose not to. It seems to be his best champion, certainly worked out for him well in the spring split. So Roccat in control, Dragon up in 3 seconds. Baron, of course, is available, and it's going to be vision for the Baron that is being taken away from Gambit. They're trying to get the wards in there, but quickly Roccat come in and sweep everything away.
So with the position Roccat are in, and knowing that they have the engage, there's a sense of beautiful irony. When I believe at around 24-25 minutes, Roccat lost their bottom inhibitor turret to Millennium. This is a complete role reversal of their first game of the day. Now they need to keep the pressure up. Diamond's looking for another steal. It didn't work last time. Not even going to try this time. And Roccat, I think, have got all the tools they need to either continue the split push game with Xaxus, or use those sweepers they've got and bait Gambit towards them. The only risk that Roccat has if they want to do a Baron bait is because Gambit have a heavy poke composition. That's actually a bad position for Roccat to be in. They don't want to be in the confined space of the Baron. So I think the smarter option is to get the wards in Gambit's jungle and play the siege game. Get on that mid inhibitor turret. Maybe try force a fight around the exposed inhibitor in the bottom lane, because Roccat sure as hell have enough of a lead to force the match.
So far, 4-0-6, now got himself the death cap, of course, with that Lich Bane and a Fiends. Source Boots, he went very early on. Void Staff may well follow, and then you can pretty much say job done for Twisted Fate. Still at level 15, almost completing all of his items. 4-0-6. Doing a great job, and honestly, he's had a pretty easy game so far. And we've seen, obviously, of course, a couple of Twisted Fates so far today. This time around, Overpower using that Destiny to great success. Jankos pink warding off the Baron. That's going to clear out any last little bit of vision Gambit can put down. just out of range, I feel, that ward.
I want to go back to the opening of this game where 55% of the LoL Esports vote was in favor of Gambit winning this matchup. Statistically, Rocket are the favorites. Statistically, coming into this game, Rocket were 5-1 up against Gambit with Alex. Gambit have had a roster swap. Gambit have, lost what many consider their main man. What I consider their main man, their main player, and they have not particularly inspired me this game. They've got a composition that needed to be played somewhat differently, and now, unfortunately, in a difficult place. Rocket just looking for an engagement. Look, every time they pull Gambit away, Zazas gets killed. It just gets more pressure elsewhere on the map.
Look at confidence, the fact that Jankos was there. Darian desperately trying to keep Zazas away, but there's a 2-level advantage between the two, and that's going to be a problem for them. It's obviously a CS gap as well, which is obviously where those levels come from as well, such kills and deaths that have been gaining there. But you just saw Jankos, how confident he was, honestly, just running towards 3-4 members of Gambit, just poking down with his hate spikes rather than just throwing that ultimate down. This time around, he may have been caught out. Diamond goes aggressive, but has to back away, and Jankos quite happily walks away.
A little bit of damage in Jankos doesn't really equate to things. Zazas wants to fight with Darian.
Well, fancies this one. Darian this time has to back away, and Zazas will just regenerate all that health with that lifesteal. He just gets gained off those minions, and problems continue for Gambit.
So I'm going to take a step back and look at the whole day's games and highlight that the games that have gotten to this stage where one team is 7, 8, 9, 10,000 gold ahead of their opponents has stalled out excessively. And this is a problem that the European region seems to have. Our teams just don't know how to press their large advantage. Zazas is trying to split push, trying to pull people towards him. But what does it accomplish? I mean, what else has Rocket done? They haven't gotten the inhibitor turrets elsewhere on the map. They haven't played a Baron base. Hey, they ate an ace in the hole, and now we might see a fight, but I think this is because Gambit are looking for one more than Rocket.
To take a quote from Reckless after the All-Star. Oh, Darian, you're gone, he's dead.
So
back to Reckless, All-Star. He basically said, up against SK Telecom, I didn't even have time to farm away. That's what it was, because they just applied so much pressure across the map, and actually Rocket was kind of sitting waiting for a pick there.
They really were. And, Reckless, he didn't have time to farm away because he's used to his competition giving him 17 minutes to farm away. Rocket, yes, they found a pick, got a kill on Darian. They're going to peel away from Baron, and maybe this will work out. But I think at the end of the day, it's taken a very long time to get to.
Big spear comes out, lands on Sullivan, but again, this explosive cast forces overpower away, but Eddie's going to get slowed down here. Solar Flare lands on towards him. Rocket continues to persist on Jason, and Gambit dodge and weave out of all of that crowd control. But Zazas, he's just churning down. He's now in a 2v1. He's going to have to back away, but the rest of Rocket, they're rotating down towards the bottom lane to help out Zazas.
So those knockbacks and knockaways from Gambit are now on cooldown. So if Rocket do find themselves in another position where they can collapse on Gambit, it won't go as efficiently. Diamond hit multiple members of Dragon's Rage. Edward hit multiple members with Explosive Cast, and that was the only reason they didn't give up more kills off that Baron engage. 50% of the inhibitor's HP is down in that bottom lane. Rocket with Baron buff are going to think about sieging. Destiny should be up shortly, but keep in mind Celeber is not there. He is just recalling, got himself a little bit more resistances to survive those spears. Because we've seen one of them took 50% of his HP.
Zazas has been down this bottom lane for a very long time. He's got himself just shy of 2,400 gold. And you can see, so he's clearing his way. He is finally going to go back and buy. You can see the gulf in gold. It's 4,000 gold between Darian and Zazas right now.
If you actually look at the total gold in the players, Zazas had not spent 2,400 up until this point. That is half of the total gold Edward has earned this entire game. The disparity is just massive.
5,000 gold difference in the mid lane.
We're approaching 20,000 total gold. Now, Rocket, you have a massive lead. You need to learn, or you need to make use of that, because as it stands, you get the vibe that Rocket may be underestimating their lead. They may not know it's this drastic.
I'm not sure. 7-0 into its 13.
Well, their playstyle sure as hell doesn't suggest it.
You've got to assume or have an inkling that, you know what, we've got a pretty big advantage here, buddy. Let's go for this one. Jankos comes around and simply just hits the inhibitor, takes a spear for the pleasure. And again, they step away. They're waiting for Valen to pull the trigger, basically.
So they're in a 3v3 in this bottom lane. There's a 2v2 in the top lane. If Gambit do commit, they've only got one real engage opportunity up from Diamond. Look for the explosive cast from Edward. It's either going to save a life or secure a kill. Celeber is going to get inhibited. And like, it's just half-hearted. Gambit didn't have the full quarters available to them, so they've lost their bottom inhibitor. Now Super Minions are going to control the map for them. That should be the opening Roccat needs to push the rest of the towers down.
They're going to rotate, push down that middle wave. All the rest of Overpower and Zazas keep on shoving in this middle wave. Genja and Darian doing a good job of keeping them off the turret, but it's the middle one they need to worry about because 3 members of Roccat are pushing in there, and they're going to be very close to sweeping around for that top.
So the rest of Gambit are slightly closer now. So if an explosive cast is used effectively... Oh, they've caught Genja!
They've gone in. Vando uses, pulls the trigger. It's Genja they focus on. He tanks the entire Gambit team and walks out to say, yeah, no problem, guys. Jankos is in trouble. He's going to get caught out, but that turret will fall. Zaza's keeping them at bay. The turret does not drop, actually. Celeber needed one last shot. There we go. They do take it down, but they certainly took a lot of time to do that.
Very awkward engage from Roccat. That Solar Flare was committed to just Genja rather. It didn't actually even net them the kill. After that, the explosive cast from Edward was great. That really dispersed all of Roccat and it reset the entire fight. So because Roccat had to spend so much time sort of re-entering the fight, Jankos went in 1v3, 1v4, got bursted down, he was forced out instantly. So overall, Roccat a little risky, and there's Zazas v Darian again.
Yeah, it's a 3-level difference now for Darian. You can see, of course, the gold cards in there. Nick throwing out spears, just trying to keep them at bay. But Zazas is a monster right now. 3-1-2, 308 CS, but the fact that he's hit level 18 already ahead of everyone else is a big problem for Gambit.
It is a massive, massive problem. He's got a Bloodthirster to go along with his Blade of the Ruined King and to work with the lifesteal from his W, the Bloodthirst Blood Price. So he's currently got 31% lifesteal. And when he's absorbing life, he's going to be grabbing an additional 76 HP on every third strike. So it's going to be difficult to kill Zazas because he's just going to sustain tank through any damage you're putting down.
Well, the rest of his team have been back, they've fought, and they're coming back to push in towards the rest of the inhibitors. Of course, the inhibitor turret was taken down in the last push. It means the inhibitor should follow through. Gambit, what are they going to do? Are they going to defend it? Are they going to back away to their Nexus turrets? Looks like they're going to want to fight this one, but I'm not sure it's a fight they're going to win.
No, definitely not. There's the gold card. Edward's dead.
Edward just getting away. Solar Flare doesn't catch on towards him. Vanna continues to try and go towards it. The inhibitor turret in the top lane goes down as well. Nick taking all the pressure from Celeber again. Roccat very haphazardly fighting that one. Zazas having to tank everything through, but it forces the entire team away. Nexus turrets will fall, and Roccat, oh, they're not done yet because Gambit have all regenerated out of the fountain. They come back in towards it. Zazas will get his Bloodwell popped. Or will he? No, he won't. He's just going to lifesteal his way back. No problem there. Roccat just toying with their prey, but they're going to back out.
And they decide not to finish. They definitely could have got their Nexus down had they all just committed a few more auto attacks. I have to highlight...
Or actually hit the right target, you know, all the same targets instead of 5 targets in one.
I have to highlight Rocket's teamfight calling does not seem to be the sharpest. That's 2 fights with a 20,000 gold lead. That have been very, very sketchy. Now, you have to give some credit to the fact that Gambit's ultimates are disruptive. Explosive Cast Dragon's Rage does reset teamfights by knocking people away. But at the same token, Roccat simply haven't all been on the same page. Whatever the cause, you can, you know, ask and think about yourself, theorize. But as it stands, Roccat are just in complete control. When they do eventually decide to go for the Nexus, it is only a matter of time.
You know, I would say it's a worry for both of these teams. Obviously, Gambit clearly have issues here. They have problems. It didn't start off well for them. But Roccat themselves, you know, they lost to Millennium early on. They're having a rough game against a team that is effectively with a new member right now. We'll see how that one works out for Niku 0-0-0. We can't argue that he's had a bad game or a good game, honestly. He's had 0 impact on the game.
Uninspiring.
Uninspiring is the word I would use. But Gambit themselves, while they're trying to keep them at bay, oh, backdoor, overpower, hello, that's the base going down. Roccat get themselves a victory, ladies and gentlemen, but it was far from inspiring.
On the scale of 1 to Expected, that was a -3 as far as the backdoors were concerned. But you know what? At the end of the day, Roccat got themselves a very strong lead very early on. They never let it go. I do feel Gambit could have played that composition significantly differently, and the result may have been very, very different. But at the end of the day, Roccat, they come out, they have a strong showing. Definitely got to work on their closing ability. 80+% kill participation for Jankos and Overpower this time around in this game.
Vander Bond, I believe, is going to be his new name. Finished on 007 towards the end there. It was a strong victory for Roccat, but far from a convincing one. At 20, what do you say, 21,000 towards the end there, gold lead. Massive advantage, 11-0 in turrets. If anyone had Rocket, and I know Joe Miller actually has Roccat as his team in the fantasy, they'll be laughing right now because he's playing you actually, Trevor.
Yeah, he's laughing, I'm not, because my team is going to be more difficult. But I think for Rocket, the biggest takeaway from here, individually, they matched up. I mean, those are straight head-to-head lanes, 1v1s, 2v2s. Yep. They matched up with Gambit, who apparently were doing well coming into the split. They had better objective play, I feel, in the early game, early to mid game. But their team fight late with a massive advantage was questionable, and their ability to close was very questionable. So there are some things that Rocket will have to take back to the drawing board and go, what went wrong? Why couldn't we close? What do we need to do to change getting over those hurdles?
And honestly, I think Gambit, they either need to look at this game and think, okay, was this just a hiccup after our practice? Is this a change in our style? Is there something we need to do? Or is it time to hit the alarm bell already?
I would say from a strategic standpoint, alarm bells have to be ringing. Because I really feel like that composition from picks and bans going in, I was like, this is going to be great under towers. You put barrels down, you put traps down. You make Rockat's life so difficult because if you step somewhere, you get caught by a trap, you get caught by a barrel. And then you siege towers. They had the tools to do that, but not once did we see Gambit touch tower.
And to do that, you need to win the lanes. And that's not something Gambit did during the spring split.
But then if you're not winning the 2v2 lanes, go for a lane swap. Go for the 2v1, go for 3v1. Hell, go for a 4v0. You know, force it. You've got early time, you have wards to work with. Don't at level 1 walk solo into the river bush, lose both your summoners and get ganked 2 minutes later. I mean, that's just that is a rookie mistake.
So let's take a quick overlook of the day. What do we make of it? Obviously, Fnatic lost to SK early on, the opening game of the day. Sorry if I just spoiled that for you guys at home. I know it was early on and there was quite a few that may not have been able to catch that one. Good start by Fnatic, but SK again came back strong.
So I was going to say up until the Millennium game, probably the Youngbloods seem to be doing very well. I think the league still feels quite competitive. Almost all of our games have been very close, especially in the opening 20 to 30 minutes. You know, very tense, and we've had a few long games. The scary thing for me is still closing. If you look at all of the games that have happened today, past 25 minutes, every single one of the teams has sort of floundered. Once you get to the, I'll go even more specific. Once teams get to the inner turrets in lane, they go, well, that one's too tough to gank.
I would argue SK actually finished pretty quick. Once they got the advantage, and bear in mind they were behind quite heavily in the lane
They
phase.
were. So they held out, and that's because Fnatic couldn't close. Fnatic got to the inner turrets, and they were in the lead, and they didn't know what to do. And then because Fnatic gave up some very key picks, SK went, well, now you've made a mistake. We'll punish get Baron. We'll punish get Inhibitor, then punish get Baron, then punish finish. So that was mistakes on Fnatic's side, but I do think every single one of these teams has to go back and go, why on earth is it so hard to get past the inner turrets?
Well, we'll get back to that in just a few moments, because for now we're going to head over to Shocked and Deficio, who are standing by with Vander Bond.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Indeed, joined by Vander. Finally, I got some points in a fantasy league. By the way, I knew it was a good choice to have Vander on my team. Vander, talk me through this game. We saw some special things coming out, and especially for you in lane versus Gragas. What did you make of that pick?
So we played few games in scrims against Gragas, and I think it's a really strong pick in lane. Like you could see one time on mid, both me and Lucian couldn't kill him, like with our full combo. So it's really tanky champion, safe with a stun. So he's really good in lane, but I think later in the game he doesn't provide as much as other supports.
All right. Well, in this game here, you played Leona, of course. You set up a lot of kills for your team. We're just going to do the replay already here, so if we pull it up on you guys' screen at home, it's the gank in the bottom lane where you actually engage the fight. TF will join them later on here once we start rolling the clip and start talking about this here. Who's actually making calls here and the situation?
So like we whole as a team knew we were ahead, and I said if I can get on Caitlyn we just go, and everyone TPs. So it basically happened, and with the good engage on Caitlyn, we couldn't lose the fight here.
And this is the thing about you guys, because the coordination here, the teamwork, is beautiful. Like it is spot on, teleports down from TF, teleports down from Sarsos as well, picks the right target, you kill them instantly. So the coordination is there. But once you go into the mid-late game, it seems you guys, when it comes to rotating around the map and the shot calling decision making is lacking a little bit. How do you see it yourself? I mean, this game took a long time for you guys to close. How come?
Yeah, so I think there were like 2 key points that we didn't finish as fast. Like, firstly, we went too much for kills instead for towers. Like, we could use Tilted Fate better, and Nidalee has no outpush. So I think we could go more for towers, but our aim was to split with Aatrox and try to pick them, but they didn't really go anywhere, so this tactic didn't work. And then when we were grouping for Baron, like, we didn't time our recalls right. So everyone was like recalling like one guy, then like 5 seconds someone else is recalling, then someone else. So it took some more time than it should.
What are your aspirations for this season? Of course, in the Spring Split, made it to the semifinals of the playoffs with the 2 games only you've played today. Give it, it's only 2 games. But what are your general aspirations?
Well, I think like every team here, we want to go to World Championship and be top 3. We lost against Millennium. They didn't do this well last split, but I knew they won't be easy to beat today. And yeah, I still hope we can manage to be top 3.
And I would actually just like to know, because there's a lot of talk about analysts, coaches here in Europe. Some teams don't have them, some teams got them. You guys have Veggie, he's your coach. He was your coach last season as well. How much does he mean for you guys, and how much does he help you?
So he always helps us preparing the pick and ban files, like he did it also today. Unfortunately, now he's not living with us in the house. He will be back in like 3 weeks. And when he's in the house, firstly he makes sure that everything on screens go right, like we are focused, we do what we have to do in the game. And then he helps us to analyze the replays, he prepares them, and that's pretty much it.
Making life easier all around for you guys. Well, it has worked out here in this game. Congratulations, Vander. Looking forward to the rest of your games. For now, let's check back in with D-Man and Quickshot at the desk for a wrap-up of today and a look at what we can expect tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Shocks. With 5 matches from our first day of this Super Week completed, let's check the standings. First up, of course, it is Millennium. They are at the top of the table in first place. Wasn't expecting that one myself. 2 wins and 0 losses. Next is Alliance and SK, who both tied in second place, both at 1 and 0.
Yeah, after that we do have Roccat in 4th position, sitting at 1 and 1. And it's not really a surprise that there's a 4-way tie for 5th, because of course, we do have to have a bunch of teams losing. Copenhagen Wolves, Fnatic Gambit, and the Super Hot Crew are all tied at 0 wins, 1 loss.
And tomorrow we will be continuing our Super Week with 6 more big games. We start the day with SK Gaming versus Gambit, and that will be followed by Copenhagen Wolves taking on Millennium, and then Alliance face the Super Hot Crew.
Then SK Gaming will go up against the Copenhagen Wolves. Super Hot Crew will face Roccat, and will end the day with Alliance versus Fnatic.
Those matches will all begin on Wednesday at 5 PM. Obviously not all of them at the same time. That will be 8 AM Pacific. In the meantime, for myself, Quickshot, Shocks, Deficio, Joe, and the entire broadcast crew, thank you very much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Jez has picked up that kill. Can they get any more? They've hooked in Freddy, but he's not the target that you need. And Peke in the meantime doing tons of damage with Reckless now. SK Gaming pick up their first win of the season here against Fnatic.
Would you believe it?
A lot of damage coming out. There's the last. Oh, Jankos followed him through. The hook comes in as well. And Jankos goes down. Definite improvement, but of course, over a lot more games. Wow. Overpower here. Gonna go down.
Good thing I picked you.
Here comes Overpower, comes straight in, Wildcard's flung out there. This could be 3 in 1. It will be Darian teleported in, but it's at the death of himself.
Bit of a poke, see what I can do. Woolite got out of position, play into the box as well. And
beautiful.
Woolite's gonna go down. Managing to stay alive, and they're turning it around. They're going to go for Shock. Wild Growth used. Cartel gets himself one. Wicked is still very low. Wow. And there is the ultimate.
This is how you play Zex.
Get me fat and it's GG.
He's got Mega Inferno Bomb available. That's the only weapon to try and make this steal. They have no vision of it. They can see it's taken low. You can see it's 3,000 hit points. 2,000 hit points. It's coming in. It's got it. I don't believe that's just happened. How have they let it go through?
Next MVP maybe? No thanks.